As a new day dawns in Sandy Springs across the city, we are hard at work for you. Whether it be public safety, improving our roadways, or creating parks and green spaces, the center of all we do is our community. Committed to going above and beyond.
What's more exciting is to know how much these guys love to help our community and our children.
Connecting with our community. Always ready to lend a helping hand.
Several people in several of the apartments that would not have gotten away so easily had we not been.
Yes, thank you.
Anytime.
Building a lasting legacy of service. Bringing our community an inside look at the hard work underway in our city.
Hello, I'm Sandy. Welcome to our segment, Inside Sandy Springs.
Launching new projects. Let's take a look at the road ahead in Sandy Springs.
La actualización de 2022 del Plan Integral.
Bridging relationships. Transformations taking place around the city. Increasing safety, improving your drive in Sandy Springs. Shining a light on safety for pedestrians and drivers.
Safety is a big component of the benefits of this project.
Taking special care in making the city beautiful. Breaking ground and celebrating new beginnings. Paving the way for new trails around the city.
When you're outdoors and you're working on trails, that's a lot of fun. And you recognize this as an amenity that some of your work, you'll be impacting people's lives for a long time. And that's very satisfying.
Dancing to the beat of happiness.
Being able to have that family experience here has just been very, very cool.
Gathering with friends and family.
Enjoy the best backyard in Sandy Springs.
Don't
constantly coming up with new things. So it's really wonderful.
Celebrating the artists in our community. Putting our hands in the dirt.
When we're talking about the environment, it's about what we see, but it's about the history of what happened before.
Investing in a brighter future. Working for a sustainable tomorrow. Connecting our residents with opportunities. Celebrating local culinary favorites. Here's to sparkle in 2024.
It's been quite a busy year. Caroline cues me up. There we go. So now we're going to dive into the priorities. Staff is again proposing the same priorities for 2024. At the heart of all that we do as a city, in fact, it is our founding value is customer service and citizen engagement. That drives every decision that we make here at the City of Sandy Springs. Also, right along with that is to deliver the highest quality public safety services, enhancing multimodal transportation accessibility and maintaining high community appearance standards, create and support targeted economic development with a focus on redevelopment, providing inclusive and diverse recreation and cultural enrichment opportunities, promoting sustainable growth and fostering environmental stewardship, and ensuring long-term water reliability for all of our residents. We set the standard every day for customer service and citizen engagement. Here in this picture, which many of you have probably seen, is our senior public relations specialist, Xanthi Tilden, out at the Mount Vernon Bridge shortly after the excavator struck it. As we dove into this problem, and the mayor worked diligently with the commissioner of GDOT to get them to advance the construction of this bridge as a very important artery connecting Sandy Springs north and south with over 1,200 vehicles a day. In 2023, I'm proud to let you all know, and I know that many of you have heard about it, but not only did we create, but we stood up and started delivery of our inaugural Citizens Leadership Academy. This was a huge undertaking. Caroline Galvin led that in my office and did a fantastic job. It's 9 classes over a 5-month period. The goal of it is to empower and educate our residents and business owners about the City of Sandy Springs. Many of us may know the founding story of Sandy Springs, but we have a lot of new residents and businesses that don't know why we exist, why we are a city. And this program opens up talking about the history of starting Sandy Springs in 2005. Tonight, we actually have the next episode, I'm jokingly calling it that, of the Citizens Leadership Academy, and it's on finance. Tony and I will be having a wonderful time as we're doing a budget exercise where the class members will actually have the opportunity to think like a council member and think about how they prioritize the limited resources that the city has. We've also worked really hard to push out regular video updates. We know that video is a medium that so many of our younger residents are interested in. Personally, I would prefer to read something, but others enjoy video. In the last year, our communications department pushed out 85 new videos, including our weekly Inside Sandy Springs, which highlights the major activities that are in the Week in Review each week. We also enhanced the website search tool that made it easier to return broader results if you went and searched for an item, including resolutions and ordinances back to our incorporation in 2005. We've also placed a strong focus on bilingual engagement in our newsletter. Last year, we saw a significant growth in our Facebook and Instagram. In fact, we stood up an Instagram profile for the first time. We also really dove into the over-the-counter permitting process. And you'll hear more about that when Ginger comes up to talk about some changes that we are proposing to make in 2025. The goal with that over-the-counter process is to make it easier for property owners and contractors to come in and get easy permits, so to speak, there at the permit counter. Throughout the organization, we implemented customer service leadership training, and we also have begun delivery in partnership with Georgia Tech of the project management program for our project managers in public works, as well as for multiple individuals throughout the city. That is an ongoing process that we'll be finishing up later this spring, with our participants sitting for the PMP certification exam. We also began exploring artificial intelligence as a means of enhancing service delivery. And you're probably thinking, well, what does that mean? What we began looking at is how can we use it to help streamline communications. Some of our bilingual outreach efforts were accomplished and made easier because of artificial intelligence. We were able to put our English version into ChatGPT, for example, and it would come back with a Spanish version that we would then edit and make sure that it actually says what we wanted it to say. I'm extremely proud of the next to the last bullet on this slide, which is our annual comprehensive financial report, the audit. This was a huge accomplishment this year, and no small thanks to Tony Carlisle and her team in finance. For the very first time, the city had a totally clean audit with no findings and no management comments. That is extremely rare in today's day and age with the tightening standards that GASB is putting out every year. We've also worked hard to enhance customer service. Even though that is a founding value for the city, we know that we can always strive to do better, and we do every day. What we are doing there, we have now selected a new permitting software. We know there have been issues with InterGov for a number of years. Ginger will talk more about that transition to OpenGov, which will make it easier for folks to actually find their permit and get their permits issued quicker. In 2024, I mentioned OpenGov. Ginger will be talking about that more this afternoon. We'll also be working on some fast track permitting initiatives that Ginger will be talking about. We'll be working hard in 2024 to increase engagement on our social media platforms. Our goal is a minimum of 10% increase in engagement over the next 12 months. We want to create more organic and engaging content for people. We're also working to support our department's individual social media channels, such as Sandy Springs Police Department, Sandy Springs Fire Department, and recreational parks. We're also going to be strengthening our neighborhood engagement. We're looking at a plan to host neighborhood hard hat tours for folks that are interested in coming out as we begin work on TS 191. Which is our Mount Vernon Johnson Berry project, making it easier for the public to actually come see what is happening on those projects. And we also are working on a Get to Know You campaign for all of our community, but with a particular focus on our Spanish-speaking residents. Customer service survey continues to be an important part of understanding how we are meeting the needs of our community. We want to continue doing that and have an aiming to sustain our 95% positive feedback rate. I want to share with you some snippets from the customer service surveys that we've gotten over the last year. Professional and wonderful to work with, Tammy Edwards. Many of you know Tammy, she's at our revenue desk. She's fantastic. Now that is customer or citizen service. I am impressed and happy I live in Sandy Springs where citizens have a say and know it will be addressed quickly. Jesus Davila in community development. The representative was super professional. She assisted me with all services I came in for today. Overall, I had an amazing experience. Thank you. Fatima Sadiq, revenue. Very responsive via email, phone, physical visit, caring and focused on fixing our roads. Pamela Lawrence in our public works team. Yolanda was friendly and fast. The entire City Hall team is always great. Thank you. Yolanda White, revenue. This is why we do what we do every day and why we believe in providing those non-traditional government services of quality customer service. We're going to enhance our service delivery by beginning to implement even more artificial intelligence. Obviously, we're not going to compromise the security of any of our documents or network access, but we are working on implementing a chatbot through our city website that will make it easier for the public to ask a question of the chatbot, and it will mine the information on our website and give the answer back. If it doesn't have the information, obviously, it will ultimately refer back to a city staff member. Also this year is the time to rebid call center services. We last bid that in May of 2019. That will be coming out in the next month. And we are planning to pursue the Government Finance Officers Association's Distinguished Budget Award. We have received the audit award for the financial report for many, many years, but we have never applied for or received the budget award. So we think that's an important thing for us to pursue. On the right-hand column of the screen, you will notice there are numbers of total permits issued going back to 4 years. As you look through all of these, please ask us any questions, but we wanted you to see the permit volumes that we had in the city this year. Questions about customer service and citizen engagement before we go to public safety? Yes, sir.
Good morning, thank you.
Good morning.
Great way to start. And a nice video too.
Good.
So a couple things, this strengthened neighborhood engagement, that it reminded me that I first got on the council in 2010. The city would hold can't coffee rooms. When the city would hold an HOA annual meeting. And there'd be 2 or 3 people from the HOAs. And essentially the city would brief the community on the stuff that's happening. That went away. And I don't, Dan, you remember those? And people, why didn't we stop doing it?
We had one once a year for all the HOA presidents. At the beginning, and then what we noticed when we started doing more projects across the city, it would be more beneficial to have kind of micro throughout the city. So regional, micro, that's what we're looking to do, especially with all the number of projects starting.
So we're doing regional ones now? Because when was the last time we did one for District 1?
So remember, well, yours is because your district is typically by project, you have the fire station. But we do plan to go out and hold them more frequently throughout the city.
But no citywide. You're saying citywide is just not effective. There's so many things.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then the other question is strengthen neighborhood engagement. Can you share with us some of the details of what you're thinking of doing to strengthen neighborhood engagement? Maybe it's just these meetings you're talking about.
It's that, and it's also adding the hard hat tours so that we give people an opportunity to actually put boots on the ground that want to see the projects that we're working on. It gives them that tangible opportunity to interact with staff as well as see what their tax dollar is paying. We can certainly look at bringing back a luncheon for HOA presidents if there's a desire for that. That's
maybe it's worth doing once just to see if it turns out. If it winds up being unsatisfying, then we change it.
Yeah, we'll do that.
I heard a lot about those when you were having. I would have HOA people I run into, and they would talk to me about they just went to the city and had this meeting, and they learned about what's going on in the city as well. All right, and I have one final question. Now I'll stop talking.
You're good.
Engagement on social media platforms. I know very little about this, as you know. So you're shooting for. We had 70,000, and we had another 10%, so another 77,000. I forget what it was. Facebook hits or something like that. Facebook visits. That good? I mean, here Taylor Swift has 5 gazillion.
Well, and you have to realize Taylor Swift has a much broader audience than we would be trying to attract. Yes, yeah. So one of the ways that we are planning to do this is starting to do more videos. Videos really seem to be driving the algorithms on social media so that people pick it up and share it. And we want to start showing a day in the life. So we have a police officer that talks about here's what I do every day. A firefighter, here's what I do every day. somebody in revenue, somebody in parks and rec, to really give that inside view into what happens as a city employee. We also are branching out our video series of finding inspirational stories in the community. You'll remember we had the Marine who was over 100 years old. We had the video of her a few months back, working on those stories to try to push that out for more engagement.
That triggers more visits.
Yes, it does. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned the videos, which I really like. I think people do like that, but and the hard hat tours.
Mhm.
Can we do videos and hard hat?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because when 191 starts, I'd love to.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I looked online, it's not up to date yet, and I wanted to send something out, so this would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
So I think it's really great that we're starting to get into the artificial intelligence and chatbot. I think will be helpful.
Me too.
Just to comment on the artificial intelligence, you have to have the resources to train.
Mhm.
So we plan to have, I don't know whether it's through the companies that will be leveraging for those, or if we have people in-house that can help train and make it smarter.
So Jonathan in IT has been working on some strategies for us. Many of us, me personally, I've been doing a prompt engineering course so that I get smarter on how to use it myself. We are also going to be developing an AI policy for what's appropriate to be put into the large language model, because as you know, what you put out there is out there for everybody. So we'll be developing that over the course of this year. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for the presentation. I just thought of something that I want to encourage us to think about, and that is figuring out ways to, I guess, optimize the synergy between council members and this sort of neighborhood engagement push. Some of us are interested as well in learning how to better communicate with our communities. Some of us are already good at it. Some of us can offer support. Some of us could use support. I just want to take this moment to encourage our communications department to use and interact with us as well as you engage in some of these, at least district level neighborhood outreach interventions. Also, and I don't know if this is a good place to mention the website, the search tool on the website. I don't know if we're still tweaking.
We are.
Okay, because I very often do not have good results when I try to search things. So I don't know if this is a good moment to mention that, but.
We are aware of that and we are working to fix that issue.
I just heard among several of them up here too, I think having similar issues.
Yep.
I mean, if we're having problems with it, then it's clear that ordinary citizens who may not understand what's going on in the city as well as council may be having worse problems. So.
Which is another reason we're looking at the AI chatbot to put on the website to make it easier to pull things back.
Well, AI is an important emerging tool, and Eden and I talked several weeks ago when I came back from the Bloomberg meeting where we had an in-depth look at AI. There's a lot of upside, but there's also a lot of downside. We want to make sure we're capitalizing on the upside and defending against the downside. But it's an important tool that can make us and our teams much more efficient and effective if harnessed properly. So what you're seeing is really the first vestiges of an effort to try and make us cutting edge in this area. So we're starting small, and hopefully we'll expand to use this tool appropriately to make everybody more efficient and more effective, and particularly when it comes to those public interactive departments where we can get information aggregated and dispersed much more quickly.
I have one more comment. I just want, just as a reminder, we stream meetings on YouTube. All right, and that's the only platform or no, we stream to Zoom.
So we stream to YouTube, but we also relay that video on the city's website. So there is always a single website for public meetings where you can pick up the stream.
You can pick it up live on the city website?
So yeah, like we're live streaming it on the city website.
Okay, and thank you for that. What prevents us from leveraging the 70,000 Facebook visits and streaming on Facebook? Is that?
Facebook Live is not as stable of a platform. We could certainly post the link to YouTube, but that would be my recommendation rather than having separate video streams running at the same time.
I mean, we seem to be pretty popular on Facebook. That would seem to be whatever it is we need to do.
Sure.
Take advantage of that. Thanks.
I have one more quick thing. Sorry. The website search tool made me think of something. The other day I typed in something about, I think it was a CH2M highway report.
Mhm.
It literally gave me every report we'd ever published. It gave me every CH2M reference there was. It would really have been nice to have that the search tool just look for CH2M highway report only. Then have those three words in it. Don't put it in the list. Otherwise, it just goes on forever.
Like a Boolean search.
Is that what it is?
Yep.
Anyway, just a thought.
Yep.
That'd be a way of narrowing it because it's otherwise you just get every report.
Right.
It just didn't make sense. I stopped. It makes me tired. I can't keep going with it.
On a slightly positive note, I do enjoy our new, I guess, civic clerk replacement or the new version of it. I guess the platform that holds our agendas and agenda packets. I don't know. I actually really enjoy using it. So,
The labor loves it.
on a positive note. That's it. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, any more on customer service and citizen engagement? All right, I'm going to welcome up Chief DeSimone and Chief Sanders, who are going to chat about public safety.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Morning. Feel like a comedy show up here with the fire chief with.
Who's the straight man?
All right. All right, we'll start with the police department. The police headquarters and municipal court building coming along great. A lot of work going into the site. Same thing with the Fleet Enhancement Center. They're on Roswell Road. That should be open this spring, the Fleet building. Of course, the police headquarters and court will be open next year. The Sandy Springs Police River Patrol. This is really a great program that we started last year. We've always had a rescue capability on the river, but in 2022, just on the Sandy Springs side of the river, we had 3 fatalities, drownings, and on the Cobb side, there were about 6. Up and down the Chattahoochee all the way to the dam, there were probably about 18 fatal drownings. So we took the boat and repurposed it and did more of a enforcement with the police department. So last year we had absolutely no drownings on the Sandy Springs side of the river. And that was education and enforcement from Memorial Day through Labor Day. The public safety community violence reduction grant, that was a grant you all approved, over $1 million, that will be able to enhance our criminal intelligence capability. Looking forward to getting that started. City court collaboration with victim advocates. At the police department, we have 2 victim advocates, and now they're working with the homeless population, abused women, and working there with the courts. It's coming along very well. Improved recruiting efforts. We have beefed up our recruiting unit, especially backgrounds investigations, because it takes a lot of time to do the backgrounds. You've got to travel, especially out of state, to go through their backgrounds where they applied from. And we added a new page to the website just specifically for recruiting. Something I didn't know, and we've got a young female officer that's running this effort for us, that most, if not all, police recruits now do not want to talk to anybody, and they don't want to email anybody. So I said, well, how in the world do they get the job? It's all text messages, which is, this is the new way things are done. But they go on the website, and it's not like they email us. They pick up a mobile phone number, and then they start texting back and forth with recruiters. Also mental, physical, and financial fitness. Of course, for physical, we have the gym. Mental, we offer classes, but the most popular class recently has been the financial fitness classes. I like to say police are not very good at math. We're trying to make them better. So.
Good morning. So the accomplishments for 2023 for the fire department, as we all know, Station 5 is well under construction. The doors have been installed. We're excited about that. We're covered and protected. We also have an tentative grand opening in June 2024. We're tracking very well. Lee Young has done a tremendous job with facility, and it's coming right along. So we anticipate that grand opening. We've this past fall, we went through the insurance rating schedule with ISO, and they came in and did the evaluation. We did get information over the last 2 weeks that we should receive, or the city manager should receive the findings sometimes before March. And we're currently at our fire service rating schedule is a 2, and we'll see where we're at coming March, but we should have a good findings there. And multiple agency active shooter tabletop exercise that was performed with working with Imani White actually coordinated this, working with Sandy Springs Police Department, Fulton County Schools Police Department, and Atlanta Fulton County Emergency Management actually performed a tabletop exercise there at Riverwood High School. And it was really a time to, the departments got together, better communication was improved there. We shared resources. Every agency now understands what roles we will play in working with them. So Chief Deeslow and I and our command staffs, we feel much more comfortable in responding and reacting to that type of incident should we ever have one. The multifamily residential housing ordinance, which you have passed, our group has been working hand in hand with Ginger and her team and putting together a very good program that will be rolling out here, or has rolled out here in January. We'll continue to do so over the next few months. Fire department will have a dedicated fire inspector assigned with that team to work and make sure that we meet all our objectives.
Chief, before we go on, I've kind of picked up that our, we require intumescent paint in a lot of our apartments that are not sprinkled, but that it is not working to retard the spread of fires in some of our apartments as much as we had hoped and would like. Can you kind of brief us a little bit about what's occurring there?
Well, as I shared with you when we shared the proposal to apply the intermittent paint, keep in mind that was to slow down the progression of that fire, to protect the structural integrity of the truss systems that are in there. Keep in mind those trusses were designed and engineered and held together by what's known as a very thin gusset plate, which is the first thing to collapse and to be impacted by the flame spread. That has helped that and continues to help slow down the mitigation. What we have discovered in one of our complexes was the application was not done adequately and appropriately. We've met with the property owner, and we actually found that after a fire that they had applied it, but not applied it as recommended by the manufacturer. We just recently had another fire one of the challenges we have with the fire spread is the time that the fire is actually discovered, the progression of the fire with the flow path that's there, and then the notification to the 911 center that we have a fire and we need help. If you notice our last fire that we had up in the north end off of Colquitt Road, the individual there, the fire was caused by a burning candle that was left on a table there in the living room. It ignited a plastic plant, further extinguished the lady or the occupant was actually asleep on the couch. The break of the glass on the table alerted her. She woke up and panicked, ran out onto the balcony and was hollering for help. And someone that, keep in mind, everyone is asleep and in bed, then noticed that she was there, noticed we had a fire, and then called 911. So it's when the fire is discovered. That fire progression there did break through the roof, did ignite and eventually burn off a portion of that roof, but half of the building was saved. So it still provides its purpose. Those are the challenges that we run into. One of the advantages of the new ordinance with the multifamily residential housing is the previous ordinance only allowed 10% of the complex being inspected and reported. Now 100% has to be inspected moving forward this year. So we are still very confident that that program and that expense that was put on the owner has helped us and protected our firefighters by giving us more time to get in and to extinguish the fire.
Moving to enhancing community engagement, Sandy Springs Police Department has always had a very robust community engagement process. Something we implemented last year that will carry us into 2024 is after the October 7th attacks in Israel. One of our police chaplains, Rabbi, I talked to him about offering firearm safety classes to his congregation. Didn't know how it'd be received. Normally we get about 20 people a month throughout the year that want to take advantage of the firearm safety class. We offered this one synagogue and we had over 200 people sign up. And then it started to spread through the Jewish community, and last count, I think we have over 1,000 people that want to attend our firearm safety class, just out of the temples and synagogues in Sandy Springs. So it's almost exceeded our capability because of range time to do this, but we're gonna make it happen. And so that was, really surprising for all of us. Leadership training, we continue to send people to leadership training, whether it's through the state or the FBI. Reduce person and property crime, always looking to drop our crime rate. Hope to do it 2024 by about 2%, mainly through education. Hey, do not leave your laptop on the front seat of your car with the windows down. That would really help reduce the property crime.
Chief, and this is one thing that I wanted to kind of dig into a little bit. Seems to me, this is not just in Sandy Springs. If you read news reports and social media, it's happening all over the metro area, but just a huge rash of car break-ins. And I'm not asking for any top secret information, but are we focusing on helping harden those situations, or adding patrols into apartment complexes where we have a particular problem, especially in the area along 400 and 285, where they can come in, hit, and be gone?
Yes, sir. We do. And the education of the apartment complexes, condo communities, HOAs is a big thing. But I can tell you the thing that hurts us the most, and I just talked to some street crime officers last week who stopped. You may have seen it in the media, the big spree. They knew the perpetrators. They knew them. They're like, oh, did we lock you up like 3 months ago? Yeah, you got me again. It's we catch and release. We catch them, they let them go, they come right back to our community. So when the police and the bad guys know each other on a first name basis, you've got a problem. So a lot of it is enforcement with the courts. We've got to have our courts to do more, especially juvenile courts, because right now, if you catch a juvenile, they don't even go to jail. You just call their parents to come pick them up.
Well, and also, violent crime reduction, which I know is kind of interrelated. I'm hearing that cities, including Sandy Springs, are getting letters from the DA saying that they're not going to prosecute crimes, including, at least in one instance, murder.
Yes, sir, that is correct. There has, in Fulton County, the district attorney's office has sent out a rash of letters throughout the county from north to south, declining to prosecute certain felony cases, including murder.
What reasons are they giving for not prosecuting? I mean, one fairly high profile murder case here in Sandy Springs, right?
Yes, sir. North Ridge at Georgia 400 was an AK-47 killed an individual in a parking lot. Officers heard the gunshots. They were in the parking lot when it happened. Caught the suspect with the rifle. Took him to CID. The detectives got a confession out of him. We locked him up. He was released after about 30 days. And this was, I think, 3 years ago. And prosecutorial discretion was the reason given for not taking him.
They're not explaining to us why they're not. I mean, other than just we decided we didn't want to do it.
Yes, sir. That's it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's an issue.
Yeah, what was the circumstances in that?
They knew each other, a beef over marijuana, some drugs, and one just decided to kill the other. Sorry.
And are we finding more citizens being armed? You mentioned about the firearm safety classes. Are we finding more citizens that are either applying for concealed weapons permits or carrying weapons, etc.? Just average citizens like you and I, obviously not police officers, but just average citizens.
Yes, sir. I think so. There's no longer requirement in the state of Georgia for a concealed weapons permit. It's a constitutional carry state now. So we don't really have those numbers because there's no need to have that permit anymore. But I would think just from our Jewish community and the number of people who want the firearm safety class, I think the number of people arming themselves has gone up substantially. Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned the victim advocate. When we see somebody that may need help, is there like a certain number that we should give them, or we can call, or to reach out to 911, or?
Right, it depends on what kind of help it is. If it's, an emergency situation, homeless person on the side of the road, yes, give us a call at 911. If it's a family that you think, may need some help, it's best to contact somebody at the police department directly and just sort of explain what the issue is. Are they in a domestic violence situation? Are they, what kind of police matter is it? And a lot of times it's not a police matter. It may be some other social services that we can direct to. Most of those on the county level. We have a very good working relationship with those entities. So whatever it is, of course, if it's an emergency 911, if it's, some situation that there's some kind of intervention that needs to take place, always the patrol commander is a good person to start with.
Chief, thanks. Just as a follow-up, did we receive a deeper dive into this, to the murder case, please? At some further follow-up point, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Chief. So I saw an interesting story on the news over the weekend that Atlanta police had identified the top 100 crooks. Just literally what the story was all about. And in an effort to reduce crimes in the city, they're actually going after and arresting these top 100 crooks. which makes sense to me. I've often heard that the vast majority of crimes are committed by a small group of repeat offenders. So how does that square with the Fulton County District Attorney not prosecuting? You have to have both sides of this, otherwise arresting them, they're just gonna get out of it. It doesn't make any sense. So how's that working in the city of Atlanta?
Yeah, that's always a frustrating thing for a police chief, because a lot of times people look at crime rates and they always blame the police. But we're only one portion of it. You know, we've got judges and we've got the court system. So we have prosecutors and they have to prosecute the cases. We have to have judges and juries that find on our side and hold people accountable. But if one leg of that stool breaks off or is not functioning, it's very, very difficult for law enforcement agencies to be effective.
Have you heard about this top 100 crooks off the streets program?
I have, and it's not anything new. We were doing this in Charlotte 25 years ago. So it's and they've done it in Atlanta, just bringing the newest top 100 back.
I want to pick one final question for both of you. We talk about recruitment and retention. Where are we? You know, we have a target staff of 168 or 90, whatever it is. Are you close to that? And are you getting successful recruits coming in?
We are. I hate to say, because I was talking to the chief of Roswell and his mayor got up and said, "Hey, we're full staffed." And then next they had a bunch of retirements, and then nobody else puts in for it. Like, "Hey, I heard the mayor say they're full up there." So I told him, just make sure your mayor keeps saying that. We'll take on your recruits. But we're getting close to having a waiting list for police out.
Okay.
So it's going well. And a lot of it is, the economy drives some of it, and sort of the flavor, it's not as anti-police in 2024 as it was in 2021. So now people are looking at it and saying, okay. But honestly, one of the biggest things is salaries. I mean, people can earn very, a livable wage as a police officer. And our off-duty program is a lot of the businesses want off-duty Sandy Springs police officers. CHOA is the recent business to approach us. And that takes a lot of sworn officers to fill the slots that they want. And that pays very well. So, and with the patrol officers, they are off every other weekend, a 3-day weekend. So they have a lot of personal time that they can still be here in Sandy Springs. And with our take-home car program, we have a lot of cars in the city, and just to let you all know how that works. When there's a big incident, whether it's a bad wreck or some person with a gun call, and we need extra cars there, these officers will break off their jobs wherever it is in their cars and get there. Because I know when we had the shooting over in Perimeter Mall in Dunwoody, I got over there and there was 20 Sandy Springs police cars there. And I'm thinking, I know we don't have that many working right now. Probably half of them were working off duty, heard it on the radio, like, I gotta go. So that really gives you an added force here in the city because of that work.
So Archie, you have recruiting challenges, or how you doing?
We don't. We have one administrative dismissal over the last 90 days. And we have someone now in the process of being hired in that spot. Then we have one that we made a job offer. They're on military deployment unless they come back. So we addressed our pay, and we were really able to secure some steadiness in our numbers.
Good.
Just a question. I know that you hear a lot about fentanyl and overdoses across the country. How is it in Sandy Springs? Is it increasing, about the same?
It's about the same, maybe a little lower, but we were averaging about 2 fentanyl overdoses a week in Sandy Springs, which is pretty significant. But it's trending down just a little, but not. It's probably just the time of year. We do have a fentanyl presentation coming up in February, with the DEA and high intensity drug trafficking, group. Those guys are experts in drugs and fentanyl, and they're gonna do a community meeting similar to what they did in council. And, we're gonna start pushing that out on social media. So, that, and one sad thing, I sort of brought this up last week, we still have and I don't know how to combat this problem of suicides. Last week in Sandy Springs, in one day, we had 3 suicides. In one day. One day. Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure if now is the time, but since we mentioned the fleet enhancement facility, I wanted to confirm something related to the aesthetic of it. And I'm not sure if that should wait till later or if now's a good time. Can we confirm that at least to partially it'll be bricked? This is a question I received from the public, and I have the renderings. I just want to confirm. Yeah. Thank you so much. All right. Chief, I recall, I don't know, a few months ago during our budget exercise, we had at least we discussed the increase in jail costs. Do you see that continuing to go up? I mean, is that just something?
Yes, ma'am, probably just the cost of everything is going up. Right now, we're still with the Smyrna jail, got a very good relationship with the chief over there, on everything he knows, so, we continue to have that good relationship. But yeah, costs are expensive, not only costs for the, personnel that have to staff it, but food costs are also way up. And you gotta feed them 3 times a day, so.
You don't see that really stabilizing.
Probably not.
All right, with the new police headquarters, I know that part of the campus is, we expect to have a gun range on some part of the campus. My question was, can that be used, or is there any intention to use that to help with some of the trainings that are public facing?
Absolutely, that's what we would like to do is,
Okay.
When I've got over 1,000 people in our Jewish community wanting training, and I get 3 lanes at the Sandy Springs gun range, it takes me a long time, but I don't think I'd ever be able to get it.
Yeah,
So,
someone had that.
yeah,
I'm just
so
curious.
that's, we would like to do that, and that's future planning for that site up there. But we have, our federal law enforcement partners are very interested in, helping us with that, both monetarily and, with, equipment, instructors, because they're in the same situation we're in. And, they are spending 2 hours one way to get to a range, to shoot for 30 minutes and then come back. It really takes a whole day for something that doesn't take that long to do. And it's a requirement. You've got to do it so often. So they have approached us and said, hey, we're in. I've had one federal law enforcement agency already get approval from Washington, D.C. for $100,000 a year just for maintenance of range if they can partner with us in Sandy Springs. That's just targets and target equipment, cleaning equipment, things like that.
Do you have a timing on that yet?
No, sir, not yet.
It's subject to fundraising. We'll be scheduling the organizational meeting of the Sandy Springs Police Foundation likely in the next couple of weeks. And at that point, we'll have to launch a fundraising campaign. That is not something we were anticipating using general fund dollars.
What's the budget?
You had estimated.
$25 million.
So 25 million.
Yeah, it's a big price tag.
How many lanes?
Oh my gosh. I've got some plans I'll send to you. But it's big. It goes out to 50 yards on one side and about 25 to 35 on the other. But with that, and this just came up this past week, there's a Fortune 500 company here in Sandy Springs that we train all of their campus security, and they're very interested in partnering with us to build. So there may be some naming things like, hey, we'll give you the money for it if we just call it, I don't want to say the company's name, we call it that. Yeah. they've helped us before, and of course, a very, very large, very helpful, generous corporation here in Sandy Springs.
Received just a question some time ago about the potential negative impact they may have on private ranges, I guess, we contract with. But I mean, they're not gonna go under. I mean, what is?
I don't think so. They're doing a very good business right now.
It's actually interesting to note many of the private ranges are already closing. We have been told that Sharpshooter up in Roswell, which is where a lot of other North Fulton localities go, is actually closing. They're looking to transition to a car lot this way, we've been told. Sharpshooter on,
You and I went to, property's worth too.
yeah.
I get just a brief update on the status of our residentially challenged community initiatives. For example, we had warming stations a couple of weeks ago. Did anybody use them?
No, so the most recent point in time count had 2 individuals in Sandy Springs. So what we've been doing is offering accommodations if needed and if requested, but it would cost us more money to actually have staff and to stand up a warming station.
So, okay, I have to think of that. Okay.
Well, we provided shelter for people, but without having us needing staff.
Yeah.
Which saved us money, and actually the accommodations would have been better. So, but I think what Eden is saying, we had a homeless count like last week.
Yeah.
And they identified 2 individuals in Sandy Springs. I know we've had more than that in the past, and it's a somewhat transient community. They move from place to place, but at least at this point, we didn't have very many. But we did provide accommodations for warming for anybody who needed it. We just and put the word out that it was available, but we didn't have anything.
Would it be naive to believe this is like a positive trend that's maybe happening in our
As the
area?
mayor mentioned, it's transient. I think what you're seeing is that folks go back and forth into Atlanta, where there are broader services and they actually have the ability to do more than we do.
Well, they have encampments there, and you know, it's like a community. They have friends and everything else that they have developed in their years on the street. One of the challenges with the homeless community is many of them are more comfortable living on the street than they are living in a facility. They don't want to go into homeless shelters because their few possessions often get stolen, or they're physically or sexually abused. So they're much more comfortable living on the streets, as tragic as that may sound. But they do kind of move. The political boundaries don't matter much. They move back and forth into encampments that are around in the region, and so it's always a challenge.
Chief Sanders, first I want to thank both of y'all for everything that you do for us, our community. But Chief, last year we talked a lot, or a couple years ago, about the false alarms and the for the police. I saw the numbers up there. Do we have a lot of false alarms when it comes to fire?
We do have a number of them. We are required to respond. We have a program established it years ago that if it is a false alarm and there was failure on the alarm or failure for them to properly quickly notify us, then our personnel coded a code 70, and then a charge is charged back to the property management. But when we went through that transition back in 2016, I believe, with the alarm ordinance, we did see somewhat of reduction, but because of the fire risk, we're still required to send at least one apparatus to that commercial building. Residential fire alarms have significantly decreased, but commercial, they stay pretty consistent. We have seen a number of continued busted water pipes. This last, it's not as bad as it was last year yet, but we did see a number. We have 16 buildings that are having fire watch with them now till they get those repaired.
How do you decide how many trucks you send out at one time, like, and then?
We have to, with the fire rating schedule services known as ISO, we are required to have arrival on scene within 8 minutes and effective firefighting force. That number has been determined to be a minimum of 15. If you recall, we have budgeted 4 personnel per apparatus with a minimum staffing of 3. So that requires us to get a number of apparatus on the scene to get that 15. But usually in a large structure fire, and I'm speaking just recently, we had a large home off of Northside Drive, well over, 18,000 square feet. We had close to 30 personnel working with also one of the Atlanta's engines responding to that scene because it takes so many personnel. It's such a large structure that's involved. So it really depends on that, but the minimum that we have to have on the scene is 15. So share real briefly with you our 2024 initiatives for the fire department. We are working hand in hand, as I shared with you, with community development, but we also have a role to play in the fire department side, which requires a lot of prevention, a lot of inspections. On that side, we still have 2 additional folks assigned to the 96 apartment complexes that we have in the city. One of those initiatives that we plan to do this year is, if you recall, last year you passed an ordinance which required the complexes that do not have fire sprinkler systems, that do have breezeways that are open to multiple unit doorways. They had to fire protect that corridor. So they've got until November of 2024 to come into compliance. That's approximately 28 complexes that are working currently in making those improvements. They're having to remove the vinyl siding, put in hardy plank siding in there, which has a better fire protection and spread. And also they had to put automatic door closures on the exterior doors where they will close automatically. New code requires that. The old code did not require that. So we required them to do that unless the building was sprinkled. So there's a sunset on that of November 2024. As I shared with you, Station 5 will be opening in June 2024. And Monty is working on the emergency management side, working to create a program that will be known as Emergency Citizens Action Guide. Be smart, be informed, be prepared. And you'll see that unroll roll out sometimes in 2024. Increasing community engagement. We shared, we all shared and heard a while ago earlier about our need to make our communication more robust to our community. One of the things that we will find when we begin our enhanced review and survey and creation of our community risk reduction program is that analyzing fire calls. Over the last 3 months, we've had a number of fires and they were due to multiple cooking incidences. We got to continue to communicate the safety in cooking, not leave cooking unattended. Secondly, we've seen an increase in candle use and unsupervised candle use that's caused more than one fire here in the last 90 days. And thirdly, oily rags that are piled. When I say oily rags, these are rags that have been utilized for polishing, where they've got potential accelerant type solutions in there, mineral spirits, linseed oil, those types of products. When they're used in rags, and those rags are placed in a pile, over time, there is a heating that takes place in those rags, and they spontaneously combust. We've had 2 of those incidences within the last 90 days. And so our goal is to try to educate more of these things because we're seeing these trends, and they come reciprocally over 5 or 6 years. We'll see an increase of fire calls, but these are the things that we're wanting to utilize Usually, we mentioned artificial intelligence was spoken of earlier. This is one aspect of that artificial intelligence when it comes to the fire service, is watching and seeing those types of causes, being able to look at those. Another part of artificial intelligence being studied right now scientifically is taking fire calls, building construction, showing flow paths, showing the type of material that's being built and being stored in homes now in furniture, the acceleration of their fire their fire rating, and there is much lower to start a fire, burns quicker, hotter, more toxic, creating this environment that's very unsafe for the fire personnel going in. The artificial intelligence helps us to go back and look at that data, information, create videos showing the full flow paths, and truly making the environment safer for our firefighters when they enter those burning buildings. So we're well on top of that. Some other technology that is out there is headgear where the firefighters can actually go into the smoke-filled environment, not only now with hand and feel, but they are able to see through the technology the furniture where the sitting. They could see through the smoke. In times past, we'd not be able to see our hand in front of our face, making it much safer, rescuing victims as well. We're going to continue to work on our community education program with CPR. CPR changes lives. Bystander training is critically important. And we've seen a reduction in our work-related injuries through our risk management program in Sandy Springs Fire Department. We'll continue to do that. And then finally, what we've discussed with you guys, you folks in the last few months, working with the city manager to do a North Fulton wide an agreement with the ambulance service, and we'll share you more of that during the budget preparation, budget presentations. Also working to implement that community paramedicine program, and so that we can reduce the mileage and the wear and tear on our apparatus. And we'll be presenting something to you on February 6th for your request for approval during that time to help that program as well. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Giulio, Mr. Bowden.
Chief, about a year ago, I was planning on buying myself an electric bicycle. I thought that would be a nice thing to have in town here. And then I read a couple of articles, I think in the Wall Street Journal, about communities having problems with electric vehicles, electric bicycles, starting fires. And I thought to myself, well, the only place I have to put one of those is in my garage. And next thing I know, my house is going to burn down. Have we had any now in cars and bicycles and everything else combusting?
If you recall, I made a statement a couple of weeks ago in speaking with you folks about fire and the risk that we have. The battery is a high risk fire. It's extremely low frequency. And some of the things that we have seen happen is that a number of the fires that have been caused with the bicycles, they've been charged too long. They're unattended. They just been keeps charging. So, there's a risk to everything. Please keep in mind, there's extremely low frequency.
It is low.
And it's extremely low. And, we have the potential, we have an electric vehicle fire. It is a bad fire, and it's going to take copious amounts of water to extinguish that fire. And it really presents us a challenge, but we have extremely low frequency when those do occur.
If I saw an article about in New York City where a number of apartments, 20 or 30 different apartment buildings, prohibited their tenants from having electric bicycles because there were so many catching on fire.
And I think that's one thing that you see. We monitor the trends, and if we were to see an uptick in that type of fire, then we would definitely bring it to the city management and your attention, and we would do everything we can to communicate.
Thank you. Mr. Bowden.
So one of the most, I think, satisfying and I think well-received events last year for me at District 6 was when we had that night out on Northwood that really crosses over our goals. Well, community engagement in the area of public safety, in particular police interaction, is critically important. I'd like to see us come back to District 6 and also do that more of those throughout the city on our goals.
overall goals of community engagement. And one thing that resonates is signing people up for CPR. At those, you can't really CPR there, but you can certainly leverage those events for letting people know about CPR and other things that we've got going on. But I'd like to establish a goal of having X numbers of those meetings, and to Councilwoman Kelly's point about how there can be assistance from staff with council, that's just above my capacity to arrange something like that. So when we can do that in coordination with staff, frankly, all of us can attend. I don't think that's attended. I'd love to see us to define a certain number of those, at the very least, maybe have one per district over the course of the year.
We'll look at what resources would be needed for that, because I'm hearing what you're asking for. Those are going to require some additional staff resources for us to be able to really build out. I know we can give it a test to see, but.
Well, the event was great. I'm willing, again, just one, but this is where council gets to chime in, establish priorities and utilize resources. I would certainly be favorable towards providing our esteemed city manager those resources to make that happen.
I have one follow-up comment. You're talking about requests for firearm training. It occurs to me that if you have 1,000 requests for firearm training, there could very well be 1,000 weapons out there being carried by untrained people, which means if something happens, a better chance of me getting shot by one of them because I haven't been trained. So whatever you need to ramp up this training to whatever you guys can manage, the more people we have trained, the less chance somebody doesn't get shot inadvertently. So if you can help you with that, let us know. But I think it should be a priority to get these folks trained so they don't harm somebody else.
I'll add this to that, Councilman. We've had one metro city, because of firearms training for the police and their citizens, have offered $5 million towards the $25 million cost of the facility. Their chief said, "Hey, we'll give you $5 million. We can use it." So that is how big the need is. And I don't know if he's run it through his manager and council, but probably wouldn't tell me if he didn't.
Let his mouth try to check his body's got cash.
But it's obviously a city that's so close to us.
Obviously, it's a need.
It's a need. It is
urgent.
Yes, and a brief of the city manager yesterday, one of the ventilation systems on the Sandy Springs gun range has gone down, which has impacted us because the maintenance they had to get fixed, and can't shoot until that's repaired.
Yeah, just either follow when you're thinking about those events, and again, you all have to manage resources, but we need to utilize off-duty folks.
Yeah.
We can look at the cost of that. I mean, there's clearly a demand for them for the employment. I mean, we ought to, on some of these issues, these are real touch points for our citizens. I completely agree on the gun training, gun safety classes. We talked about that, what the city's role can be in this issue of, gun violence, suicide prevention. I think we can have a very constructive role. I don't think we can expect anything from anybody else, frankly, whether it's the state, certainly not the county. I know this would resonate, and it's something that I would absolutely prioritize on a lot of these areas. And this is consistent with our goals. So let's give a lot of thought to what resources we could give to these items. Obviously, we have to snap our fingers and have a gun range, but there's some low-hanging fruit that sounds like with dollars we can get it done, and then we can see if there's any correlation to the results. Fewer calls into. I mean, I'd be interested to see if you have a program and then follow up is maybe there's fewer calls, and what's the measurable results of what we're doing.
We'll work on a plan.
Dr. Kelly.
I just wanted to say one thing, Chief Sanders, when you all bring back the comprehensive fee schedule item, there's two things I'm interested in. One would be enforcement. I don't think that came up, but you can address it when it comes back. And also, and I don't think anyone's here from our legal department, but I received a question around the extent to which our charter allows us to charge fees for that sort of service. So being able to speak to those two things would be helpful when you bring it back.
Chief, thank you. We appreciate it.
Good job.
Thanks to all of your entire team. I think we get nothing but kudos from our citizens about what you do. So thank you and to your whole team.
Okay, Mayor, next on our topic today is transportation accessibility and community appearance. Would you all like to dive into that, or you want a 5-minute break?
Break.
Okay.
All right, photo in front of you, Christine Schultz, our T-Splosh project manager for the North Side Roundabout, TS 106, one of our road. And she's out there with some of our communications staff finest, filming a road ahead segment for the project. Put the word out throughout the duration of the project. You have seen and will see here in the next couple of months some very significant major capital transportation project construction of the transportation in front of the council. All told, as I went through a tally on the projects we took through and completed pre-construction this past year. That's design, utilities coordination in advance of construction, and right-of-way acquisition. We've completed pre-construction on some $52 million worth of capital transportation projects this past year. Seen some of the bids, few yet to go. Slide. The capital improvements program. Again, I cited the big numbers that go along with the work that the staff has done, along with a lot of help from a lot of folks this past year. But I did want to highlight a couple of particular projects within both our CIP and T-Splosh programs this year. Specifically, let's talk about the PAT 400 multi-use trail extension project, a partnership with GDOT, City of Atlanta, and the City of Sandy Springs. Many of you have already been on portions of the trail already constructed. Other portions of the trail within the City of Atlanta under construction now. Had an opportunity to see that work on. Atlanta's in the process of letting its portion of the segment we've worked with now. And as I speak, we're preparing to put our portion of the trail project out for bids, with bids expected in March of this year. All said and done, that trail project that we hope to let a little later this year will tie into that significant trail system already in place and under construction in Atlanta, and as well extend a portion of the trail network down from the work that's being completed now in the I-285 400 Transform project. As you recollect, some portions that are right at 285 and 400, there's a trail system through from Glen Ridge up to Lake Hearn as part of that construction. And as we talk about a few other projects, especially we get a chance to talk projects a little later on this afternoon with the walkthrough, works in the way beyond that trail system to extend the network even further. Bridge enhancements. Another partnership, in this case, primarily with the Georgia Department of Transportation and its managed lanes program. But as I speak, bridge enhancements that we've worked on with you for the past few years are taking place on 3 bridges and overpasses in the city of Sandy Springs. Mount Vernon Highway Bridge, you can see it back now. Roberts Drive and Pitts Road Bridge, all under construction, all with the extra width, the pedestrian and bicycle enhancements that we sought so that we could build a long-term infrastructure for the city to include provisions of these key bridges and overpasses for future trails, networks, etc. And as well, the city's aesthetic enhancements and logos and branding that go along with those bridges to state that presence for the next 50 years or greater. These bridge enhancements now underway, expected to complete later this year. On T-Splosh, I mentioned the Northside Drive Roundabout project just a moment ago. That $3 million construction project was let, in this case, for the second time. We had to work on the bids and try to get the numbers a little better for the city with the first round of bidding. That notice to proceed was issued in May, with the plan by virtue of the constraints of the site that we needed to move not only build the roundabout project, create the space for that roundabout, but also move all of the utilities during construction. There wasn't the space to advance, relocate all of those utilities. With that made, notice to proceed to construction, and a lot of hard work from both the contractor and the staff team on that project. We were successfully able to coordinate all of those various utility coordinations, the roadway closures that went along with that, with all the users in the area. And we were able to open that roundabout to traffic in December of this year, effectively on schedule, give or take a day or two. The final work on that project, the punch list, final paving, topping, powering the lights, et cetera, here over the next month or so, we wrap that work up for project complete. Our largest capital transportation project to date, the Mount Vernon Highway, Johnson Ferry Road, Roswell Road project, is now awarded. Some $15.9 million. Work's already underway to get the construction itself moving, as we expect to start that mid-February. Utility relocation, you've seen some of the advanced utility work. We even worked with facilities to build a Veterans Park ahead of the project so that could get out. That was anyhow, but major work to come, about a 2-year construction duration out there planned, significant utility relocations plus a lot of construction work to fix the knot in traffic right here at City Hall that has existed for years, that finally get an opportunity to tackle. Transportation planning. Some significant transportation planning efforts this past year. The Roswell Road Access Management Plan was adopted in February of this past year. We recently entered into an agreement with GDOT to develop alternatives for the development of our gateway intersection, Roswell Road at I-285. Overall estimated for this planning study alone, $1.25 million. The city's match or contribution in that, some $150,000. Years in the making, but it's a significant project that has been revitalized now with the intent to find the right intersection answer for this important intersection here in the city of Sandy Springs. And we're beginning now to execute traffic studies in support of our Safe Streets and Roads for All Safety Action Plan. If you recollect, we received a $360,000 grant as part of federal programs this past year. Local match of some $90,000 to go with to begin those studies. And we'll hear more about this important plan as the plan develops over the course of the year. Sidewalk repair and trip hazards. We now completed somewhere over 1,700 sidewalk repairs throughout the city. If you recollect from a few years ago, we added additional crew size to our roadway maintenance and repair contract to enable a more effective road sidewalk repair and maintenance where we had a significant backlog. That crew has made significant progress for us, along with fixing roadway sections, curb and gutter, all of the other things that go along with roadway. Roadway beautification enhancements. Abernathy Road at Johnson Ferry intersection. So the 3 corners that add to the 4th corner already in Abernathy after the Green Park. Coincidentally, that completion of that project happened at the time, right along with the final steps in completing the Johnson Ferry Road lighting that lit the city. Johnson Ferry Road, pretty much from that intersection down to the bridge and the river. Capital project delivery with both GDOT and PCID. We see opportunities for partnership where we can. Importantly, this year we were able to receive $960,000 in engineering grant from the Atlanta Regional Commission to foster and move forward the engineering design for the North End Boulevard project, already programmed in the T-SPLOST program. Now, this is enabling in that now we have a federally funded project with design underway, where we have the opportunity to conduct and complete the environmental coordination, enabling the project in its construction to ultimately become, for future federal funds toward construction as we advance the project, working with both GDOT safety program and the ARC to advance that project. And on a really positive note, the last of our 2016 T-SPLOST projects that had no traction, we have an agreement with CID. Not only do we have an agreement with CID now, that's the Peachtree Dunwoody Bike and Pedestrian Trail, but we also have a design contract now to advance that project. So ultimately, back to my discussion about and extensions thereon from the Path 400 project, this trail network or trail extension on Peachtree Dunwoody Road adds to the system now in place, provided a 285 400 beyond. The major T-SPLOST initiative CIP for 24. In addition to the projects I just highlighted, we look to execute later this year the Boylston and Hammond intersection project. As you heard from our GTIP application that we took before you not so long ago, an estimate of somewhere between $2.5 million in construction for that important project that lays up intersection improvements in front of a major Hammond Drive widening project. Roswell Road at Fulton Government Center, the Hawk Signal and Crossing. We've awarded that project. GDOT will match in with a companion project to install the signalization gear once we've got the hardscape completed. So with that moving forward, again, progress, a long-standing need that we worked on there. Roswell Road at Dalrymple, $2 million construction project. The advanced utility relocations are underway now. Project awarded to advance that project into construction here in the next month or so. In the walk-around boards that we'll look at a little later on today, you'll see the sidewalk road projects identified within T-SPLOST 2021. We've targeted some 10 of those capital sidewalk projects that will be let for construction or have already construction in calendar year 2020. You'll see the stepping projects in 25 or 26 as we move towards executing more complex and larger of those projects as well. Capital paving, biggest year ever upcoming for capital paving, 7.97 million in capital paving. Should achieve some 21.2 miles of capital paving when all said this year, after a very significant year last year for 18 miles of capital paving.
Mark, have you begun to incorporate, if the governor's budget passes, as he submitted it, doubling of the LMIG, have you begun to figure out what we can do if that money comes through?
We haven't yet. We can certainly go to the list. We've got the new list coming. We've got the data coming within the next couple of weeks from our consultant that's conducted this PCI survey. What's unclear yet, Mayor, with the governor's program is exactly where those LMIG dollars, how they'll become available to us. In years past, for instance, we've received those dollars under a safety program. And in that case, we had to seek out specific remedies and specific projects that those dollars get fund. For instance, much of the work, Councilman DeJulia, if you recollect, on Peachtree, Dunwoody, and Telford, some of that work was eligible under the safety program. So we're able to offset some of the cost in there and take advantage of those dollars there. Signing, striping, reflectivity, those kind of things. So we'll look at how that program might be.
Might want to talk.
Postured.
Go ahead and reach out to GDOT to see how they plan to administer those funds if they come through. We can go ahead and get some planning.
Yeah, we've thus far we've gone to our primary source, Atlanta Regional Commission, and they're in contact with GDOT planning as well, to try to understand the rules.
Does that money come through ARC?
They're kind of our clearinghouse, so we look to them to help us with understanding what the lines are and how the programs get shaped. But ultimately, it'll be a direct contract there, as you moved to there, between us and GDOT. So. All right, short-term signal upgrades, and that'll add on to transportation plans and traffic studies, some even longer-term signal upgrades. For instance, within the medical district safety study, several intersections were identified for what I termed short-term improvements with traffic signal systems there, be it back plates, additional reflective gear, whatever it might be in those cases. Those materials are in now. We'll begin the process of deliberate installation on those materials over the course of the next several months, putting it into a work. As well, Dr. Taylor, as you recollect from some of our, what I'll call our little more complex, in need of greater upgrade intersections, especially those on Boswell Road, like Boswell Trowbridge. We brought on engineering on-call consultants to do a more detailed or deeper dive into what accessibility and proper traffic function needs at those intersections. For instance, where the push buttons need to go, how do we manage traffic flow so that we create a safe route of travel, etc. Those projects will be ready for letting later this year as we complete those assessments and get the permits that go along with it. The emphasis again, Route 9, where we'll need to coordinate with GDOT's Traffic Safety Office, District 7, as we get those permits and move forward with those improvements there. I mentioned a little while ago the Safe Streets for All program. It's just beginning. So we'll not only we, Public Works and Transportation, but cross-staff team will work this, plus many stakeholders throughout the area to target ultimately an overall reduction in traffic accidents, crashes, fatalities across the city to prepare this comprehensive study. And out of that, hopefully, we expect a comprehensive implementation plan. And it may not all be public works projects. It's also see what the team brings us as they go through this effort with you along the way. Grant funding initiatives. I talked a little bit about the Georgia Transportation Infrastructure Bank, our application for that program this year. We're currently in the process of developing raised grant application. And we're, again, back to my discussion of my point about contacting ARC and trying to stay attuned on top of those funding programs that fit the needs of our defined requirements, or we can shape our requirements to fit those needs. Finding those federal funding opportunities out there that we're eligible for, pursue to assist in funding our programs, especially in rising construction. And then finally, implement process improvements. Last year, I talked to you about our capital program delivery process, some ideas and thoughts, recommendations that we were considering at the time. Since that presentation, we've had the opportunity to work with a consultant. We'll talk to you later this afternoon about their assessment and their recommendations on where and how we take the program from here. The interest of faster, smarter, better capital transportation project along the way. So we've had that look. They'll give you the report, and then from there, the path forward, implementing the recommendations as they make sense to you. So again, that's us for this past year, and where we hope to go this year. Road ahead, what we would like to work with you on. Excited to work with you. Capital improvements process, and I encourage you to please take some time to take a look at the projects we highlight for you this afternoon with the project names here as well. So appreciate your feedback and questions there. Any questions now?
Have a couple minutes. Will 108 be one of the highlighted boards?
It will not. No. So if you have questions, absolutely.
Okay. I just wanted to make certain that, because I have residents that are a little concerned, it's fair to say that one of the outcomes of 108 is that the timing it takes to make a left will be improved for those who say, way too long. Okay, that's fair to say. I want to
Absolutely,
make sure
yes.
I'm saying that.
Yeah. So we add the additional northbound turn, you adjust the signal timing from there. And then, once you get that initial signal timing, then you review the timing periodically to see how traffic's responding to the configuration. So that's something that our TMC can be moving forward.
Has Sandy Springs ever had a Dr. Road type of program? I guess that's not another thing. Yes. That's not a thing. Okay.
I've looked at our programs. I can't see that we have. I'll see some signs on State Route 9 from some time to time. They're GDOTs, so it's GDOT and Dr. But not within the city of Sandy Springs, no program policy.
I have a few questions about and I know this is probably outside of the scope, but it's about the Roberts Drive Bridge. That's not us, of course, but if I have questions about that, like specific questions, because it's starting to take shape. I mean, it's done.
It's getting very close to there. Yeah, so we had a hand. We asked for certain improvements there. They're building them now as we speak.
So a concern that I have is if you're traveling from the north, the pole in the, well, I don't know if you call it a pier, in the middle doesn't have branding facing the north, if that makes sense. So if you're coming from the south, you see that branding on the middle pier. That's significant.
I'll check with her. I'll need to find out what we asked GDOT to provide.
Okay.
And the technical. That specific elements, said this is what we want, this is what. So I can certainly take a look and see what's in.
Okay.
Michelle.
I have two questions really. One, I want to find out if we're still on track to open up the Mount Vernon Bridge in March. And also, I think we could all sit here and ask so many questions of you. And we used to have those district meetings, and I think that it was so helpful because we each have so many questions about the projects that are going on. Are we still doing that?
We are, just had scheduling challenges and not gotten another one on the agenda. We'll get that rescheduled.
Because I have like 10 questions. I'm not going to sit here and ask them, but I'd love to get that back on the agenda. So
Absolutely.
Thank you.
But specifically to the Mount Vernon Highway Bridge, the bridge team, that's GDOT and their design build partner there, just announced the bridge opening for traffic. So it slipped from a March forecast to April. That's right. So a lot of different challenges they faced in the past several weeks.
And what about this? Sorry,
Let's finish up with this.
Go ahead. So, but that's where we are with that one. I suspect between it's weather and utilities is what we find. And they've got the work they cited when they talked to us just a week or two ago in an update was the work that's required to tie the existing roadway and grade the existing roadway into bridge construction. So
Filter and paving were the two things they cited, which neither one is winter weather is conducive for. So my guess is they're trying to buy themselves a little more time to make sure that they can get it done. But yeah, they've asked for another thing.
okay, bits. Best we can tell, they're on schedule right now. Road remains closed right now, and right beyond that at Pitts, of course, is our Pitts at the Spalding intersection project. So a lot of work out there on the very impressive space. So the bridge not having traffic on it right now probably isn't a bad thing. We try to get as much of its work out accomplished. So it appears to be on schedule. Again, implementing the this is where they first took us to look at some of the mock-ups in the city enhancements out there. It's at the Pitts Road Bridge site. So I think they make good progress out by all.
Thank you, Marty. I got a couple of things. One, how are we doing on staffing? We got have sufficient staff, have you filled your spots and content with where we are now in terms of headcount?
Let me qualify that with first, let's listen to our consultant this afternoon, what he may recommend.
Well, I
Okay,
know
so
you did quite a buildup of
I did.
staffing over the last couple of years, I'm assuming. you guys-
Councilman, thank you for reminding me. So if you recollect, when we transitioned to city staff, I had to fill about 50% of the public works and staff positions. And I'll be honest with you, some of the, and I've been very fortunate with poor cadre who stayed with us. I won't just say me, but with us for the past 4.5 years or so. They've been our source of continuity as we've stepped out on the building program, was able to get $52 million worth of reconstruction. But I've got some vacancies. It's a normal rotation. It's cyclical right now. And we'll have more to say from the consultants afternoon about what they might suggest for staff.
Thank you. Next one is, I like grant funding initiatives. This ought to be a citywide deal. So
You're gonna hear more about that, but not today.
Other people's.
Yes. Me too, I'm a big fan of it.
I must say, so
The city manager and I have been talking about what we can be doing to access OPM.
yes.
And she's got a plan, probably be discussed in the budget process.
Fantastic. Number 3, NMIP update, the Georgia 400 managed lanes program. They're doing the bridges. I thought they were awarding the contract this fall. I understand they're not awarded the contract. They're going back out again. Can you bring us up to date on what that project status is?
They weren't ready for prime time today. I talked to him, Tim, a couple of weeks ago, just to see where he was. So they'll have more news about where they're headed later this year, probably mid-summer.
Later this year, so they.
Yes.
So they back off awarding it.
They've got some reassessment. I'll leave it at that. So I don't know if they call it reassessment or more assessment. And if you recollect back to the bridge enhancements, for instance, the monies we moved to GDOT for maintenance lanes, that's taking care of 2 of our bridges right now. That's Roberts and Pitts. The third bridge, Spalding, happens with, or at least the plan is until plans change, with the next round of maintenance lanes expansion.
All right, thank you. And then one final thing, we talked about a Doctor Road. One of the things my neighborhood, down at Northbridge Road in Georgia 400, we've adopted the area right outside of our neighborhoods where the roundabout is there. About once every year, every 18 months, we get a dozen people that go on Saturday morning just pick up stuff. Now, the city does a good job of taking care of it, but the neighborhoods itself decided that we're going to go in there once in a while, just kind of clean things up, take care of things. My guess is that probably happens in the neighborhoods of the city. Maybe we should formalize some encouragement or something. Like 10 neighbors.
Yeah, so back to your point there, we have a relationship and an agreement with GDOT on our ability to augment landscaping or maintenance and repair on both Georgia 400 and I-285 State Route 9. So that puts our litter patrol contractor out there, period, to keep it to that. Thank you for that standard that we try to maintain out there. You'll see those reports about their efforts each week in the weekend review. See our executive grading oversight staff provides each week as he reviews it and then forwards his input back to the contractor in charge of maintaining the rights of it.
Hey, Marty, I have some questions from residents on the GDOT project. There's 2, the Abernathy, Georgia 400 bridge. That's been under construction for a long time. And then it's not a project. We did go out to the GDOT website. It's somewhat difficult to navigate to figure out what the status was of these 2 different projects and which project is really, which one is which one. Is there a way that the city has, some sort of a list by district or overall of the general GDOT projects and where they are in the city? So that we can get a status of those quickly?
That was not about this project, but GDOT projects overall, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, but that just begs the question because I've had other ones about other things that are really GDOT related, and then I go on this little research that's half an afternoon to try to find it.
So, Dan and his staff, Dan, you're in the back, and called you up there, so have been really helpful for us with coordinating with those different communications and outreach bodies for each of those projects. GDOT brings public relations folks to the field, to the project, with each of those projects. So they've been helpful with bringing the notices that they provide us out. And as well, we maintain, so if someone asks a question, not navigating without the interaction, we maintain the contacts for who those folks are because the data does change, the site does change. I don't know that you'll find a good answer looking at any website right now.
No, that was the problem, right?
Yeah.
The data was out of date, it wasn't up to date.
So even if you look at their updates, for instance, for the Abernathy at Georgia 400 work, the question is, when will they be done? It's really tough to discern from the way they're postured to tell you that answer. We asked the question based on your input. The answer we got, which was probably the best answer, is that probably in July, completed the final paving out there, they'll consider the work site done at Abernathy. It's all of the realignments, all of the restriping, all of those things are associated with. They used to have some pieces and parts that we've asked for them to review in greater detail. We can see a lot where we have our GMC cameras. We can watch traffic patterns, see how traffic behaves as they put in alignments and movements there. So we've asked them in a couple of cases to restudy some of the alignments they create. Maybe a way to tweak or adjust that. So a lot of that doesn't get communicated well. Tool, you see.
So reach out to Dan, I think is what I'm hearing.
Well, Marty will do it. I'll call Dan after you talk to him. So, but they do an awful, really good job with pushing forward the word to get the GDOT.
Marty, I think the frustration that our citizens have is very similar, excuse me, to the complaints about the Mount Vernon Bridge. They start work on them, then they seem to abandon it.
Right.
And nobody understands why that occurs. They just see a partially done project left fallow for weeks and months at a time. And I understand that the project sequencing and a lot of other factors that are involved. But if there's some way that we can help our citizens to understand why they start and then they stop for weeks and months at a time, then that, there's probably a very good reason. We just don't understand it.
One thing
sometimes, but not always.
Yeah, so
that's the thing.
So one thing we try to do to at least help be able to translate is that, for instance, at the Mount Vernon Highway Bridge, one of my construction field superintendents, though he has no responsibilities at all associated with Mount Vernon Highway Bridge, goes out there at least once a week, if not 2-3 times, just to take pictures, just to see what's going on, maybe a quick handshake and how you doing, to check in with the folks out there, so that at least our staff is getting an understanding of what they're working on. So that it helps us translate what we see in their updates, so we get a better understanding of where they are and what they have to next. And if anything wrong, we can help. So we try to do that with every single one of these bridge projects, for instance. I've got somebody on our staff that's checking in with that project on a periodic basis, just to better understand where they are, what's coming, so that as we see the words, we have a better understanding of what that means from our books. So, yes, sir.
The consistency of community engagement, you know, I think one of the best sources for us of stats that I have to sometimes forget about is the weekend review. But a common thread from citizens is that once they are engaged with the project, which in the neighborhoods, that website updates are not nearly as current as the weekend review updates. And we used to have, I think, a dedicated position, or we intended to have a dedicated position within communications on construction projects. I just hope with our priority of community engagement being something that we weave through each one of these other areas, that we could spend some resources on taking information that is available generally through that weekly review update and layer that into the website. Or if nothing else, if we can't do that, maybe provide a link to each one of those, at least until we can get up to speed with that, at least put a link in those web pages for each project, or a note to say, hey, click here for the weekend review, so that you can reference that and get that information. But it's a common observation that I get from citizens, is that when I want the information, I just don't have it.
And that's a point we'll take in aspect that we're going to fix this year. Obviously, for our projects, we can put the most current information for GDOT projects. We have to be kind of careful about speeding for GDOT, but we can certainly.
Well, and I think we have a GDOT limit. I think that in fairness, that my comment was really directed at
for our projects.
For our projects, and just on the spot, and maybe people we can review on every one of those pages would not be a bad way to highlight, at least give an opportunity for those that are willing to do some clicking through until we can get more current updates on projects. And then the graphs, they are getting good. I'm getting good questions about landscaping, for example, at the north side roundabout. So the trees cleared, and there are plans, but I don't think that's readily findable in the website. Right.
No, and Councilman, at that point, but very good point. We try to curate or edit that weekend review to be as informative as we can.
It's very timely.
And as well, for those that are, and for any of your citizens that live right on that project, wherever they may be, I'll mention my construction or our construction field superintendents. But, they're with that project day one to finish the project. They're out there pretty much every day, maybe not the entirety of the day, but a good bit of it. And they've got the information firsthand with the contractor out there. If somebody needs to forecast something, they've got something particular in mind, how is this going to impact this plan, whatever the case is. They're the representative in the field that we've got out there to help get them through all of that. So maintaining information with the neighborhood is part of their responsibilities. So.
Alrighty, thank you.
Thanks,
Mr. Mayor. Councilman Tolson asked a question earlier that took me a moment to look it up, if I may. Sure. You were asking about these managed lanes on 400.
Yep.
The latest I heard is that proposals are due in May from potential design build teams. Then they would have to work through the contracting. And,
there is an RFP out on the street.
There is. So there's a good bit for them to work through, but they're hoping that they get the proposals in May, they can make a recommendation in August, which would then allow the attorney negotiating contract terms, and hopefully the design phase can continue to evolve.
Okay, Mr. Mayor and Council, the next item, and Caroline, can you go to the next maybe? Is economic development with a focus on redevelopment. Ginger and Caroline Henschler are going to come up and update you all on our progress past year.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Pleasure to be with you all again. There are an exciting number of initiatives and projects underway. We got started on a lot in 2023, and a lot of those things will either be ongoing in 2024 or come to fruition this year. So on the next slide, well, let me just say this is a photo on the first slide. I'm so sorry. From our Career Expo. This was in September. I'll talk about our upcoming Career Expo. But we have some stats on the next slide about how successful this initiative was. So going just ever so slightly out of order, we polled both employers and job seekers who came to the career fair and found a high level of satisfaction with both. All of the employers that came and responded to our survey reported that they spoke to candidates that were qualified for their positions that they were excited to speak with. These are some of our very large corporate citizens. And a lot of them said that they would want to come back. So we're planning another one for this March. But getting back into the order of things. So City Springs Phase 2, you all selected a development partner, Regent Partners in Morrison Fellows last year. That's ongoing, and I'll talk about that on the next slide. We also kicked off and made significant progress on our city promotion, city branding, getting our name out there beyond just the metro area last year. So we worked with Visit Sandy Springs and a PR firm, TKPR, which has done great work. And the next slide, which we shouldn't go to yet, but that will have some high level stats about the accomplishments that they made in 2023. So we'll dig in a little bit more on the 2024 items that they'll be working on. And then for Sandy Springs Connects, we are planning the next expo on March 13th. So we have employer recruitment well underway. Two names you all will recognize are the City of Sandy Springs and Sandy Springs PT. I was actually really personally blown away at the last expo. There were several very strong, healthy looking young individuals who showed up specifically to talk with our recruiters. So there were a lot of really great connections made at that event. We're excited for the next one. And then finally, for my little bit, we kicked off our incentive program review with Georgia Tech. So as you all know, the world has changed a lot from 2017, which is the last time we really took a look at the incentive program that we have for economic development, which helps us recruit businesses. The last time we had a company really take advantage of that was in 2020. That was Gillette's Corporation and Mutation Brewing, so both our large and small business incentives. So with the way people do work changing, where people are choosing to work, all of that changing, we launched a project with Georgia Tech's public policy program to take a really comprehensive look at our incentive program. And I'll save the in-depth discussion for that on the next slide and hand it over to Ginger for the rest of the 2023.
Morning, Mayor and Council. So this past year, as you all know, we updated our Crossroads Small Area Plan. It started in November of 2022 and concluded in December of this past year. In last January, we had site visits, stakeholder and focus group meetings in, as I said, last January. We had pop-up events. We appeared at the CAC Pantry, the Solidarity Pantry, the Los Niños Romero's Spring Block Party, and Solidarity Easter Egg Hunt. We had community meetings last April and August, and as I said earlier, a final approval came in December. I would like to say that since the adoption of the plan, we had several interested parties in developing those 3 lots on Lake Taurus. You will be seeing or may be seeing a character area map amendment for one of the lots. Initially, it was explained to us that it was going to be for townhomes. Now we're being told it might not be a character area map amendment, but just a rezoning to possibly turn it into 7,500 square foot lots. So we're still kind of waiting to see how that comes through. The next is the comprehensive development code updates that we did. As you know, that as well as the Crossroads Small Area Plan took about the same amount of time. We concluded this past December. Some of the highlights that we saw come out of the comprehensive plan updates, the development code updates. We saw mitigation for breaching the grading setbacks, new housing types and site configuration, conversion of office to residential, compliance with IBC for construction type materials, added requirements for cups for multifamily for those developments over 3 stories in the CX, CS, and SX zoning districts. We added 6 new bonus districts in the RX, CX, and CS districts. We recreated the enhanced community benefits matrix to complement the new bonus districts. We established standards for EV charging stations. For fueling stations, we allowed or will allow expansion of pumps with overall site upgrades. We allowed daycare as of right use in private schools and places of worship. So that's it for the development code updates. If we want to go to the next slide to our 2024 initiatives.
Ginger, before you leave.
Yes, sir.
You brought up EV charging stations. I had a conversation yesterday with Tim Eckers, who's one of the PSC. There's legislation coming. A lot of our apartments, a lot of our retail establishments have what he called unnetworked EV chargers. State is coming with legislation. What does that mean? It means that they're just standalone, not connected to the internet or anything like that. The state's coming with legislation because EV, electric vehicles, right now do not contribute to the Highway Trust Fund. And so they are looking for a way to tax those kilowatts, those electrons to generate funds for the Highway Trust Fund. And what he's saying is that unless you're networked so that they can monitor how much electricity is coming off of your charger, you're going to be non-conforming. That's not the word he used. He used illegal. I would use non-conforming. And a lot of these are going to have to be torn out, and many of them cost, about $500-600 to install. The replacement's going to cost several $1,000s to do that. So that's something in our EV programming we need to anticipate. And that legislation may come as early as this session. So he was just giving you a heads up. We have to go back and look at all the EVs in the city, and this is statewide. They'll have to be networked in some way so that they can be sure that they're collecting whatever the tax will be on EV charging. A bunch. Sandy Springs has a lot. You get behind a lot of Teslas around this town. 20 in my neighborhood. Yeah, 20 in your neighborhood. I follow a lot of Teslas around Sandy Springs. So, and while the number of EV sales has declined, they haven't ended. Still a lot of early adopters still out there.
We were told by Tesla a few months ago, they approached us about a charging station, that we have the most number of Teslas in Sandy Springs.
So it's going to be something that we'll have to probably incorporate into our code some way or the other. I'm not sure how we're going to do it. Just wait and see what the legislation is. Give you a heads up, start moving.
I appreciate that. We'll definitely keep an eye on that.
We just wrote the headline for today.
Probably. All right, so 2024 initiatives. Our design guidelines for the development phase 1. These guidelines will provide that future development reflects the physical development patterns and urban design qualities expressed in our adopted planning documents, from large-scale development patterns to individual building details. Just to let you know, this is for commercial construction. The guidelines will address exterior characteristics of sites and structures in 6 primary commercial and mixed-use areas in the city of Sandy Springs. These areas will be addressed in 3 phases. The first phase will be Greater City Springs and perimeter. The second phase will be North End and Powers Ferry, and the third phase will be in Neighborhood Village and Crossroads areas. Right now, we are in the stages of finalizing our RFP for that project. I did want to talk about one other thing, and that's fast track permitting. I believe our city manager mentioned it. It's not on the list. But I think that fast track permitting is a more realistic approach to over the counter permitting, which we implemented last year. We were trying to help folks who were perhaps doing a simple addition or repairing their deck or putting in a patio, that sort of thing. But what we found over this past year is that it's not that fast. And we can't make it happen fast. So I think a more realistic approach is to perhaps go to a 5 to 10 business day turnaround for these types of projects. We found, that staff was spending quite a bit of time helping them design some of these projects, which we typically don't like to spend a lot of time doing, and it is very time consuming. So if we kind of spread that time out over a longer period of time, they can kind of work some of these design idea sessions with these applicants. We can kind of work that into their daily schedule. So that was kind of the thinking behind the fast track permitting. We were also hoping it would capture those simple commercial tenancies where they're just going in and reoccupying a space, but they need a certificate of occupancy to get their business license. So we're looking to help those folks as well as simple interior alterations for both commercial and residential. So that's basically it for my presentation, unless you wanted to talk a little bit about opening up. I can give you a quick update. We've had several intense meetings with them, with our senior staff, to give them information. It was information gathering these past few weeks. Next week, we're starting on working sessions. They've assigned us 3 analysts so that we can push forward. We have a very aggressive time schedule for the implementation of the software. We're looking, hopefully, to internally go live at the beginning of June so that we can test it for a month before we actually go live in July. So that's kind of where we're at with OpenGov, and she's up next. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
As I mentioned, we kicked off a lot in 2023. That's still ongoing in 2024. So the update on City Springs Phase 2, we're still in the negotiating phase with them and working towards a phase where we can start design and permitting work. I received a note, I think at some point this year, the existing properties may be demolished to make room for what's to come. So returning to the incentive conversation and kind of that why that we talked about in 2023, why we got started with this and what the deliverable will look like for the students. So right now they're conducting interviews with 12 cities, a handful across Georgia and also across the US that are similar to Sandy Springs in some way. So it's either industry makeup, population size, proximity to a major metro, trying to go for the trifecta of all 3 and really asking what programs do you have? Why did you start these programs? How do you measure success? And based on how you measure success, how you found these programs to be effective. So at the conclusion of the deliverable that you all will receive, hopefully end of March, early April, will be kind of like a menu of options that we can talk through and review and see what makes sense for Sandy Springs to attract the type of business that we want in our community. Looking at the Sandy Springs website, we launched this project last year. We are still kind of in the finishing stages of this, but we have made great progress on the content of the website. What we're really waiting on at this point is kind of finalizing the actual design and the code behind that. Unfortunately, the internet is not just magic and you keep just make a website appear. I have learned from my husband, who's a coder, that there's actually a lot of work that goes into making something functional on the front end. Something that we're really excited about that will be included is a search function on that website for commercial real estate. So office space, retail space. This is a place where both brokers can make sure that their properties are kept up to date. The team that we're working with that puts all of this together, they're out there doing the research to see what's available in Sandy Springs, but brokers also have that opportunity to make sure that their listings are up to date. And then it helps property owner, business owners who are either looking to locate or expand in Sandy Springs or start a new location. They can very quickly and easily identify what's available that fits their needs. And as we get closer to launching the website, we'll of course work with TKPR on rolling out a campaign to build awareness on the website. So speaking about TKPR, continuing that partnership with them this year, you can see the number of kind of impact that they had this year or last year. So 6 visits, those are FAM visits. It's bringing out of towners into Sandy Springs for them to experience life here, events, restaurants, and then they can write a story if they want to. There were 35 stories about Sandy Springs last year, not just from those 6 visitors, but other organically generated. I got a lot of congratulations on how many millennials we have moving into Sandy Springs. I cannot personally take credit for that, but that was something that we had last fall. And so what's great about that is that that really nurtures the industry that's moving into our community, because that's our highly educated, talented young workforce. So moving into 2024, our goals are to increase local, regional, and national awareness of Sandy Springs, increase share of voice by 0.5%, and increase number of stories by 10%. I've also been talking with Taryn, so we would like to kind of leverage the ongoing work to shift or kind of add some storytelling around why businesses choose to operate in Sandy Springs and the success that they enjoy here, so we can get those stories out there as well. And then finally, retail, I think one of your favorite topics that I get to talk to you all about every year. So this has been an ongoing sub-priority in economic development. Tom McAfee has done some great work for us. A lot of what he has done, and we've kind of taken those as lessons learned into takeaways. But ultimately, we are 95% occupied in our retail space in Sandy Springs. So that really begets that we need new retail space, and that's coming with a lot of the proposed developments. We too will be responsible for some new retail space in the city. So an option, if council would like to talk about and consider this, is bringing on an experienced retail broker on a retainer basis to work on behalf of the city to kind of source leads and help locate tenants in the available space that we do have. That person can also build relationships with existing retail property owners so that as they have leases that naturally come up and tenants are moving out, again, locating the types of tenants that our community has identified into those available spaces. And with that, I'm glad to answer any questions that you all have. So is Ginger.
All right, the career and deployment fair will win.
March 13th, Wednesday, March 13th, 10 to 2.
All right.
11 to 2.
We have a lot of empty office space. In fact, I think also nationally, when people are releasing, they're not releasing, turning loose, but signing new lease contracts. They're only taking about 43% of the space they had previously, largely because of cutting back on the number of people they're employing totally and so on. What kind of proactive efforts are you taking to work to help fill some of those empty office spaces?
So that's very much of the projects that we have ongoing. So one of those is that incentive project. We know that we have vacant office space and we want to find creative ways to fill that space. So something that happened in the development code update was kind of making it a little bit easier and promoting our office space as a location for life sciences, research and development. Our very own mayor gave the welcoming address to the Georgia Bio Annual Summit. So I've been out there on pavement, working to build relationships with life sciences. That is a fast growing industry, and that's a fast growing industry in Georgia. So we're trying to leverage that growth in our city to take office space. One of the reasons that life sciences is such an attractive industry to economic developers is because those people have to go into the office. So it's not just that those companies might get their business license here, but those employees are actually coming here and then going out to eat lunch, buy things at the end of the day, run their errands here, and spend more tax dollars in our community. So that's kind of been step one. That was a little bit of 2023. And then our incentive program and our website, and having the ability to help business owners proactively find space. We hope that marrying those two things together this year will yield new success.
We're in a much more competitive environment today in that office market than we've been in quite a while. With the Tourist Park and the Battery, the revitalization of a lot of properties in the Cumberland CID, which has some spillover impact on the west side. How do you assess our competitive posture compared to maybe 3, 4, 5 years pre-pandemic and being able to fill some of these?
So I took a look at our occupancy rates last week, and then I looked at our 5, 10, 15, and 20-year average. We're at about 82% occupied right now in our office space, not including retail. But then our 5, 10, 20-year average, that's hovering around 84 to 85%. So certainly we are lower than we have been in the past, lower than our long-term average. But I would say that we don't have reason to sound an alarm yet. So a lot of new product has come online in the Battery, as you mentioned. Buckhead, all of these other places are building up new office space. But the impact has not been as great as one might fear. So you talk about competitive advantage, Transform 285 400, as that wraps up, that's a huge competitive advantage for our community. Our public safety is one of the first questions that I'm getting both from prospective tenants and from brokers is, can you tell me about kind of the crime stats and public safety responses to commercial buildings, what the relationships are like with your public safety. Our fast response times and low crime rate are incredibly attractive to office decision makers of where they're going to locate. So we've had a number of relocations from Buckhead and in town that have chosen to come to Sandy Springs because their employees feel safer here. So it's not just haven't even gotten into the amenities of the incredible restaurants that we have, but we have a lot going for us in terms of long-term investment that our community is starting to realize.
Questions, and thank you both. Good job. I got 2 areas I want to sort of say them as we talk about this. It's probably the best time. First, while you're standing there, you did mention that the PR efforts are also sort of internally devoted to boost local awareness, or is it mostly? I have a nagging suspicion that we have a lot of, let's put it this way, we have a lot of opportunity in the area of local citizenry to feel the financial impact and their presence in our businesses, our programming, and the like. And I guess you could look at, for example, the farmers market's a good place to look at it. That I don't see our farmers market as, and I'm using this just to talk about the point, as in any way really inferior to other markets around town. In fact, probably one of the better ones. But when you look at Alpharetta, Peachtree Prez, and Marietta, for example, possibly Decatur, there's a lot of attendance from the local community at that. Now, what I don't know is how that data bears out in our restaurants and supporting local businesses. And I just feel like there might be an opportunity, to put it in a positive light, in all of these areas, whether it's shows, restaurants. I think our events, I think another good example might be, we have some really, really good concerts out on the lawn, and yes, they're very weather dependent. And we've shown what's possible with Sparkle and with 4th of July, but I think we have a real opportunity with major boosterism with our local community, people that have the greatest access. And we certainly have the demographics to support things. So I don't know what efforts are being made. I'd like to stop and pause, and then I have one other topic I want to address, but about how we might, and are we in fact prioritizing what I would describe as the low-hanging fruit of economic development, and also a lot of small business owners that live in, I don't know if we've surveyed who lives in Sandy Springs, but operates and is a decision maker and operates businesses perhaps outside of Sandy Springs. So how would we tap that local market, which is very accomplished? I don't want to use the word rich because I'm not implying rich in the rich sense. I am saying that we have a really big ocean of folks here in all areas that we can tap. So if you would pause, and then I want to come back with one other topic.
Certainly. So what I can do with that is pass that feedback along to Chair of TKPR, and we can have a brainstorming session with TKPR and communications and city leadership, and really kind of update the 2024 goals that were identified to include that as well. And in regards to our farmers market, I'm sure you all are aware that we have an award-winning farmers market now. So I only see a word for that.
Oh yeah, she did a good job getting the votes out. I voted about 50 times for that. So, but yes, and I use that as a point, and I think my concerts as well. Utilize the PR firms out of town to find, and that, you know, we've had some discussions. Let's utilize our citizens, and I don't know if it's going to be, you know, what the vitality of the chamber is right now, our development authority, our PCIB, our community, we had a great group with our community leadership or citizen leadership academy, our citizens police academy. I think we have people here. I think we need to have some intentionality and purpose with that. I'm going to segue though, Mayor, in the interest of time. Another topic of deep concern to me that I think we would benefit from is blight. Blight in, I think there's two areas: there's the commercial blight and there's the residential blight. And they're different things. And you talk about incentives. I'm very interested in where the city can be constructive as a stakeholder with incentives, with sticks, to improve the quality up and down Roswell Road, of the appearance. You know, we've done some things that I think we maybe had a legal role in the gas stations. We'll see how that plays out as the deadline approaches. Personally,
I think we do have something to address that in the incentive program.
okay,
So,
I mean, I'm thinking about grocery stores, facades of shopping centers. I know that I talked to them, some weren't thrilled, but at least they tried something across the street. Let's see how that finishes out. But we've talked about this for years. I'd like to know how the city can be constructive in improving that. And I gotta tell you, it's a pet peeve, but you know, I shop in our grocery stores, but there are times that, given the choice and the access, that I go outside of Sandy Springs for grocery shopping. And, you know, those are anchor tenants that, serve and assist out parcels and the adjacent parcels. I think we have something that I've been on this council for 10 years. It hasn't gotten better. This area has gotten better. I think we've got a really good role in that with what we've done, but I think we have a long ways to go, and I would say we have a lot of opportunity. And again, I'd like to hear from you all, I'd like to hear from the colleagues, but I'd like to have much greater in-depth discussion about this, and then Mr. Rios, our sitting over here. I do think we need to talk about residential blight as well, and what role we can have with that. And I know we'll have some discussion about what the things.
So regarding the incentive program that the students are working on, that research project, something that I've tasked them with looking at specifically is facade and commercial property improvement grants. So this is something that our neighbors in Decatur and City of Atlanta, they already have these programs. There were recently some headlines, Rhonda actually sent me an article about it, in Decatur and kind of the launch of their program. So this is something that happens in different places around Georgia. What can happen with this is typically either a city or a development authority will set aside funds and then kind of create some criteria for facade improvements. City of Atlantic's gone a little bit farther with interior improvements as well. So you can establish kind of some criteria of what you would like to see enhanced with the facade, and then put in 25% to their 75%, and it's a 25% reimbursement on eligible expenses for facade improvements that meet the criteria that the city has set forth.
Well,
So
if there's interest from the elected body, to discuss over the course of the year, I think you gotta start with goals. You gotta start, what is your why? What do we want to accomplish? This is high on my list. And I'd like to see some further discussion on this.
Michelle.
Just to piggyback off of what Andy's saying about the appearance, one of my pet peeves is when I'm running or driving in Sandy Springs is the signs. Like the companies that put all their little temporary signs up. I mean, there's some right here at the Trader Joe's Shopping Center that have been there, because I run by there every other day, and they've been there, and I don't know whether that's something that, code enforcement is supposed to pick up. Sometimes I'll pick them up and throw them down or whatever, but that drives me crazy. And then I said something about the cameras the other day, and I think it's whatever. Just a lot of the stores and things just seem to have like temporary signs, or they're falling down and things like that. So I don't know. I feel like we can enforce that better, because it does have a lot to do with the appearance and what it looks like when you're riding up and down Russell Road. And then the second thing I wanted to talk about is there isn't a day that goes by, I don't think, that someone doesn't say to me, when we get a fetch for a dog park. and that might be something that Dan might need to talk about, because I know there's something to do with like the food, selling liquor or whatever. But has anybody approached us? Okay.
So I have not knowingly been approached by Fetch, but I've had at least one, potentially two, longer time ago. Residents actually reach out who are very interested in opening a dog park. The issue is primarily with our zoning and available. So I think a dog park is part of the last concept that I've seen for Jamestown's redevelopment. So there may still be something that's coming in the future. But at this time, it's just difficult to find the space to have it, something like that in our city. Not impossible, but right now, cost of land, zoning, it makes it a little bit more.
Well, they're getting ready to put one up in, I think it's Brookhaven and Alpharetta. So is our land that much more sense?
Yes. If you wanted me to address the signage, some commercial properties, or all commercial properties, are allowed some temporary signage. It's limited in size, but we do have a program where our officers routinely go up and down. If they're in the right of way, I think also Marty's team also picks up signage that's in the right of ways, but I can certainly speak with them about ramping up their efforts along Roxwell.
Like some of the apartment complexes I know on Abernathy, I feel like they've had temporary signs for years. I guess, I mean, obviously I need to just point them out to you, so I will continue to do that. But I almost feel like there's certain companies that, like Joseph Jump, I see their signs all the time. And are we able to start to find them if they continue to put their signs out?
Usually we'll call them, we'll tell them, cease and desist, go pick up your signs, and then if they continue to do it, then we'll issue citations. I haven't seen any citations come in, so I'm guessing that for a period of time they comply and then they reappear. So we always look for compliance first.
So this is for, I guess can council get an overview of this, like Sandy Springs, the website rollout, what that's gonna look like, just so that we're aware. So that's one thing. And then the second thing is, for the brand and promotion, was to describe Sandy Springs in one word or a phrase, is that part of this, or is that something else? Okay, so it is.
Awesome. Thank you, Mayor. Let me start with you, Caroline. So I think that I think the economic development part of this, the serious stuff that we seem to not be talking about. And I'll give you an example. We've been hearing so much about office space occupancy going down to nothing, or 43% nicer. Yet you're telling us we're 82%. So something's not jiving here with those two. Maybe we're at 82% today, but is there any way for you, this may not be your job, but I'm just talking because you're here right now. Is there any way for us to take a look at a snapshot of what the current office space occupancy is? And in 6 months, how many leases are coming up? And based on the last 6 months lack of 100% renewal, can we get a picture of what the next 6 months renewal is going to be? And likewise, a year and 18 months renewal. And here's why I'm also talking about this. A bunch of our budget is based on office space occupancy, property value based on that, as well as business licenses and stuff like that. So there's some real financial consequences to the office space occupancy going down to where you're suggesting, or someone suggested it may actually go to. And the budget consequences of this can't be understood unless we have some idea of what's going to happen. So, number one, you keep a snapshot of office space as well as renewal rates and how much renewal is coming up at what percentage of their original footprint? And have you got any way of postulating what this actually, maybe you're optimistic and pessimistic, what this is going to look like in the next 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, 24 months?
Yes, so we do send a quarterly market report along with the weekend review for whatever week that is, of office, retail, and multifamily stats in Sandy Springs, along with some of our sub-geographic areas, and then comparative geographic areas, Atlanta, Metro, MSA. And we have not dropped below 80% since we started doing that. The 82 to 85% is consistent. So I don't want anyone to be alarmed that it will go down quickly or over the long term. I don't foresee that for Sandy Springs. I did take a look at our 6 to 12 months lease expirations that were coming out. Those people still have the option to renew. This was about 2 weeks ago, and it's less than 1% of our total commercial office space in Sandy Springs. So again, it's
less than 1% is what?
Is up for expiration in the next 12 months. Yes. So people can terminate early, people can sublease, a number of other things can happen. Yeah, so according to CoStar, it's less than 1% coming up in the next 12 months.
Well, that's just 12 months before anything huge happens. But the question is,
Yeah, and John, I assume you probably have users like UPS, owner occupies, that the denominator is going to be fixed. So I think that 1%, I'm not sure if that's 1% of the whole or 1% of a certain other number.
The non-owner occupied.
Yeah, it could have.
Yeah, well, for example, Rubbermaid is selling their building, but they're going to a lease situation, fortunately, still in the market. So you've got some owners that are cutting the cord, if you will, from the ownership to leasing, to get more flexibility in the future. And I think the completion of the 285, 400 section of construction has made people calm down a little bit. A lot of people anticipated they were getting so many complaints from their employees about the difficulty of getting into this market that they were contemplating going somewhere else. My message to them was, hold on, wait till this gets done, and then make that decision, because the downtown connector, the only way to extend that, if you, and a lot of them look into Midtown or mostly Midtown, the construction that's there. I said, you know, the downtown connector can't be expanded, it's gonna be covered, and that's a very expensive process. Wait till we get through with this and then make that decision. And I think a lot of tenants, at least the bigger ones, have done that. We just have to see what their decisions are. We've got several of major employers who are looking right now at what their lease may not be up for 2 years, but they have to bring part of tenants when they start thinking about it. And I think that's where the danger is. And then you still got, I mean, the only company I know of that is insisting that all their employees coming back to work is UPS. And when I talk to the CEOs and the other corporate executives in Sandy Springs, they're watching very intently to see how that works with UPS, and it works with them. I think you'll see more employers looking at insisting that the employees come back. Right now, everybody's still very concerned about doing that because the job market's still pretty tight. And they're afraid of losing their best people who are currently working from home. I talked to one CEO a couple of weeks ago. They are insisting everybody at least show up on Wednesday because they couldn't hold corporate meetings. Ripley would come in on Tuesday, couldn't meet with people coming in on Thursday. So everybody has to be in the office on Thursday. So they have meetings, then everybody can work from home the other 4 days. So there's a lot of experimentation still going on, trying to shift through post-pandemic employment world. The CEOs want people back in the office because they can't transmit culture and just by information that's transmitted by osmosis inside a building. They're losing that, and they're very concerned about that.
And I get all that. My point is, we're gonna be talking about budgets in another month or two. And I know there's concerns about the amount of revenue coming in is gonna be dramatically hit. I'm listening to this, I'm thinking, I don't think so. I think we're in good shape for at least another year or two. So we can't have the sky is falling on one side and on the other side say, no, things are fine.
Well, one of the statistics
that I think is best we can get.
One of the statistics we need to look at, how many of these office buildings are appealing their assessments. That's a good idea. So we need to know that because that's going to have an impact. And under current law, if you successfully appeal, the assessors can't raise your assessment for 2 years.
That runs to non-homestead properties?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's 3 years.
They're
They're allowed, they're required to hold 3 years.
So we need to know how many people are actually appealing the assessments because that will have an impact on how many are winning.
So back to the original point of all this is, this has some huge consequences. And my request of you is stay in the middle of this as best you can. And if you can find out from Fulton County what's happening, that would better help us forecast this. We did, I got on council in 2010, and I think I budgeted in 2010, $101 million. By 2012, it was 87 million. So we have weathered this kind of drop before. It wasn't much fun. There's a lot of stuff we didn't do because we didn't have the money, but I don't want to be surprised. And you're the one who has your finger on this pulse, so stay with it. Okay?
And we have even, and I've kind of come up with a perspective project that really can take a look at what may happen in the future based on our looking backwards data. So what the impact was after the 2008 crash, some other dips and how that's affected revenue in the past, and using past data to project and look into the future. So that's also on the docket.
We also need to know if anybody goes into bankruptcy, the holders of office buildings, what happens there. A lot of owners right now, this is again nationally, not necessarily seeing the screen, just simply turning things over to the bank. We've got a lot of markets that are a lot worse than ours. There's no question about it. But we need to be keeping a very close eye on what happens. These mortgage holders and office buildings have to refinance. What's going on there?
And one final thing on this subject, We talked about retail recruitment. I talked to him happy about this about a month ago. He stopped talking to people because there's just such little retail space. He wasn't getting anybody to fight because he just wasn't in space for him. And the only reason I'm saying that it's, I think we need a recruitment person, look at recruiting people. Well, we're already 95+% full.
Now, we have to focus on getting more retail space.
Getting more retail space. I agree. I mean, that's what it is. All right, I had one more for Jamie, then I can get it. It's absolutely okay. But I'm smiling, so it's all good, right? So we talked about the simple permits, across the best type permits, yet there's more complications to them. Can the city develop basic tools for some of these seemingly simple applications that maybe they have a handout for things you must do before you come see us? Maybe that can help streamline this. So it is a little simple because they come more prepared to talk to everybody. It's all about building a tool shed of easy use information so that can really help people. Sense?
Yes, 100%. That's what we're gonna do. That's part of the program. I'm hoping it gets initiated by mid-year this year. But we do want to put out a lot of how-tos and what you need to bring before you call or before you come, that sort of thing. And so you're spot on with that. That's a lot of it is going to be the education that we put out there.
Fantastic. And number two, this design guidelines development phase 1. When this goes through, this is not going to existing people saying thou shalt change your front of your store. This is more to if you're building something new, this is what you have to do.
That's
or
correct.
if you're renovating, this is what you have to do. But we don't go back to somebody who's going along nicely and do something like that. Julia?
This is probably for Caroline, but for the last 30 years that I've been working for Sandy Springs, people have complained about one thing, and that's the low quality of retailers in Sandy Springs. I mean, Sandy Springs has got a pretty high net worth and a pretty high average income, and yet we don't really have high-end stores. And I realize you're saying we have a shortage of retail space out there. It seems like all the new retail space we keep getting in Sandy Springs are restaurants. Now, I know certain friends of mine here love restaurants, which is great, but the high-end restaurants can only absorb so much. I want, for example, I was wanting to buy a shirt, a white shirt for something. And you know, there's not a store in Sandy Springs that sells men's white shirts. Yeah, exactly. I went on Amazon. But the thing about it is, there's just, and the same thing for, you know, for my wife when she was looking for clothes. I mean, she winds up in boxes or something. There's not a bunch, there's no high-end store. You need some sort of a plan to bring the high-end retailing to Sandy Springs. And Target. Nothing wrong with Target, but they're not high-end. Nothing wrong with Fox, but it's not high. I mean, people have to go to Perimeter, people have to go to the internet. We need some sort of a plan to bring high-end retailing because we have high-end people. And the magazines keep talking about how much money we all make in Sandy Springs and what the net worth is in Sandy Springs, except we have no shopping in Sandy Springs. We can eat, and you can tell by me I eat. We can eat, but you can't shop. And I think we need to get a real plan on there about how we can go ahead. And and Tom is doing retailing, and I know that. But I think we've got to make sure we really focus it on the high end of retail. And how to do that, I don't have the faintest idea. But hopefully you guys do.
Understood. There are kind of two elements at play with that. One is that we're considered a tweener market, so be a tweener market. So in between Perimeter Mall and the Cumberland, kind of the Battery. So we're not going to get a lot of big box stores. Certainly we have several, but we're not going to get another shopping mall in Sandy Springs. So the target, and this is kind of part of an analysis we did as part of the City Springs Master Plan update, is what is our competitive advantage. And it is that more independent boutique operator that you're looking for, and certainly there is a lot of demand for that in Sandy Springs. So one of the reasons that I proposed a retail broker is kind of leveraging that person's expertise and their relationships with existing property owners, existing tenants, so that as leases come up for expiration, since we're tight on space now, but kind of looking forward, building those relationships, communicating the message of the types of retail our residents and leadership want in this community, so that when those leases naturally come up, they might be replaced with the types of retail people are seeking.
I don't think our residents or our leadership in Sandy Springs is looking for more big box. I mean, we all go to Costco, we all go to wherever, we all go to Lowe's, etc. I think we're looking for more of the smaller business boutique type, fancy restaurants where if you want to go out next week and go to a fancy thing and you wouldn't know where you can go shopping. I think that's what
exactly
we're
the
looking
type.
for, and we've been missing that forever.
Right, and that's exactly the type that we would like to proactively recruit to the city in forward-looking plan.
But here's our challenge. You can't take one boutique store and just stick it.
No.
In the middle of something. You really have to, what they're looking for is a district of similar type shops where they will want, Avalon has created that. And so the challenge we have is that all of our shops, all of our retail is 30, 40, even 50 years old. And these boutique retailers, not only do they not want to be stuck as a one-off in the middle, they don't really want to be in that environment. So we have to have more redevelopment that incorporates that into the process to be successful.
But don't we have to have a plan for that?
Yeah, I'm not saying we don't now. I'm not saying that we shouldn't, but I'm just saying these are the parameters we've got to take into consideration. Just putting one shop in the middle of a shopping center, that's going to be unsuccessful. We have to figure out what the overall district is going to look like and what kind of stores that we have there. And we're going to have to build it. Somebody's got to build it. I'm not when I say we, not necessarily the city, but we've got to work with somebody to build it. The reasons why we're working across the street. Yeah. But your point's well taken. We just got to have a different kind of environment.
Yeah, and not to beat it to that, but Jamestown has, I mean, we got a major player to lead it, but they bought a property that when the circumstances are right, they've got some challenges, lease expirations. I know there may have been a little bit of disagreement, but the Prado that's an old mall that did not get redeveloped, and we took steps that would allow them to come apply, and we'll see what happens. But if the economics are right, there is the potential for improvement of that. And I think that may be an example. I mean, listen, we need to do this. We have blight. It's what I guess we're all saying the same thing, but in different ways. And we need to look at the tools to the path for success. A lot of it in the current environment is going to run through housing and multifamily. And so those are the decisions we're going to have to wrestle with, maybe height and density as well, because of the way the economics will work, that's the carrot to the stick of the improvement. But Mayor, you're absolutely right. We have a significant redevelopment, very, very little vacant land. I think the city center, because the city was the aggregator of it, then that's, we've got some controlling interest. There could be commercial or residential properties that could be bought in full by somebody and redeveloped. We just have to see what those opportunities come up.
And I know everybody here knows this. We paid for studies at 4 strip malls to show that the economics of what we want to see here would give developers a return on investment. We've had one that stepped up, but they haven't. I'm not even sure what the status of
interest rates. They're waiting for the numbers to make sense.
So we're in kind of a pause until we see what the Fed does with interest rates, and hopefully by the end of the year they start dropping them. That's what the indications are. So
we just gotta be prepared to, move quickly when the environment.
You said interest rates are keeping them from, developing that, but in Roswell, they just announced this huge project, mixed-use project and everything, so I feel like it's gotta be something else besides interest rates.
It's not necessarily apples to apples. It could depend on the types of uses, how many square feet that they're able to develop for the Roswell project. So without knowing specifically, I can't say how the numbers compare for those two projects.
Well, can we bring them in and see what we can do to move this along? I mean, are you in constant contact with them or?
Pretty consistent contact.
And they're saying the reason is the interest rates, that's why they're not moving forward?
At this point, the numbers don't pencil for what they would like to do and for what the city's voice that they would like to see, but we are still in consistent communication to see how we can help move up that strategy.
Well, I'd love to see how we could do that. Like if we have to reevaluate the situation, what they're asking for, what we can do to help them move it along. Same with Jamestown.
One more, quick. So we talked about this about 6 months ago, the idea of office space conversion to residential. Has anybody actually stepped up with an idea of trying to do that? Seemed like a good idea at the time. Was anybody?
Not yet. We did have interest, so prior to us changing the code, but nobody has come in since we've changed it. So, but we're definitely open to it.
All right, let's move on.
Okay, please. So we're running a little bit behind, as Bill and Brent come up to talk about recreation and cultural enrichment. Caroline is going to pull up a slide of some of our successes last year. We relaunched the gallery at City Springs last year. We had 3 art showings, and we have another one that's opening on Thursday night with the Coro, which will be kicking off our Black Pest History Month celebration as well for the city. That's in partnership with Art Sandy Springs. Susan Westmoreland has done a fantastic job curating events and the artist showings, and Marla Shaven on our side has been our guru for that. One of our biggest accomplishments last year, I think all of you are aware of, is the groundbreaking and construction completion and opening of Veterans Park. I couldn't miss an opportunity to put the QR code up in front of everybody in the room, but also viewing at home if they would like to make a donation to support the sculptures that will be coming in and arriving in time for Veterans Day 2024. So far, we have $251,000 towards the over $400,000 contributed for the art, and we'll be pushing out that more shortly so that we can fundraise the remaining portion of funds for those 2 pieces. Now that Brent is up, we're going to go to the next slide. There you go.
Good afternoon. I know we're getting close to lunchtime, so be as brief as possible. I'm a new guy, so everything I'm reporting on is the prior to I got here, but they've done some phenomenal things over 2023 and have some great accomplishments to take care of in 24. The first one up is the River Shore Meadows Park. It was opened on November 3rd, 6-foot path and wooden timber steps were put through that city property to create a nice little pocket park in that community. The next accomplishment was the Morgan Falls Athletics Complex phase 1. That phase included replacement of additional bleachers, shade structures, water bottle stations, and overhead safety netting and some stormwater improvements. The closeout walkthrough is tomorrow for that project. So we have some punch list items for it. The next item is the completed bid process to select vendors for the Sandy Springs Racket Center and Park Gymnastics Facility. We entered into a 10-year contract with Roll-On Tennis Services at the Racket Center and Jumpstart Gym as a 5-year contract for the gymnastics facility. Now, that with both of those vendors to learn what their goals are for those facilities and how the city can partner with them to have positive damage applications. The next item is the Abernathy Arts Center programming. As y'all know, we partnered with the Art Sandy Springs to provide programming to the community at the Abernathy Arts Center. Some of those classes include painting, finding and basketry, if you're interested in that. drawing, watercolor, and some after-school programs for younger kids, such as musical theater and improv. So that is the organization over there that has some fantastic ideas of how to activate that site. And I look forward to working with them as we improve the center and that entire site. One of the more impressive things I've seen since I've gotten here is the expansion of the adaptive programming that the recreation section has been doing. Jane Jarrett's been doing a phenomenal job with increasing those numbers. On February 25th, this past year, we hosted our Superstar Dance. Had over 120 people register, 103 attendance. We provided complimentary event, including the red carpet entrance, king and queen crown and sashes, and noise reduction earbuds, and the DJ, and the master of ceremonies, and catered food and photo booth. Another event we did for adaptive communities was on September 30th. We did the Bluestone 5K9, which had 54 athletes registered. 47 of those competed in the race. With the help of Catalyst Sports, we had 6 adaptive athletes compete, and approximately $35. So, and this one, the next one, I'm very excited to see continue is our adaptive fishing program in partnership with Untitled Therapy. We held one on September 15th. Empower and Department of Natural Resources. We had participants there that did use adaptive fishing equipment designed for individuals with limited hand power. This program took place at Lily Falls Dam Pier, and the pier with accessible sections with a guardrail to lower height, so a person using a wheelchair or other mobility device has the opportunity to fish. So I see us expanding that program and seeing how we can partner more with Georgia Department of Natural Resources on that. One other
program.
I'm sorry.
What's the name of
The
it?
name of it was our adaptive fishing.
Adaptive fishing.
Yes, sir. One of our other goals was to create new pickleball courts in the community. We installed 6 new courts at Hammond Park and 6 at Ridgeview Middle School, which were primarily funded by Fulton County Schools. We're also working to add 16 additional courts at Sandy Springs Racquet Center in partnership with Florida Tennis. So we'll be working through that with them in the coming year. The next goal was the construction of Trail Segment 2A, which I know y'all are familiar with. A notice to proceed was issued in November of 2023. Trail is 1.87 miles of total length. About 1,300 linear feet on the boardwalk. As it comes out of Orchid Lake, it goes into Edgewater Park and City York Summit. So that was begun, and we are working away at getting that boardwalk completed. And just a note on some of our program participation numbers, it looks like we're about 30% over increase over last year, 2026 numbers. So we are seeing that increase in our recreation program.
Questions? Thank you.
Now, Bill will come up. You'll hear back from Brett in a few minutes about the 2024 measures. Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Thanks for having me up there. So our accomplishments in 23, we're tasked with increasing outdoor space usage, and we did some things to activate the spaces. We added a signature event every Thursday with Sundown Social, which, as our staff likes to say, come visit the neatest little backyard in town. It's been proving to be successful. And then we partnered with Mutation Brewing, and they were doing a Thursday once a month of coming out and doing a nice little beer tap room pop-up, which worked really well. So we had 17 Sundown Socials and 6 Mutation brewery events. Then we did activate with our wonderful Skate City Springs, which we have some great details, but it's bulleted twice. So we're just going to say we activated 65 times in this part of the slide, and then we'll get back to some more details later. The educational programming, we partnered with City Springs Theater Company and the Alliance Theater Company and increased our educational programs where we bussed in kids from schools. And we had 4 performances during the school year and also 3 weeks of summer camp. Then we did spend a bunch of time with professional facility management, our consultant, and we looked at best practices for performing arts centers. And then we, after a comprehensive time spending looking at everything, we took the things that really lived here with that hour pack and we implemented them. We have a few other things that we're in the process of implementing, but it was, I think, a very positive experience, and it's helping move the pack forward here in a great way. We also redid our point of sale system. We didn't have the capability of doing some of the newer payment types like Tap and Apple Pay. So we brought in a new system that does that. And it's really helped with how fast we can service our clients, and it's really been a positive thing for people. People love to tap. In fact, I tap so much my card ain't working. So it's really helping with our experience for clientele. And now let's get to the inaugural Skate City Springs. 16,000 skaters came in 65 days. 66% of them, they visit us in a short period of time during that holiday break of December 15th to January 3rd. More importantly, and what I thought was really impressive, is 57% of the visitors came from right here in Sandy Springs. So we did serve the community, and then we also did introduce the community to outsiders. So I think from a first year experience, it really, we hit it out of the park. I think next year we're gonna have a, just once people know about it, they're gonna be coming here to skate. And I didn't do it, just saying, we're too old for that. The next thing we did, I think this happened before I got here, y'all approved the new membership program. We have the membership program ready to go. All the details have been sorted out. And one of the details is that in the past, when you signed up, you got a year. And it made it very difficult for us to track and keep members in line. So the decision was made that memberships would expire on April 15th. So that every year on April 15th, we would initiate the new year so that we could better facilitate the program. So the program is wonderful, and what we're trying to do is add more of the value should be more equal to the cost of the membership. And that's one of the places we've really evaluated. So in April, we'll go ahead and launch that. We did work with Visit Sandy Springs to develop new marketing and collateral and strategy to go after more of the conference center dates with weddings and meetings, and did a great photo shoot. The collateral now is really impressive, and it seems to be doing a very good job for us. City Springs website, we updated to be to include more of the campus activities. So if you go to citysprings.com, we feature everything, feature the shows in the theater, all the signature events, and the highlights, the collateral on there, or the assets on there are much stronger than they were in the past. We have videos, we have things that you can really kind of feel the excitement of the area. So I'm very happy with that redesign. Facility improvements, we have the 2 new marquees on Roswell Road, which really seems to scream to people, hey, we're a theater, which was really missing in the past. And then we also added digital information displays right at the box office, which is our point of sale, or as you're standing there, if you're in line, you're getting to see all the different shows that are available. We did complete the acoustic improvements in the theater itself. And we just worked with IT to get better Wi-Fi capabilities out on City Green so that we can broadcast more things out there and just find ways to kind of engage people that are on campus better.
Well, the sound in the theater is much better. Good. I've been complaining about it for some time, and you guys discovered why we were having problems and you fixed it. That's great. Spent a lot of money on the front end to make that place sound right, and apparently somebody came in and.
What was the why?
They rearranged the speaker loads. One of our previous contractors, and so messed up all the. They rearranged the speaker loads. Placement of the speakers. And so.
Downhill? Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So once they figured that out and stored it, it was and the ticket sales for events, I think, are going as well as we've ever had. We're selling out a lot of, coming very close to selling out. What about this? How are we doing in marketing this to our corporate community for activation?
So this floor is rather busy. We do about 400 events up on third floor in 2023. Total, we oversee about over 900 events on campus. So this floor is doing really well. One of our problems is scheduling. People want certain dates and we fill them in as we can. But we're gonna, like I said, we just redid the marketing collateral. It's working, and gonna try and get staffing up a little bit to help facilitate all the events that are happening.
I have a question about this floor. So I know I have a lot of people that approach us or me about renting out the space, but they just say it's too small. And I know I see dollar signs, but is there any way to expand this room? I'm looking out this way. I don't know what's behind us, but do you get requests where we can't accommodate? Because I know there's, especially in the Jewish community, I guess.
I know that we try and move people down the studio if they can't fit here. I could look at the possibility of expanding this room.
Now, I know there's a lot of space right here that I don't think it's used very much. I don't know what it costs, but I feel like we're missing out on a lot of events where we could have, 400 or 500 people.
And we can certainly take a look at it.
Mayor Paul, man, on that subject. When we were designing this, we had this discussion with George Bush about this being expanded, especially that funds being expanded. So there may be plans back there that George Bush and maybe went ahead and designed basic support. But let's talk to him. I know we talked about it. We keep talking about less of this open space. Everybody liked the open space, but this indoor space back to that wall out there was something that was discussed. So maybe something in the vision.
The space gets used in the spring, summer, and fall receptions, but we do have some vacant space over there, and we can still utilize this space and go that direction a little bit. So there's something we can take a look at if the economics of it. If we're just building to handle 1 or 2 events every year, probably not economic. But if there's a market out there, we can fill it up. So we just need some analysis to determine what the likelihood of its usage will be. But if like I say it's 1 or 2 a year, it's not going to give us a return on investment. If it's 12 times a year, that's something.
We'll certainly look at it.
How many people who are renting this space up here take the whole space? Because we've had it blocked off into 3 spaces versus somebody might want just 1 space, versus somebody who takes.
It's a good mix. I could get the numbers for you, but it's often 2 pieces of it. I'm not sure how many people take the third. all three, but I'll find out.
All right, let's go to 24. You're up again.
Oh, still me? Sorry. All right, 24. So as we all just talked about and expanding and starting new construction, one of the things that Dave and I are talking about is when heritage, if that building goes away, that heritage band shell loses a lot of support. So we no longer have dressing rooms and we no longer have storage for what we use over there. So one of the things that we want to look at is creating that heritage band shell to include some storage and dressing room, and then also putting a roof on it, a permanent roof over there. And one of the benefits of a permanent roof is that we can suspend speakers, because where we have to put speakers now, they point right at the building across the way, because you can't direct them down towards the audience. So we get a lot of slap back from that building, and then I get a lot of calls in my office from residents who are a little concerned about the noise. So we're going to, Dave and I are going to look at what are the different possibilities for there, and at the same time look at City Springs for the same storage capabilities on that band shell. I know that in 22 there was had some architect rendering and some planning that we'll revisit and see where the cost is at this point. And now that we have some different parameters we have to look at without the heritage building, some investigating and come back to you all with some solutions to that. This should actually, the City Springs website, we're actually, we've gotten with Carbon House, who is a performing arts center web company. They're kind of the gurus of interactive enterprise solutions for selling tickets and selling shows. And we're going to create a Sandy Springs Performing Arts Center website that citysprings.com will send you over to, that is more the experience that you get when you go to, say, the Fox or you go to the Cobb Center. And it really drives ticket sales rather than information. So we've just started that process, and we'll have it finished sometime during 24. And as far as increasing sales, like I mentioned already, we have better collateral. We're continuing to get better collateral as we have bigger events outside. We've taken some drone footage. We always have a photographer on site now, making sure that we have what we need to put together, the assets we need to put together good collateral. We also, thankfully, because of our ticketing system, we're able to analyze who's coming now, and we can do a real targeted marketing effort, not only for this part of the building, but outside and the theater. And for the conference center, I think I already mentioned, we're going to beef up the sales department to try and just get people beating the doors down and getting more clientele. With food and beverages and getting that revenue up, first of all, they're killing it this year. But, you know, we're hiring a new executive chef. Once we get the chef in place, we'll redo the entire menu. And we're in the process right now of evaluating their cost of goods going up so much. We're evaluating pricing, and we'll get most likely need to adjust some of the pricing. And then we definitely need to upgrade how we present our food. So our buffet tables have been lovely. We'd like to see them more enticing and a little bit more fancy based on the clientele that we want to get up here. And then we're working on much more strategic programming for the theater, where we've got some interesting, I'm going to say high profile acts in the wings that we have booked, and come early spring, we're going to release a bunch of hot names. And in fact, in 10 days, I'm gonna make an announcement that you guys will really, I think, love.
You're telling now,
Yes, if I could.
but in this room.
So look for something in 10 days. We're also working on better mining the guests that are coming here. One of the things that we're not doing, and we've been working with IT and they're solving the problems. We have all those people that come to the big events outside and we can't collect their data. So we're creating different ways to get them to engage with us, where we get them on our list, so we can increase kind of the inherent people that we can go after to sell tickets and put events in front of. And again, because of the ticketing system, we are going to do a very targeted marketing effort for the shows that are coming up based on who's here. And we're using some of these high profile acts to drive new attendance. Because we know the community is going to come out for these names that we're talking to right now. As we mentioned already, as you tasted this morning, we are in the middle of relaunching the City Bar. The daytime menu is active, and we're getting a lot of great feedback on as we iron out all the little kinks. It's a quicker grab and go kind of experience. If you have a meeting at lunch or breakfast meeting, I can tell you that I've had lunch and breakfast here, and I get everything in under 10 minutes, and it's all delicious. We're calling it a gourmet grab and go concept because our executive chef created the menu. So I'm excited about that. If you happen to walk through it today, it is closed because we have begun painting. There's a whole new decor that's going into that area to make it warmer and more inviting. Yes.
The City Bar, we got that new gigantic television in there. Have we considered opening that thing up for things like the Super Bowl or these college bowl games and stuff where, I mean, you're sitting on the field and that TV is so big there. Have we considered doing that as an event on like a Sunday afternoon or a Sunday night?
So when I got here, I wanted to do college football and bring in stronger beers. But as we started looking at our Fridays and what's available here, that's part of our problem, availability in the building consistently to do that. But I would like to, yes, do special events, but we have to be more. It's kind of a laser guided missile thing, you know, where you're right, Super Bowl, there's nothing in the building, we should do it. And then there becomes a licensing issue with some of that. If you're selling, I guess we can sell beer, but we can't sell tickets. So it's definitely something we should do. And you know,
We can sell food and
yes, food
drinks.
and drink, absolutely.
Yeah.
We see it the other night for, I guess it's a private rental, the Paul Reiser event. And it looked like they were collecting tickets also from the City Bar. I don't know how that worked out, but you know, that bar potentially could remain open in a way that can serve both a program that's happening at appropriate times in the Myers Theater, and then be open to, frankly, to something going on at the studio theater as well, or just to the public. That might help.
It's definitely part of our plan is to use it often and try and get it consistent. One of the problems, one of the opportunities is teaching people that it's open. Right. So we are definitely looking at doing that. We're looking to extend and put more outside seating and making it getting more ability in the fire pit. The fire pit is actually in the plan. So that'll all come to you guys, I'm sure, once we know what it is we're asking for.
Thank you, Bill. So I have an anecdotal story which will lead me to a question. I went to a panel event the other day, and Mayor Dunwoody was there. She was asked by the audience, why doesn't Dunwoody build a performing arts center? Her response was, why shouldn't you have a great one that's 10 minutes away? And then she went on to extol the program I had a great events, great program, all reinforcing her belief that she's happy with me because she has our things away. So number one, kudos to you and your team for enticing non-Williams to come over. Which leads me to another question of our attendees that you know, how many are actually Sandy Springs? And how many people are we calling from outside of Sandy Springs? Tell me a little bit about what that makeup is.
Yeah, a lot of what we get is from local community, and one of our opportunities is to try and start pulling people from the region rather than immediately here. I can actually pull numbers for you to give you the exact stats on how many.
Oh, it's a Sandy Springs facility. That's why I was interested in how many Sandy Springers.
Yeah.
But also reaching the outside group.
And it is mostly Sandy Springs, but I can get you those.
On Friday nights out here, I take an informal poll. How many out here, live here? And we get a lot of out of town people, non-Sandy Springs people on our concerts, at least on Friday night. And as you noted, we don't have a way to capture them. It's very difficult since we don't have a ticket sale. It's an all-come kind of event. But anything we can do to try and identify and get that data coming with our market, I think we've heard this before. I think the city large is way underutilized asset. Our biggest challenge is how we market.
Yes.
We struggled on Saturday mornings during the farmers market. Outside, and then when we fired up the ovens out there during the summertime, chefs were dying from the heat. But I'm not sure we have, and we're doing a much better job of marketing. So, really good. But just pointing out that we still have a ways to go adequately marketing specifically, particularly in the mornings. If we're going to be open in the morning, how do we get that clientele to pull in? We've got to make sure it is truly easy. They can pull in the circle, park, run in, get what they want and leave, or hold the breakfast meeting, whatever. And it's just a matter of making sure, building the awareness of that.
Right, we have a plan to do that. One of the elements that is yet to be added is the remote ordering. So when you're sitting up in your office, we have a software that we're waiting for the final adjustments on. Let you go on your mobile phone, order whatever it is that you want, just like you would at Starbucks. So once we have that, we're going to do a push out to the market so that it's immediately accessible to them. We didn't really want to put it out there until we had that on.
I had to do a couple of times for a breakfast meeting package. Did one with Sandy Springs Education Force, maybe where they were at kid cashier. And I did one, Jody and I did one recently with the Israeli consulate at Breadwinner. That was on 12 hours notice. But I do think, one thing that's done really well in this community are breakfast places. And they do very, very well and they're full. But the ability to have 20 people together, 25, for a 7:30 or 8 o'clock with fruit, coffee, that could be a great utilization of that space to engage in. And I'd love to see that marketed as well. I can see times where I would use it also not to come up into the building, just the parking, you walk right in. It's really one of the driver options we have here.
I did meet with the chamber to ask them to kind of promote it to all the businesses that are in the chamber to come here and be at work. It's
Make it price it right.
Well, our price is, I have to tell you, my breakfast cost me $5 downstairs.
So, but the package with somebody potentially pick up that space from 8 to 9 or 8 to 9, 7:30 to 9.
Right.
That would include coffee service, whatever. Nothing, don't have to be too elaborate.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, good, right here. The breakfast this morning, I think that would do really well at the farmer's market where you're not cooking, because I think one of the things that's missing at the farmer's market is you just go up and grab something. So a few of those items, I think, I don't know what your plan is.
That was the plan.
Roadway used to provide.
Yeah,
They're not doing
less red peppers and.
Yeah, we had to revamp the entire breakfast offering, but that is what you'll be seeing this year.
I'd love to be a tester.
Okay.
Me, Brian.
Keep that in mind. So
Folks, we're running way behind, so.
I'll go quick. You want me to go
I
quick?
didn't, want to foreclose any questions, but you may not.
Okay. You want to go over what we're doing for, to augment the signature events like that real quick? Because we're introducing a new element that will help us gather the data. It's called the Q program, and it is a software package that allows you, the customer, to take your selfie and put it up on our big screen like they do at the big football games and hockey games. Allow you to also do video. And then we can also do polling off of that, where you put up the screen almost, like which artist would you like better? Or what's your favorite breakfast sandwich? You can actually get some data from, really groundbreaking data for us, because we have, but it'd be nice for us to be able to do that. And it is monitored, so no one can just, shoot the wrong picture up there. We release the pictures and the videos that go up there. And that will be available for the first City Green concert this year. And we can also use it in every event that we do in the city. There's no extra fee for more events. It'll be available to anything that my department does. So that's one of the real exciting things for me. We're going to introduce an Oktoberfest this year because they do real well, and because a signature concert in October is way too cold, but people prepare for cold in Oktoberfest. So that's my driving force, and I'm standing behind. Excited to put that together. The participant engagement is really that Q system that I talked to you about, and we'll continue to work with partners, and we're working with ASO right now to increase the educational program.
Brent, no pressure, but.
I've got a lot of initiatives in front of me. They're all gonna be great. We're gonna do a great job. We've got a great staff. So of course, we are going to complete the construction of Springway segment 2A. That is the section that's over Orchid Lake that we briefed you guys on. We are drilling today. We are out on site. The pumps are running 24/7 now to drop that lake level. We were able to build sound dampeners around the generators and development. They've allowed us, permitted us to run 24/7. Keep the noise down on those generators. And get that lake level down. We are completing the design of Springway segment 2C. There's $800,000 available towards that design. And we are exploring funding options to begin construction of Springway segment 2E, which is the one that leads out of the park and runs up along the bank of the Wolseley, up across the over to Russell. So lots of new trail sections coming this next year in construction or in design. We are also in the process of completing the design of the permitting the Old Riverside Park. We reviewed a 50% plan set just this past week with Lowe's design on that park. Community development's reviewed the draft and requested some additional tree surveys, so we're getting that done. The restroom is going to be similar to the one Dante provided us for Big Tree. So if you're familiar with that one, restroom facility there. And then we are partnering with Sandy Springs Art and the Conservancy to design a art themed playground. So it'll be a one-off playground theme for that location. Unlike anything else you can see in the country. And then we also modified the parking lot. Originally it had 16 spaces in the so we'll continue to work on those design and get that, let's say, completed. The Abernathy South Greenway enhancements, is in design with Hackett Global. We met with them a couple of times on the stormwater elements at that part. We have a 319H grant file for. They were requesting around $400,000 to help assist with that project, to help mitigate some of the stormwater concerns through there, improve effectiveness, appearance of the storm drainage swells, and improve the existing stream channel and erosion control measures for the site. We're also going to be starting on Waterfalls Athletic Phase 2. This is also Atkins Global. We're doing some surveying geotechnical work right now. And the goal for that phase is to complete an open air batting cage, relocated west of the concession on the lower part of the park between fields 3 and 4. So, you know, that area, the tuck between those two small fields, right on the edge of the football and golf. We have shared the initial plans with the Athletic Association to get their buy-in, and we'll keep refining those until we become design. We are completing the Morgan Falls Dog Park Master Plan. We have a very preliminary concept that has elements shown that we can add into that area. Foresight Group is working on that with us. The early concept includes the entry gates, water fountains, shade structures, and a dog wash station outside the park so people can wash up their dogs before they go to the car. The 2 public input meetings on February 10th from noon to 2 and February 18th from 1:30 to 3 to get the public input on this concepts. The next thing we'll be doing also is initiating the Abernathy Park Master Plan. We're working on the scope of work right now on some of the facilities to put out on the street to hire consultant to complete that site. Then the next couple of elements are day facilities.
Mayor Council, just give a real quick update for the Abernathy Arts Center. We've been working with the architect of the design details to release the construction documents for the Martial Arts Center. We're hoping to get that done soon so we can get it on order. We're expecting that to come in sometime in July. Gives us time to get the site prepared for that. We've got our permit now for demolition, so we've got that scheduled. Notice to proceed with the contractor mid-February. We start removing the structures, the old stone structures out there, along with the retention pond, the remaining issues of the retention pond. And then the last thing I got is City Green synthetic turf. Yesterday, the ice skating rink got buttoned up and trailered out of here in storage for the year. And the construction fence went up this morning, and they'll start the synthetic turf tomorrow. That's be a little over a month project. That is the product being passed around. This is the same product that they have out of the battery in Truist Park. Gets a lot of wear and tear out there, but it's very resilient turf, Shaw product. There will be a 16 millimeter pad underneath of that, and then a hydro chill product that keep the turf, try to keep turf as cool as possible.
Are we still doing a master plan for Hammond Park? I was out there the other day and it just yells, we need a master plan. Opportunity.
So we've largely put the Hammond Park Master Plan on hold. We do have funding for it. Given what we know about the facility, we know that that's going to be a very major investment. And we don't necessarily want to get the community overly excited about a brand new facility out there when we know that we don't currently have a funding source for something like that. That could be upwards of $40+ million to place the facility out there. So right now we do have funding, but we're not moving the plan, and that is something that we can have more conversations about, but we don't have it on our plan with this.
You know, we could say we're doing a referendum. That's up for y'all to give me direction. We should talk about it.
All right. Any further questions? Let's do this. We are well over an hour behind.
I have a suggestion as well. We're going to move in the 2,000 progress to the next work session. That way, if you want to like, we can stop, get lunch, and then we can come back and finish the last 2 priorities before we move to financial health. So
I think let's do that. And even if we've got to talk while we Let's have council go first and then we'll.
Mother always
is sustainable growth and environmental stewardship. Catherine Mercier-Hagat is going to come up and kick off this section, and Marty Martin will be coming up to talk about. Sorry.
Escape me.
We couldn't let her leave without y'all hearing from her one more time. So, Catherine, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am leaving you with great ideas. How about that? So this is William Park, our urban forest coordinator, who is staying behind at one of our sundown social, just talking about trees, which is his favorite thing in the world. So in terms of accomplishments for this past year, we did receive our gold level for the Green Community Certification. I think it's a good opportunity also to remind everyone that we are also a B city. I think we are entering our fourth year. And we also are taking the mayor's monarch pledge. And the last time we ended up at the leadership circle, which was the second highest level. We concluded the 2021 tree canopy study. And when I say we, I really mean our fabulous GIS team. They used this time artificial intelligence, if you may remember. It was the first time that we tried that out and it was very successful. We also adopted our very first tree fund use policy, and that was a critical piece to help establish the urban forestry program that William is leading. Excuse me. That is very important tool that we finally acquired. We are working currently, as most of you know, on the Nancy Creek improvements at Windsor Meadows Park. That was a 319 grant that we received, and we completed design and permitting in 2023. Construction is underway, and we hope to conclude the construction in March and reopen to the public. We planted 416 trees last year. A lot of them went to our floodplain properties to help them reconnect with the water system. And we also treated 20 acres, and that's adding up all of the areas that have been effectively treated against invasive plant species. So 20 acres, that's a big chunk. It will be a multi-year effort, obviously. They are invasive and they keep coming back.
Thank you, Catherine. Catherine used a great term to describe our approach to much of what we do with stormwater, and that's team, especially GIS. And Catherine, her office, as well as community development, gender studies, particularly. Dan, wait, it's not here, so I can't call it. So anyhow, but with capital stormwater projects, 4711 Northside, the 12 or so that executed this year have executed. I'd call that one of our bread and butter projects. In this case, at 4711 Northside, deteriorated pipe underneath the roadway, deteriorated catch basins on either side of the roadway, and then deteriorated head wall. That's the outfall from those pipes. So with that project, it's somewhere around 175K in construction this past year. That defines a standard, a typical problem we face with stormwater each year as we maintain our roadways and storm drainage system within them. In the video, the introductory video you saw up front, you saw work on 5375 Long Island. It had not only an eroded stream bank, problems associated with that, but then that erosion on the stream bank jeopardizing the road shoulder and the utilities that reside in the road shoulder as well as the roadway itself. So in that case, at about 242,000, our team engineered through Lexamat installation to restore that stream bank there, as well as stabilize the utilities to provide a safe, clear zone adjacent to Long Island, that location. Earlier this year, a municipal storm sewer inspection audit staff can work coordinated what I term successful governments provided through the combined efforts of the many. I will cite all of those in the team I just mentioned. So much of the inspection criteria that are a part of our MS4 program reside as well in community development. We'll also coordinate any responses we receive this year on our updated stormwater management. Last year was 5-year anniversary on requirements to update your MS4 plan. Staff, across the staff again, we prepared that update and provided that updated plan to Georgia EPD in June. With that, Kelly. Oh, wait, next is me, sorry. Yeah, so. Okay, 24. Again, about 12 projects on the list with a timetable to deliver, with an estimated program of somewhere around $2.7 million overall for the stormwater projects currently targeted for next calendar year. With 24 as well, the 5-year plan that we updated this past year and provided to Georgia EPD, we plan to now implement this year. Let me talk just a little bit about that. But along the way, we still await some final comments from Georgia. It takes a while for the reviews in some cases. So we may have to adapt, flex the plan a little through mid-year. But one thing I'm incredibly proud of with the team effort, Cameron Wolf, our stormwater unit employee that heads up, serves as our MS4 coordinator, works across the staff to coordinate the many inputs from the many different responsible parties that are part of implementing, coordinating, and ultimately responding to the requirements in the MS4. But quarterly, with that team, Cameron heads a quarterly review, a matrix of some 25 to 30 items, all required inspections, et cetera, updates each year with the MS4 program. And he tracks that path to completion and compliance each year on a quarterly basis with all of the parties across the staff. So that by the time we get to the end of the year, when you compile that MS4 report, that binder, effectively it is just that, a binder that thick of reports, the annual results of inspection required under the MS4 permit, that binder's ready to go. The emergency catch-ups in a particular department, whatever the case might be, we've tracked it, we've communicated with everybody throughout the year. So back to the team, great effort across the staff to ensure that we meet our fairly important compliance guidelines associated with short permits. Now, yeah, sorry.
So this year again, we have a goal of planting trees. We are setting it at 300, but we believe we will be able to exceed that. Our partnership with Trees Atlanta is up for renewal, so you will be seeing Willie later this spring to talk about that. As I mentioned, the Nancy Green improvements at Windsor Meadows Park are going to be completed, and it will be beautiful, and it will be stable, and we will not be risking losing any more of the park into the stream. The tree canopy study will be updated with 2023 data, and we will be using GIS, we'll be using AI again. And also we have a community education series that is starting up in February. That should be very exciting. We are partnering with Eco Addendum. It is a provider of environmental education, but all sorts of different solutions. It will be, I believe, a 12-part series. So if anyone is interested, please reach out to Willie. His email address is wpark, as in park, wpark@sandyspringsga.gov. And you can otherwise register on our recreation and parks registration page.
Any questions? So, Catherine, do you know, are you coordinating with applications, so again, possible to do something that's out on Facebook and Instagram about the Zuko programs that you're talking about? It's February, it's, you know,
Yes, it has been advertised in the newsletter, and I believe there's also a side campaign that is going on. We reached out to Lost Order, Friends of Lost Order, and other partners who are going to be able to market that as well. But I believe we have 8 participants already registered, so it's very great.
Well, okay, thank you, and good luck. It's a pleasure working with you. Couple quick things. Is the Lake Forest Dam, we're gonna get an update at some point on that. Dan, is this a good time for that or? Are you planning to do that later?
Next Tuesday.
Okay, hold off on that. Cistern, that's also a stormwater kind of project. If we can get an update on that at some point.
Yes, but.
Another time.
Yes.
And then, so just to pass along then, on the GIS tree canopy study, every year we seem to ask questions about how we can slice and dice it by zoning, classification, council district, which is kind of artificial, just regions, areas of the city. Is it anticipated that are we have to re-ask those questions after the fact, or are we anticipating that for reporting?
We actually did it for 2021. We do have a draft report, which is much more elaborate than the presentation that you have seen. So we're putting the final touches to that, and you will be able to see all of these breakdowns.
Anybody else? Thank you.
Okay. Our next topic is water reliability. Our esteemed city attorney will make his way to the podium to fill you in on our progress.
Thank you, Eden, for saving me the trouble asking, because I sit right there and do this.
You're quite welcome.
We're here again to talk about water, and it hasn't changed much, except that and I hate using this word again because I've overused it. The spirit between Atlanta and Sandy Springs has changed greatly over the last year, and it has placed this project in a little bit of a dormancy. And it's the only way I know to describe it, in hopes of an agreement outside of litigation. And the litigation is a hard term too to describe the process that we're going through, or will have to go through to settle it. It's arbitration that the law requires in order to have all the cities and the county reach an agreement as to who will deliver what services where in the county. I'll go through these quickly because we've talked about them before. We've been in this project now for about 3 years. And the initial part of it hadn't changed. This button. Using Sandy Springs public funds, you all commissioned a study that cost somewhere around $400,000 to study the water system in Sandy Springs. And that review revealed a lot. It revealed that what the assets are. It created a value for these assets up to and including the water treatment plant, the half interest that Atlanta has in Johns Creek. We determined that 99% of the water received in Sandy Springs comes from this Johns Creek plant. And Sandy Springs is the only customer of this plant from Atlanta, which is significant for lots of reasons that we'll talk about. When you sell water, the law requires that you sell it for the cost to provide it. And the way you determine what the costs are is you do a water rate study annually. And if your delivery of water to one group costs more than the basic group, then you can charge a surcharge. Because our water comes from Johns Creek, it is more cheaply delivered than water from Atlanta's treatment center in Atlanta, the Hemp Hill plant, to its residents. So a surcharge is definitely not warranted. Generally in these fights or these disagreements, there's one side says it's 5%, the other side says it's 30%. In this case, there's no question but that the surcharge is not warranted. In addition, the base rate, Atlanta over the years, because they have not had a
righteous water rate study in 25 years this year. They have added things like a pilot agreement, which is, as you know, is a payment in lieu of taxes. When a tax entity does something that you want to develop, then the local government give them a break and say, instead of the tax, you pay this in lieu of the tax. Atlanta has been taking money from the water system, calling it a payment in lieu of tax, as if the water system would pay a tax, and it would not. It's a big number, and that's added to the expense of the base rate. In addition, they've been charging the water system a franchise fee for the use of the rights of way in the city of Atlanta, which I consider to be inappropriate in and of itself, but it should not be charged as a base rate to the citizens of Sandy Springs because our water comes not through the right of way of Atlanta. So it would not be appropriate to charge. In addition, this goes on in many other water systems, the watershed loans money to the general fund. And after we started our inquiry, they've begun to pay it back. When we started this inquiry, it was about $100 million. And I don't know what the current balance is, but it's less than that. And I would contend that it should not be part of the base rate to Sandy Springs. So on the issue of water reliability, you have two categories. One is the delivery. Is it sufficient and adequate and secure? And then you have the rates. On the rates side of it, we're being charged approximately 26% more than the base rate in Atlanta. And the base rate in Atlanta is about 3 times what it should be in Sandy Springs. So the water rates in Sandy Springs should be about 60% less than they are, based on the evaluation that Mayor and Council have commissioned. As to the integrity of the system, the same analysis has revealed that it is in dire need of redundancy. Most well-run water operations have a backup system. And as we learned not so many months ago, when the water line underneath the Chattahoochee developed trouble, many parts of Sandy Springs, especially the commercial areas, were without water. And we are in dire need of a backup, which, if big debate about the cost of it, could be $40 million. In addition to that, there's not been a major, that would be something over $1 million capital improvement done to this system in 47 years, which is, I don't know many people who haven't had a major capital improvement in themselves in 47 years. So it is long overdue. The good news, and I'll call it good news, and you know, everything is relative. No truer words were ever said. And I'm gonna give you an anecdotal story to qualify our friends from the South here. Many years ago, Mayor's heard this many times. I was in West Georgia, had a house on West Point Lake, and every day I was inundated with stories of raw sewage leaving a improperly maintained sewage treatment plant in Atlanta, getting in the Chattahoochee River and coming down to the lake. And somebody said, hey, we need to do something about it. Why don't you run for the Senate and fix that? I said, well, okay. So the first thing I did, even before I ran, I called the mayor. Never talked to him. Wrote him letters, asked to see him, never met him. Never could have cared less. 3 months after I was in the office, Atlanta got the mayor, and I'll give her a plug, Shirley Franklin. She came to the Capitol, came looking for me. Can we talk a second? I want to fix the sewer system. Years and years and years of EPD, EPA consent agreements Atlanta suffered through. I don't know how many millions of dollars of fines they paid. Mayor Franklin said, help me get a 1-cent sewer tax and I'll fix this. She gained the help, she got the tax. Atlanta's been collecting the most municipal option sewer tax for over 10 years, because they renewed it again. It has a 10-year sunset. The first one did. And I say all this to say, they don't have any EPA consent agreements to them. They fixed it. A lot of discussion, good bit of work went into that. They fixed it. In this past year, we've experienced a lot of discussion and that spirit I mentioned that we have not seen before. And it was evident through the loss negotiations and the partnership that the two cities showed with one another. Our public safety groups have been, I mean, I've never seen the cooperation like we've seen with the fire and especially the police over the past year. And that's one of the reasons this issue has stayed dormant. That and the conversations from our mayor to the Atlanta mayor, our city manager to the equivalent of the city manager in Atlanta have been nothing but positive, and these three categories of settlement have been discussed. Some recognition orally that the surcharge should not exist. Some recognition that they have not done anything to capital improvements, that something should be done. Some recognition in the way we manage day-to-day fixes of the system. And let me hasten to tell you, the last time we had this conversation, I looked, we had 76 outstanding tickets for leaks or failure to repair the right of way. Today, I don't know what the number is. You know,
Pretty close to that.
it's still the same. But 3 or 4 weeks ago, it was down, and Public Works anecdotally tells me that the cooperation is much better. Folks are much more attentive now, as the mayor has told me, and in a very positive, straightforward way. That ain't good enough. So we have gone back to the arbitration table. We've asked the arbiter to set a deadline. He's asked us, hopefully in March, that we can arbitrate these issues. We've given them a written proposal outlining what we believe we can recommend to the council to settle on, which would include a schedule of creating the redundancy, attacking the top 5 major repair issues and capital improvement identified by our expert. And I've said this many times publicly, I'll say it again. You told me, and we have accomplished that. We gave that hard-working, expensive review of this water system to Atlanta. They have it. That was, I think, a great benefit. As this sets out that there would be no surcharge, and if there ever was to be added a surcharge, it would have to have come from a righteous water rate study. And even then, the city could go along with some sort of surcharge that was directed to the improvements in Sandy Springs. And we await the judge's announcement of the arbitration. That answer any questions?
Let me provide a little bit more insight. As the city attorney noted, there has been a better spirit between the city of Atlanta's leadership and the Sandy Springs over the last year and 18 months. And a recognition that we have a righteous call, that we have legitimate concerns. I had a comment, we saw the proposal that we laid out to the city of Atlanta, and we are still awaiting their response. I had a conversation with the mayor's chief of staff middle part of last week. They had basically revolved around setting aside between $40 and $50 million to make the system updates that we've been asking for. And after that, I said, well, what about rates? And basically the response was, there's still gonna have to be some things that need to be litigated, which tells me they're not really have a serious conversation yet until on rates. So they're willing to put money into the system, acknowledge that, but We're still a long way from having any kind of agreement between the city, which is a little disappointing. I get it on a certain level, because if we get what we want, it's gonna have a major impact on the city of Atlanta. And I don't think there's any question that they're overcharging their own residents, so that's gonna create, if we get what we want, which we think is a proper way to assess money, it's gonna create challenges for them. And how they're paying for their water, what they're charging for the water system of their own. I know that at least a few years ago, I don't know if this is still the case, Atlanta had like third or fourth highest water rates in the country. And we're paying a premium on top of it. So while the conversations have been better, we're still a long way about getting a resolution that I think on terms that you would be happy. Definitely, I would be happy. What I think our citizens are do. So we are going to be in going forward with the litigation. Suggested to the city attorney and city manager when we had last conversation about it. Well, if we can resolve how much they're willing to put into the system to bring it up to speed, if we can resolve some of those issues during negotiations, that's good. That would be fewer things we have to arbitrate. But we were expecting, we were promised a response by Friday. Next week. We have not received it. So we'll just keep plugging away. It's not something, we're not going to go away. Not going to fold. We have an obligation to protect our citizens and make sure that they get the most basic, fundamental service that the government can provide. One that is then life is get it down to what we should. We're not afraid to pay. We're not afraid to pay for some of the bonds that may be needed to upgrade the system, but we want it based on what the real cost of providing water to our system, to our constituents are. And we're going to continue to push forward. I hope that we'll be able to negotiate. I'm hoping that once we get closer to arbitration and hopefully a court decision, that will bring us together with a little bit better mindset about reaching solutions, but we're not going to do it in my mind at this point.
Have they given you dates for more yet?
The judge is waiting to hear from their attorney and our attorney about some dates.
Provided any dates though?
Not yet.
Not yet.
We haven't even.
Mayor Paul, Mr. Paulson. I feel like Bill Murray in Groundhog Day. Okay, I think I have this all memorized. Not a couple of them are new, a couple slides are new. So I don't know how much longer we just continue on trying to figure this out. I like the plan to go forward. It's beginning to see fun. One of the aspects of this is still confounds me is if I continue to ignore state law, sooner or later somebody's going to come and I'm going to have to pay a price for it. This doesn't seem to be important to anybody, even though it's state law.
So it's important, Councilman Paulson, it's important to us, but it's important to them from the point of view that the city attorney has laid out how much money they are dependent upon the water system providing to their general fund. So it's important to them, and the wheels of justice turn slow. And the longer the wheel turns, the more money they're able to take out of the system. So it's kind of like, you delay and delay and delay, hoping that you delay as long as you possibly can because you're forced to do what the law requires. So it's frustrating. Nobody's been dealing with this more than my colleague to the left. Look at the gray hairs on it. So it's all with the water system.
If I could add a point, a couple things. One, you gotta keep in mind is that, and there's a
as many of you are a student of local government around the state, I challenge you to find another place in the state, and there are very few, where one local government, especially a city, sometimes a county does, sells something outside of its jurisdiction. It's a whole, and the Supreme Court of Georgia has ruled this, but there, it's a proprietary function. It's a city that it's an entity created by the legislature that is supposed to be governmental, that is taking an operation outside of its jurisdiction where they're supposed to stay for obvious reasons. And they carry on the business. And so different rules apply differently. So, and this is, I want to say, allowed to go on. It's not fair to Atlanta in that Atlanta came here in the 50s when the developers needed water and the county wouldn't provide it. And that grew. It kept growing. And nobody really, this is my review of it, nobody really sat down and said, you know, this is really not the way cities work. Let's get ahead of it a little bit. It just grew. And look at Sandy Springs. It's 50 years ago, 60 years ago, somebody would have said, you know, an acre of land is going to cost over $1 million. Wouldn't believe it. So it got out of hand, is what it looks like. I'm trying to tell you, but I would hasten to point out something to you. I've given you the kind of the macro view of this, what it costs. We think the revenue, our expert says he thinks the revenue is about $6.5 million a year. The surcharge is to Atlanta. You know, the reason we have these rules, the state law you're talking about, having to do with when you sell a commodity that people have to have, the cost of it, the price you can charge them has to be reflected, has to reflect what it costs to deliver. Because people have a right to not have a monopoly over them. This is the macro view, $6.5 million. But there are people in Sandy Springs, there are people in Atlanta, but your citizens in Sandy Springs, some of them are paying 3 times what they ought to pay for something that somebody would argue shouldn't have to pay for to start with. And so the cause is, to me, is that. To make that rule apply in a micro way to individuals.
Well, let me say this. I honestly believe Mayor Dickens wants to reach a settlement. I think he's sincere. I think he's honest. I think he really does. The problem he's inherited is the way the water system has been run historically. The city of Atlanta is so dependent upon those revenues that it gets very difficult for him to reach an agreement with us that doesn't really have a huge negative impact on the city of Atlanta. I don't know how they settle some of this politically. And that's one of the reasons I think they're just content to let the judge make that decision. I'm hoping that the judges make the right decision. You never know 100% for sure during litigation, but all indications are is you have a very, very strong and righteous position in the courts. We'll just have to see how it plays out. But I do not anticipate that we are going to reach a voluntary settlement with the city of Atlanta that encompasses all the things that the city. So, fortunately, I have to get involved.
Realistic for us to do thing. When, if ever, will this get to court?
The law that we're traveling under is the service delivery strategy law.
It's following the law.
They're not, because there are 20. But it's supposed, the hammer in it is you can't get grants if you don't have the agreement. But what happened back, this one, the 24 others that have been lingering, they got an injunction to stop the Department of Community Affairs from enforcing that hammer in the law. And there's a lot of discussion about that, some tweaks to the service delivery strategy law, which is a great law. Not that some of them are better than others, but it really is a great law in the operation of local government, and that it prevents redundancies, taxpayers from paying twice, or two entities fighting over who's gonna deliver what governmental service. But the problem is the ability to enjoin that hammer, that prohibition against getting grants. And the stay has been in place in this case for 14 years. And so the discussion is to do away with that ability to get the stay. And y'all need to be prepared. I'm glad you brought that up too. Y'all need to be prepared when that hammer comes back. It applies to every city in the county and to the county. So that our neighbors to the north, our neighbors to the south, none of them will be eligible for grants, including DOT grants, including Sandy Springs. And it'll be less impactful to Sandy Springs than most others, but that will be the net effect of it. And that's the intent, is to push everybody to the table and get the thing resolved. But that's the reason it is lingering.
Well, and I've been on the joint GMA, ACCG task force looking at the SDS law. And when Dan told me, I thought it was just the DCA not wanting to swing the hammer. When he told me it was an injunction, one of the things that I suggested to the SDS task force is writing the legislation for Senator Gooch and Representative Hood, which are driving this in the legislature, is that we put a provision in there that prohibit a Superior Court judge from enjoining sanctions. But it didn't fly. So I'm not sure, even if we get a new law, we're not going to face the same challenge of getting a Superior Court judge because the sanctions are so draconian. And the fact that if Sandy Springs and Atlanta don't agree, we force Alpharetta to be a party to our dispute by denying the grants. And that's just not only Alpharetta, but every other city and county. The impact of that law is so draconian that judges have said, you know, Atlanta and Sandy Springs, you shouldn't be allowed to negatively impact everybody else. So we're just going to have to issue a stay. And there are about 30 of these across the state.
And I hasten to say this, Sandy Springs agreed to the injunction to block the penalties back when this was early on.
14 years.
14 years ago.
Let's revoke that one.
It's possible that could be the step. If we can't get to court, I'll come back to you, but if we don't get the court date in March, that would be what I would recommend to you, is that we seek to void the stay, which is not a popular decision, but just like the statute says, that is the hammer.
Every city in Fulton County will be angry with us. But in their mind, we are causing it because we are, you know, every city with Sandy Springs has signed on. Yes. They have signed on to other 13 cities, all signed on. We're the outlaw because we have a righteous cause. We're not being stubborn. We believe that we have a basis for not signing on. It's our fiduciary responsibility to our constituents not to sign an SDS agreement that has been paying 30% more than it should. But everybody's going to be mad at Sandy Springs. And that was in the city of Atlanta, pointed that out a couple of times in our conversations. Everybody else has signed it but you guys. So,
a couple of years ago, we looked at the possibility of using eminent domain to seize the water system. Have we dropped that consideration, or did we figure that consideration wouldn't work, or what?
Over the last 12 months, we dropped a lot of them. We're hoping to be able to negotiate.
Right.
All options ultimately remain on the table. Just got to see what we get. We're on a journey. It's taking a lot longer than any of us hoped it would. We haven't resolved it with I think the best partner we've ever had with the city of Atlanta. Still, in my mind, politically irresolvable on their part. We're going to have to report.
Then let's go.
Oh, yeah.
We are. That was my instructions to the city attorney several weeks ago. When it became real clear that even though they want to do something, I don't believe they.
Okay, Mayor and Council, that concludes our priorities review and discussion. Our next presenters are here. Would you all like to dive in, or you need a quick break?
Let's go.
All right. I'm going to invite up to the podium Walter Goldsmith and David Cheatwood with First Triumph Advisors, who are going to discuss the financial health of the city, as well as segue into the homestead exemption analysis discussion that came up through the process last year. Walter and David came down this morning, and we're happy to have them.
Thank you, Eden. Mayor, Council, it's nice to be with you. I'm Walter Goldsmith. Got one colleague, David Cheatwood, who's with me, and the third colleague back in the back of the room, Bryce Holcomb, who's with us as well. We're going to dive right in. I'm going to tell you kind of the high-level executive summary of what we got, and then the way that we put the presentation together, and then we'll kind of keep it moving pretty quickly. But let us know if you got questions. So first, we wanted to start out giving a little bit of perspective on interest rates and where rates are. They were pretty high towards the end of last year, and then they cooled off a little bit. Next, we wanted to talk about credit ratings. You have a credit rating from Standard & Poor's and Moody's. You're at the AAA level, which is the highest credit rating that you can have. Credit ratings are just like a credit score for individuals. The better your credit rating, lower interest costs when you go to borrow money. And so we want to share with you how the rating agencies come up with those scores, the factors that they look at, and we've got a lot of data about the city and peer comparisons. We've done some analysis on your financial performance, which we'll share with you, and then we want to assure you that you're in compliance with all of your debt policies that you have, and that you've got capacity to take on additional debt. So the way we laid this out is market update, credit rating overview, financial overview, and then debt analysis.
Good afternoon. As Walter said, I'm going to dive a little deeper into each of these categories here. So starting with the market update, what we've provided you here, you'll see three different line graphs. We track a 30-year tax-exempt benchmark yield curve. That's the benchmark yield curve we follow. We've provided a history of over 20-year history of the 5-year rate, the 10-year rate, and the 20-year rate. Just a couple of takeaways from this chart here. Looking back over the last 20 years or so, you'll see that in late 2022, we really reached a high over the past 10 years of where we've been on the interest rate perspective. Since then, in 2023, they were pretty stable until they jumped up again towards the end of last year in the late fall timeframe. And then since October, they have declined. If you see the far right end of the graph, about 1% over the last 2 months. And so it's been a very volatile ride over the last couple of years here. One other takeaway is we've highlighted where the city has issued debt in the past, back in 2015 and then twice in 2020. I'll note in 2020, I don't know if it was the exact bottom of where rates were over the last 20 years, but if not, very close to it. And so you hit a great spot in 2020, took advantage of those rates and refinanced your debt for some savings as well. And then again, we're at a nice spot over the last couple of months compared to where we were a year or so ago. So that's looking back. If you look forward, we've provided a couple forward-looking interest rate charts here. This top chart, a lot of numbers on it. I'll kind of walk through how to read this here, but the short-term interest rates are driven by the federal funds rate. And so that's the federal funds rate, the Federal Reserve meets approximately every 6 weeks or so. And so what we've highlighted in this chart is the upcoming meetings over the course of 2024. So we have one actually tomorrow is the first one of the new year, and again in March, May, et cetera. And so what we've highlighted for you, and this is not our read as First Triumph, this is a consensus read of all the different banks and economists out there. What do they think the Fed is going to do with their rates during the course of this year? And so if you look at the orange highlighted boxes, right now the Fed funds rate is at 5.5%. That's the upper end of that rate. The market thinks that they will stay at that rate tomorrow. 98% of the market thinks they'll stay at 5.5% hold, which they've been doing for the last couple of meetings.
Also hold again at the March meeting, although less of the market thinks they'll be there. And then you start to see that downward trajectory in the Fed funds rate. The first cut being potentially in May, another cut to follow in June. Fast forward all the way to year end, and you'll see the majority of the market thinks the Fed funds rate will be at 4.25%. So that's about 1.25% lower than where it is today at the 5.5. So that is the expectation of the market, that the Fed will start cutting its rate at some point, likely this spring and over the course of this year, anywhere from 1 to 1.5% lower. From a long-term interest rate perspective, there's different views on that. We've included one here from JP Morgan. They sent out a weekly update of their projections for long-term rates. A couple of takeaways here, looking at the 5-year, 10-year, and 30-year MMD. Again, that's our tax-exempt benchmark rates that we follow. You'll see on the front end of the yield curve, that 5-year rate by year end expected to be lower. That's going to go hand in hand with the Fed funds rate, that short-term rate. If you look at long-term rates of 30 years, the 30-year MMD, you'll see it's approximately the same as it is today. And so again, the general consensus for long-term rates is not material increases or decreases, approximately where they are today for the rest of this year. Moving into credit rating update, and as Walter mentioned, the city maintains the highest credit ratings possible. Your AAA from the 2 rating agencies that rate you. Yes, sir.
Before you go to that, let me ask this question. Just in the general market, what impact does Citibank's withdrawal from the muni market? They've been one of the biggest traders of munis in the market. They're getting out totally. How do you view that impact on the municipal body?
Good question. Actually, our colleague used to work for Citibank for many years, but there are a number of other big underwriting firms in this space as well. And so I think you'll see those other underwriting firms jump in and take up some of the market share that Citigroup had. We have seen Citigroup, the bankers that covered various areas, go to some of those different firms. And so this happens from time to time. New participants will jump in, some will exit the space. So I don't think there will be any sort of hiccup or market disruption because of it. I think you'll just see other firms really take up that market share position.
Worth sharing the Fayetteville results today, just as a.
Sure. We were in the market today for a Fayetteville Public Works Commission to North Carolina Utility System. They were selling about $75 million of water, sewer, electric bonds, and incredible reception from investors. We had 18 underwriting firms bid on their deals, a competitive bid deal. So very strong reception. It was a 15-year deal. Their all-in cost was sub 3%. And so again, speaks to the fact that over the last couple of months, rates really have come down. On top of that, there is a lot of demand out there for especially high quality essential service type bonds that Fayetteville is selling that you all would sell. So
What were they rated?
they are rated AA2, AA, so 2 notches below where you are. So diving a little bit deeper into the city's credit rating, again, your AAA, you've been AAA from Moody's for a number of years. As y'all know, you were upgraded by S&P in August of 2022 from AA plus to that AAA mark. A couple of notes from the last rating reports of both Moody's and S&P. From a strength standpoint, your tax base is very strong. Your financial performance has been incredibly strong. Challenges, they're pretty tough to come by with the AAA, so they're sometimes stretching to list some challenges, but as y'all know, you've got a cap on your millage rate. And then they typically note any economically sensitive, specifically sales tax, if there was another recession and those were to drop, that could be a challenge for you all. And then in terms of, you don't have the upside scenario because you're already AAA, downside scenario, it's going to be the things that you would expect, a deterioration in your tax base or in your financial position, specifically fund balance. A little bit more detail on how you all, the city, stack up compared to some peers across the state. And we're going to reference some peer comps as we go through some of your ratios and metrics throughout the presentation. But looking at Standard & Poor's specifically, they rate over 2,300 cities and counties across the state. Of those, 317 or approximately 13% are AAA. So y'all are in a very high category. 13% of all rated entities, cities and towns are AAA from Standard & Poor's. Within the state of Georgia, they rate 39 cities and towns, and of those 39, 9 of which are AAA or 23%. Georgia is a very high credit quality state, so it makes sense that there's, from a percentage standpoint, a higher number of AAAs than nationally. But again, y'all are in great company there and very elite company with your AAA status. We've provided a list of all the entities, cities and towns that Standard & Poor's rates. And again, you'll see those AAAs. Those are going to be the ones we reference when we talk about your peers and peer comps for your different debt and financial metrics. We're looking and comparing you to other AAAs out there as well. A little bit more detail on how each rating agency rates you. Both are very clear cut. They provide specific rating criteria or methodologies that identify the different factors that they look at and the weighting assigned to each factor, and they grade you out on each of those. And so it's great because it's very transparent, and we can back into how they're rating you and do sensitivity analyses on what if you issue more debt, will that impact your credit rating? I'll reference that towards the end of the presentation here. But we've provided you a high-level overview of the different factors. We'll start with Moody's of how they look at general obligation bonds, or, and I should note, the city does not have general obligation bonds. You've issued bonds to the Public Facilities Authority, but that is general obligation equivalent because within your intergovernmental agreement, you're securing those payments with your full faith and taxing power there. So we are looking at the GEO rating criteria. You'll see it's divided up into 4 categories. Local economy counts for 30%. Your financial performance counts for 30%. Institutional framework, which is really just how do cities work within the state of Georgia? Are you reliant on the state for certain revenues? And so all entities within the state of Georgia get the same institutional framework score. And then lastly, leverage is worth 30%. That's debt, pension, OPEB liabilities. And so we can look at each of these in turn, and we have dropping in your fiscal 23 results to say, how do you grade out on each factor? And so we've shown you the weighting for each factor and your score. If you look at the top chart on the far right side, it's a pretty incredible picture. Y'all are AAA for every single individual category, with the lone exception being long-term liabilities ratio. You're at a AA1, which is the second highest category you can get. And so when you look at the rating for all of those, your total score is 1.25. And then you look at the scoring metric down below, you are very squarely in the AAA category. And so this is analysis we'll do in anticipation of issuing debt, or if you have a rating call coming up or surveillance call, we'll do our homework on the front end to know, in your case, do we need to guard against any sort of downgrade discussions? Do you have any pinch points here, or any pressures that we need to be aware of? But y'all are incredibly strong. I will say it is very rare to score out exactly at a AAA from the Moody's scorecard. A lot of other entities grade out at a AA1, and then Moody's will typically go and make some below the line adjustments that will bump them up to a AAA. You all naturally scorecard rating are a AAA, which again is pretty rare to achieve. Quickly on S&P, they generally look at the same criteria. They have a few different ratios and metrics they look at, but they are looking at institutional framework as well, local economy, your financials, specifically cash and fund balance, management, and debt. The big difference between the two is on the debt side in contingent liabilities, that weighting is only 10%, whereas Moody's weights debt and pension and OPEB liability at 30%. So Moody's is more debt heavy than S&P is. S&P carves out a specific percentage, 20%, that is management focused. That's looking at, do you have financial policies, formal written policies and procedures in place? And so that's where they're focused on the management side of things. Again, we've run this through their scorecard. Your blended score, your weighted score of 1.3 is right within the AAA rating category. And so after this analysis, looking at your fiscal 23 results, you all are, again, very solidly AAA, no pressure to the downside there. Any questions on the credit rating side or the factors they look at? Let's jump into the city's financial performance. And we've provided you, we're going to start with a 5-year look back of your financial performance, and then we'll look at specific metrics here and how you compare to some of those peers across the state. What we've provided on this slide is your general fund results, looking at total revenues and total expenditures. Your total general fund revenues have increased approximately 30% over the last 5 years. Your general fund expenditures have increased by about 19%. We've also highlighted, so you've created a very strong excess of revenues over expenditures. You do have certain transfers out that you make from that excess. Primarily, there's two of them. One is the debt service payment that you make to the Public Facilities Authority, who in turn makes to bondholders. And you'll see this in the highlighted transfers out breakdown below. And then the other part of that, big part of that, is your transfer to the capital projects fund. So y'all are putting away a good bit of money for current and future capital projects. And so those are what make up your total transfers out. We'll dive a little bit deeper into your fund balance, but if you look at your fund balance year over year from where you ended up in fiscal 19 at 46 million and where you are as of June 30, 23 at 64 million, you've increased that fund balance by about 17.5 million or 38%, while again, putting a lot of money aside for capital projects as well. One other thing we've looked at here, just in terms of historical financial performance, is how have you compared to your budget each year? So we've shown you your fiscal 22 budget versus your final audited results, and then you'll see a variance column. The takeaway, and we've done the same for fiscal 23 as well, the takeaway from this chart is, as most do, you're very conservative in your budget process. You typically outperform your budget. You'll see that your revenues in fiscal 22 outperformed your budget by 8.5 million. In fiscal 23, they outperformed by close to 25 million. And then likewise on your expenditures, you came in under budget at 8.2 million in fiscal 22 and 5.9 million in fiscal 23. And so again, that's a very good practice. Rating agencies love to see the conservative budgeting and coming in better than those results. And so good news on that front over these last couple of years. When we start to look at some of the peer comparisons here, we have a couple of different data points. The first is just looking at total general fund revenues of about, in your case, 122 million for fiscal 22. One thing I want to point out when you go through these peer comps, this is coming straight from, or primarily from Standard & Poor's. They still have the fiscal 2022 data in there. They have not updated their database for all the 23 audits, since those are basically just now coming out and getting finalized here. And so when we look at some of these metrics, it's comparing fiscal 22 information by and large. But if you compare yourself to those other AAA peers across the state, you'll have more general fund revenues coming in, larger budget, larger performance there than your peers. We'll also take a look at your total, either full value, market value, means the same thing. Depending on where you're pulling it from, they'll use either full or market value, and then also assessed value. Looking back over the last 5 years, and this is pulled straight from your audit for fiscal 23, your taxable value of all your properties has grown by 21% over the past 5 years. The bulk of that coming in the form of growth in your residential property values. Based on calendar year 22, fiscal 23, about 6.5 billion, commercial property making up another 4.2 billion. When we compare that full or market value of, again, your total market value about 24 billion last year, compare that to your AAA peers, and that is larger than anyone else in the state for the AAA cities and towns. Another metric using that full value as a starting point is full value per capita. So taking your full value and dividing it by your population. Given that your full value, your market value has been growing each and every year, your population has remained pretty steady. Your full value per capita is growing and was about 225,000 in fiscal year 2023, compared to your AAA peers. Near the top, Alpharetta has a slightly higher at 250,000 full value per capita, but near the top of that peer set. Let's look at your fund balance here for a few minutes. We have a few different slides on fund balance. Starting first with your unassigned general fund balance. You'll see, looking in the chart on the bottom left, or you can look at the bar chart on top as well, that grew from fiscal 19 to fiscal 21 pretty dramatically. Y'all did draw down some funds and move some funds into capital projects in 22 and 23. And so that's the reason why your fund balance went down in those years. That said, your $39 million of unassigned general fund balance compared to your revenues for the subsequent year, and that's per your policy. Your fund balance policy is to maintain a minimum unassigned fund balance in your general fund of 25% of the subsequent year's budgeted revenues. You'll see that you've maintained well in excess of that. Over the last couple of years, you're about 33% versus your policy of 25%. Looking at that compared to your peers, again, this is unassigned general fund balance as a percentage of general fund revenues. Your policy of 25%, you're a little over 30%. I would say in line with your peers. There are certain entities out there, other AAA cities that have a higher unassigned fund balance. I'll take you to a couple other slides. Y'all have fund balances in your capital project funds, other assigned fund balance that ramps you up there as well. But I would say looking at this, you're very much in line with your AAA peers. So this other term, available fund balance, basically looks at your unassigned fund balance and then adds your assigned fund balance. And also wanted to highlight, as I mentioned before, your capital projects fund balance. You have a very healthy fund balance there as well. Focusing on fiscal 23, again, you had $39.3 million in unassigned fund balance, another 22.6 in assigned fund balance, which makes up your available general fund balance. That's a metric rating agencies will look at if you needed to access those assigned, as opposed to they would not include restricted fund balance if that was legally restricted or if it included bond proceeds or something. They're looking at funds that basically you all can get your hands on in a worst case scenario if you needed it. So total available general fund balance right around 62 million. You also had a balance of 46 million in your capital projects fund. And so if we're looking at just kind of percentages of available fund balance as a percentage of operating expenses and transfers out, you're right around 45%. Which when we look at how that compares, again, very much in line with your peers. There are some that have a higher fund balance, but looking at your assigned and unassigned, you're in good spot. Any questions from a financial overview perspective before we dive into debt? So on page 26, we're just general overview of the city's outstanding debt. It's pretty straightforward. You have three different bond issuances outstanding from 2015. Those bonds were refunded in 2020. That said, you still have a few maturities left on 2015. That matures in 2026, so 2 more years to go on those 2015 bonds. In 2020, you refunded all of the callable maturities, which were basically everything after 2026. And you'll see that there. And then you had a follow-up issue, which was the 2020B. The city's total debt outstanding, just under 215 million. Very low interest rates there. The average interest rate is 2.38%. So you took, as you saw in the first market interest rate slide, took advantage of very low interest rates back in 2020. So no refinancing opportunities currently, and probably unlikely with these bonds here. For the near term anyway. If you look at the bottom left, this is debt service, the city's debt service, which is principal plus interest. The 215 I mentioned, that is just principal outstanding. If you look at your principal and interest payments on an annual basis, you're a little over $12 million per year. And that's what is going out, that transfer out of your general fund to the Public Facilities Authority. That's to pay that 12.2 million approximately in debt service each and every year. We provided you a few years back historically just to give you a picture of what your debt service has done. And it jumped up in 21 and 22 with the issuance of those 2020B bonds. But looking forward, you are very level for the next 15 years, right at that $12.2 million. You don't have a drop off until that 2040 timeframe. So the bright side of that is very easy to budget for that. You know what your revenues, what your debt service is going to be each and every year. It's the same amount. The downside of that is any new borrowing is just gonna be on top of that additive. You need to find some other revenues to cover that. A very level debt service structure for the next 15 years. Looking at a couple of debt metrics, and we'll again compare you to your peers, AAA peers across the state. You all have a debt policy that says the city's outstanding debt as a percentage of its full value or market value will not be above 1.75%. If you look on the chart on the left, your current debt as a percentage of your full value is less than half of that. You're about 0.8%. So you're well below your policy, comfortably below your policy. And then if you look at your peers, again, I'd say you're in line with your peers, a little bit higher. This is based on 2022 data. I mean, I can tell you, I know Roswell has issued debt in fiscal 23, so their metric would be higher. So this doesn't account for any debt some of these other entities have issued over the past year or so. But you are not outsized by any means in terms of this debt metric. You're in line with your peers there.
Quick question.
Yes.
Can you remind me of what the term full value takes in?
So full value is your market value. That's your total market value of the property of all residential and commercial property, as well as, I'll actually go back to this slide here. So it's going to take into account again primarily residential and commercial property. You'll have a little bit of industrial property, motor vehicles. That's going to give you your total taxable value of 24 billion. Again, your assessed value is 40%, or is from a residential standpoint, 40% of residential value. Looking at the next debt metric here, debt service as a percentage of revenues. The city has a policy that your debt service as a percentage of budgeted governmental revenues, excluding T-SPLOST revenues, will not be greater than 15%. Right now, they're again approximately half of that. You're about 8% in terms of debt service as a percentage of your revenues. And that stacks up nicely to your peers. You're lower than your peer group here. I will note this one is a percentage of expenditures, not to confuse matters, but S&P tracks it as a percentage of expenditures. And so just to stay consistent, since we're citing S&P data for the other ones, we flip this one to expenditures. But again, the picture would be the same under either scenario in terms of being in line with your AAA peer cities in the state. In terms of future debt capacity or affordability, and both of those terms are often intertwined here, there's a couple of different ways to look at this here. Let me go back. You can look at it as how much debt can we issue based on a certain revenue stream, identified revenue stream or revenues available. You can look at what is my debt capacity under my debt policies that I have in place. You can look at it in terms of how much debt can I issue and still maintain a AAA credit rating. And so we've done all three of those to give you an idea. The answer is not the same across the board here. And so typically when we have that situation, you're really looking at the lowest. You want to be able to, again, fit within your revenue streams, maintain your AAA, and stay within your debt policies. Looking at the first one, when we say how much debt can we issue under revenue streams or existing revenue streams, we went to your fiscal 23 audited performance. And as I mentioned on one of the prior slides, after you look at your total revenues, less your expenditures, less your transfers out, so you're paying your existing debt service, you're transferring funds to your capital projects fund. If your performance matches what you did in fiscal 23, you have about $4.2 million excess or surplus. That's what you generated in fiscal year 23. So when we look at, we're going to use that number, and we'll come back to that number a little bit later in the presentation as well. But that's the number we'll look at to say, if you repeated your financial performance and generated that, how much debt would that support? When we look at our debt assumptions, we're going to assume that you all repay that debt over a 20-year time period on a level debt service basis, just like the rest of your debt is, at a 5% interest rate. A 5% interest rate is very conservative right now. Again, y'all would be probably the 3.5% range for a 20-year financing right So again, taking each in turn, looking at the revenues available, using your $4.2 million from fiscal 23 that was generated. Under those debt assumptions, you could issue about $50 million, and your annual debt service over a 20-year time frame would be around $4.2 million. So from that metric, $50 million would be your capacity. If we look at it in terms of how much can we issue and maintain our credit ratings, we go back to those scorecards from Moody's and Standard & Poor's, and what we're doing is we're isolating the debt metric, and we're just bumping up the debt issued, the debt outstanding, and those ratios until your overall score drops down a notch. And so for Moody's specifically, if you'll remember, Moody's had a higher weighting on the debt. It was 30% versus S&P was only 10%. So Moody's is going to tell us the lowest number. It's going to be the most sensitive to the issuance of additional debt. And what we calculated there was $47 million. The caveat here is, again, that's our read of the scorecard. It is not always that cut and dry. If you drop exactly below the AAA metric from a scoring standpoint, that you will get downgraded. There are below the line considerations, but purely from a scorecard analysis, $47 million would be the most before your scorecard rating dropped to a AA1, one notch below. So the first two scenarios in terms of the 4.2 million available revenues and then the credit rating match up, anywhere from 47 to 50 million is your number there. If we look at it from your debt policies, so debt as a percentage of full value and debt service as a percentage of revenues, much, much higher number. You could issue 205 million and still fall within your debt to full value policy. And then you could issue another $125 million and maintain your debt service as a percentage of expenditures. And so those are not realistic in terms of debt capacity. We're not going to go that high because, again, even though you can fit it within your debt policy, you still have to come up with the revenues to pay for it. And so really, to us, when we look at future debt capacity, approximately that $50 million, again, the caveat being we're using your fiscal 23 performance to dictate that. To the extent your revenues start to slow down, you see some slowdown in your sales tax revenues. If your, and we'll talk about this, if your property tax revenues drop, if you have a higher homestead exemption, or on the other side of the ledger, if your expenditures start to increase, then that 4.2 million goes down. And so that's going to reduce your capacity without finding some other revenue sources.
Let me ask you a question about the 4.2 million. What are the capital expenditure assumptions that get to that 4.2? Arguably that there's a possibility that if you borrow money, it's going to be for things that you're spending capital. So to what extent are there variables that go into that 4.2 that might raise it from the capital side? So I guess we're spending 20 or 30 million a year on capital. So how could that be effective?
Right, and so that, if I'm understanding your question, I may answer it a couple of ways. The fiscal 23, you all transferred $27 million to capital for projects, either current or future projects.
So the policy decisions, that surplus could go up.
That's correct.
So that is basically, that assumes a certain constant on capital, correct? To get to the 4.2 million.
That's correct. Eden, were you going to mention something? Okay, that's correct. $27 million. So yes, you could have more debt capacity if you pull back on some of your pay-as-you-go or your money set aside for that than the inverse is.
Yeah, it's clearly there's a big multiplier effect. You got to get to your surplus,
right?
And how you get to your surplus is going to have a big effect on the ultimate capacity.
That's right. And so just kind of general rule of thumb to sock away is $25 million of debt is about $2 million of annual debt service. And so again, if you wanted to lessen that amount, you could increase your debt, keeping in mind, the second leg of what we ran there, the credit rating perspective, which was that approximately 50 million as well, kind of look at those in concert.
I mean, depending on what you use debt for, but if you're using debt for capital items, I'd like to think that's going to affect your annual capital.
Right.
Unless you have a voracious appetite for capital.
That's right. That's right.
And those numbers also are assuming the same financial performance.
Oh, yeah.
Meaning we don't have any increase in salaries for employees or the cost of benefits. So
No, but inflation also, I mean,
Correct.
I don't know how they accounted for the, for the residential base, so without any changes to homestead. You know, if you've had I don't know the number, $1.8 billion of increase on the residential side in the last 6 years, a very large amount of that is going to be under floating exemptions. So that'll be burning off. I don't know if that's assessed or gross, but is the 1.8 of assessed or gross?
That is gross. 1.8 million, I'm sorry, in terms of
The
your
growth of residential.
that's gross.
All right, so 40% of that. But you're gonna have, there's gonna be a large part of that that's burning off every year under floating. That's gonna come into the coffers without anything else happening, presumably, right? Unless,
Presumably.
yeah, but right, I mean, we're gonna have a lot of inflation. Happening.
Yes.
That's right. I understand we can reach conclusions. I'm just trying to get to the right facts.
Yeah.
That's actually the last page. Yeah, that was the last page we had on the debt side. We did want to transition into the homestead exemption in some scenarios there, but any questions for us on the debt, city's outstanding debt or debt capacity? Our last topic here, looking at these homestead exemption scenarios, and we've outlined a few different ones here. Again, I'll note on the front end, the information we have in terms of the values and the differential has come straight from the county. City staff reached out and got some data from them, which we've replicated here. But currently, you all have a base homestead exemption of $15,000 plus lesser 3% for the consumer price index inflation amount. What the county provided was a look at what your total tax revenue would be under 3 different homestead exemptions, and looking at it if you had the governor's credit again in 24 like you did in 23, or if that was not in place. And so looking at the first chart there, if you increased your homestead exemption from your base homestead exemption from 15,000 to 25,000, your property tax revenues, again, absent anything else changing, would be reduced by approximately $770,000. If you went from 15,000 to 40,000, that decrease in property tax revenues would be approximately 1.9 million. If you exclude the governor's credit, and that's not in place in fiscal 24, this upcoming tax bill, the differential is the same. However, if you look at the total, as you would expect, if you don't have the $18,000 credit in there, you can actually go from a $15,000 to a $25,000 base exemption and still generate more revenues than you had last year. If you went from 15,000 to 40,000, it would generate about 15.4 million in revenues, which would put you somewhere in between the 15,000 and the 25,000 with it. So a couple of different ways to look at that, but just to give you an idea on the sensitivity of your property tax, gross property tax revenues that are coming in under these different base homestead exemption options. And then we wanted to convert that into your total property tax dollars. A lot of charts on this page, but basically looking at different values of home. This is just residential property here. So we've looked at a $400,000 house, 600,000, 800,000, and $1 million. Those are all assessed residential, 40%. So you have your assessed value, you back out your exemptions. The left-hand side includes the governor's 18,000 exemption as well. The right do not. But you can see if you look at, we'll pick a $600,000 house, your property tax for just the city would at 4.731 mils would be $979. If you increase the exemption, therefore reduce the property tax, that would go down about $50 from 979 to 932. And then if you increased it to $40,000, again, it would be around $860. So reduction of about $120 from the current.
That's 40,000 last row.
I'm sorry, tell me, the base homestead, yes, it's 40,000 in the last scenario.
It says 25.
It says 25 at the.
Oh, sorry, the header's wrong. It's 40,000. that's what we prepared, but again, happy to answer any questions. Put it up for discussion.
Do you know that if a homeowner is on floating, let's say they've had a big increase and they've got 200, like a lot of citizens might have like a $200,000 or $300,000 floating that's burning off, that base becomes basically irrelevant for quite a while, right? I mean,
Yes, and it's an extremely complicated method that they use to calculate this. They take the charge, so for example, when I bought my house in 2022, when I moved back, they took what I bought the house for and compared it to the last assessed value. The difference between the two is what they use to reduce my taxable amount by. Yes.
I'm not very smart.
Yeah, well, I'll be happy to pull out my bill and show you, because Tony and I had to walk through it with the expert at the tax office.
Yes, because the
It made no sense.
I don't do it in mind.
Yeah.
The floating exemption is only continuous ownership. I mean, a new buyer gets a base.
It resets.
Yeah, it gets a base assessment. And then if they're already, I mean, it's fast, it's slow to go up, fast to go down. Okay. It's unlimited. When we went through, Councilman also talked about the drop. Somebody could get a 30% drop on a homestead property, and then it's going to creep back up. It's going to take years to get back up, even if that was just a one-time thing where they were lucky on their appeal. But if you have a float, I guess the question is, I think I know the answer. If you have a floating exemption above the base, a rise in the base doesn't change anything until you come down, until you're back to a base level.
Right.
I mean, when you're above a base level, you're above a base level. I mean, so if a citizen has $100,000 exemption because of the floating, whether the base exemption is 15 or 40 makes no difference, correct? Right. So that there's going to be a lot of citizens for whom an adjustment in the base makes no difference.
Right.
Well, there's an attitude at the Georgia General Assembly this year. Local governments have not used the lost of property sales tax, which was designed to roll back property taxes. That they have not been doing that adequately to provide the property tax relief that sales taxes have done. My argument has been in situations like Sandy Springs, when we have the floating exemption, that is the mechanism that we have that rolls back the taxes. Well, that argument must be having some impact because there's legislation right now that have a statewide floating exemption that almost identically mirrors ours. But there's also some ideas floating around. I don't know how serious this will get, but also that because the property tax is the only tax on an unrealized capital gain on demand, then that what they're looking at is your property taxes would be assessed based on what you paid for the house originally. And it would stay that way until you sold it. And then the next person who bought it would go up. Now, the challenge with that is tax equalization. Theoretically, you're also supposed to be taxed on a relative basis to the value of the asset. What would happen is somebody bought my house at $550,000. It's currently valued through the county at about $850,000 to $900,000. I would still be paying based on $500,000, whereas my next door neighbor who has a house of the exact same type that just bought for $1 million is paying twice as much property tax as I do. I'm not sure how the courts are going to feel about that, but we need to be observant because the legislature is out there trying to dictate. This is an area where they have the ability to do so. Because they've been frustrated that a lot of governments have not rolled back taxes, property taxes, the way that they like them. They're actually, I think the most serious model is the one that mirrors ours. They would impose the Sandy Springs model on everybody else, and we're not going to do it. It's not going to do it. So you have floating homestead at 3% or CPI, whichever is lower. But we just need to be aware of the legislature's playing.
And maybe it goes without saying, but we'll say it anyway because people are tuning in and press or whatever, our piece of the tax bill is 15%.
Right. And it's been capped.
And it's been capped, and, you know, whatever we do is going to be on a small portion of your bill. And, I mean, I think what we, speak for myself, what I have heard of that continues to be from longtime residents. And even with the floating, you know, that's burning off every year, and they're seeing it go up. And although I think we've recently added some floating, but they're paying a lot of money to the school system. And, I just hear some from veterans, I think maybe you all may have a little bit more, but I've heard some, but, and seniors and veterans often over. But I've heard from a lot of seniors about.
I'm now one of them.
That's your.
And I've talked to my wife, and I'm not sure we can afford to live in Sandy Springs. We both are living on just retirement.
It's not because of Sandy Springs.
No, it's not. That's just the level of taxation compared to Cotton. Other jurisdictions around us, the school system, the fact that there's no break for seniors at any level.
Didn't they just come out with a break last year with another 3% or something? But you had to go back and reapply.
Yeah, the challenge is we are part of, there's no question the legislature's got a legitimate complaint. There are a lot of people in these high tax jurisdictions are being priced out of being able to maintain.
They've done nothing.
They've done nothing but live there, and inflation has pushed them into upper taxes. And it's a struggle. I mean, if I look just simply at Social Security income.
Can't afford to eat if you just look at
My property taxes for all the jurisdictions and all the bonds would consume 22% of my income from Social Security.
my property taxes consume my entire.
I know.
Sounds.
So that's, you know, that's, I mean, if you're just living on Social Security, you're paying 22% of your total income for just property tax. That's unsustainable. And we have people in Sandy Springs who have to do that. So, what are we to do? Well, we just gotta, first, let's see what the legislature forces us on this, and then we'll, you know, as we've always said, we're the flea on the tail of the dog. We get jerked around when the dog wags his tail because we're the smallest part of it. So, but it is a real issue.
Any more questions for Lincoln or David?
Thank you, Joan. This has been great. This has been unbelievably helpful and enlightening. Thank you very much for coming down and hearing us. Thank you.
We are now to our afternoon break with our visits to the major project boards over to the far side of the room. We will reconvene at 3:10 with our friends from Untitled, our consultants who came in to do the assessment of our capital improvement delivery process.
What will it take? 15 minutes to get to the boards, or how long? Do you-
We've got until 3:10.
3:10, okay. All right, sounds good.
So
trying to save a little bit of time, we're gonna go ahead and start with our capital improvement project delivery assessment update. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask Scott Parker and James Flick from Raftellus to come up as they walk us through the preliminary recommendations and findings of the capital improvement projects assessment that they have been working on for us. So, gentlemen,
All right.
thank you.
Sure. Thanks so much for all of you having us. My name is Scott Parker. I'm with Raftellus. My colleague James here. Is this, yeah, okay, yeah, just make sure, okay. So it's been a really interesting project. Really enjoyed getting to know your staff, particularly folks who are involved in this process. And we're going to go through some observations that we've made and then go through some of those recommendations that have flown out of those observations. So without any further ado, so this first things first is to go through the project purpose. Essentially has 4 components to it. First was to assess the operations and the organizational structure and your staffing, some of the policies and procedures related to capital planning in public works. We're going to identify the challenges and opportunities related to project management timelines and operations. We're looking for ways to generate staff capacity through structure, changes in technology, process improvements, and policy enhancements, and then finally, find recommendations to improve both efficiency and effectiveness. Is important to note that it's both of those things. It's not just efficiency or effectiveness. Neither one is both. So, okay, so to date, we have we conducted a kickoff meeting and did interviews with 26 staff members. And we also did a pretty extensive data review of the city's financial staffing workload and asset information such as it was, best we could get. And then we initiated best practice research. That means we look at the industry kind of across the board in infrastructure management to say, okay, where are you all in relation to those best practices? We've now completed the initial analysis of both operations and capital improvement projects and the process associated, and developed these initial observations and recs. And we're in the process of actually compiling our draft report right now. So that's essentially the last of the reading of the slides. So I'll get to some of our observations. So we do these type of assessments really all over the country for local governments and utilities in particular. That's really the focus of our business. And so when we start these sort of running through our observations, we like to start kind of with a general and then drive down to the specifics such as it is. So the good news for Sandy Springs is that you all are a very high functioning organization really across the board. People really know how to do what they're being asked to do, and they do it really well. We found lots of instances of that in talking to different staff people who are involved with really all elements of the capital process, but by and large, this is a very high functioning organization, and that is a good place to start. You all are obviously, as you all know, your initial government structure is unique as it relates to public agencies. And you obviously relied on contracted services for day-to-day operations. And it started with a single contract and then kind of fleshed out to multiple contractors over time. And that provides some interesting history for the organization. And I think it does have some impacts on sort of the way things are done, even up to this day, as well as the perceptions that shape the work that's done. So obviously, I believe it was 2019, there was a transition to city staffing from the contractors. And there was some significant initial employee turnover. I think that's kind of been dealt with over time. But as a result of that, anytime there's a big change of that nature, inefficiencies do occur. And they've been progressively addressed, and I think as they continually to be so, both through, or I should say, through staffing, some supporting contracts, and then ultimately training. And a lot of the things we're going to talk about today is sort of how to make that process even more, you might say, supercharged. And then the other big thing that we noticed is this is a very highly customer service focused organization comparative to the ones that we typically see. The city was founded on providing that high level of customer service. After many years, it appears that we're not getting much customer service. So that is a good thing. And there's a really high level of messaging, both to internal and external stakeholders as related to that customer service focus. And that has impacts both for the staff in delivering their projects, the perceptions of projects, and the perceptions of those who are sort of who are paying for and get the resulting benefit of those projects. All of those things are connected. So over and over in our research and then through our interview process and whatnot, I think one of the things that we found was that the history of utilizing the contractors originally in the organization really still has impacts in the organization. And one of the impacts is specifically related to capital improvements. It's often something that we heard from a lot of folks was that it's perceived to be a slower process than it was before. And I think one of the things that we would note is you're operating under different circumstances now when it's the city incorporated. There are different delivery models. Think about it like this: a consultant is hired to do a series of tasks, much like us. You come in, you do an evaluation, you do a series of tasks, you get paid for that task, and you really that's the things you have to think about. Do I complete the task as laid out before me? When you become a city and you have city staff, there are a lot more additional considerations and regulations and whatnot to consider. There are more stakeholders. There are more elements as it relates to public perception. You're not going anywhere as a city anymore. It just sort of changes things a little bit, and that perception sort of plays out in a lot of different ways. So as the city's matured, also on top of that, the nature of the capital projects that you are delivering is different. In our analysis and research and then through our interviews, many of the earlier projects were ones that were known about. They were, I'm really not a fan of this term, but people all get it. It's low hanging fruit. It's the ones that are very apparent and can be fixed rather easily, you might say, relative to other much more complex projects. And the projects that you're dealing with now on many occasions are more complex. And this can impact project timelines. The more complexity, the more stakeholders, the more people involved in the process, simply stated, that typically results in a longer period of time to deliver the projects. And it really requires a different project management approach as well. So it's not just the number of projects, the type of projects, but it's also the nature of the project. You have to do it a little bit different. A review of some strengths to build on. As I mentioned, you all have a very experienced and knowledgeable staff. And there's a lot of tools that the staff has available to them to be able to deliver projects in a efficient and effective way. There's a high focus on customer service, as I mentioned. And one of the things we noted, particularly compared to some of the other organizations that we see, is there a lot of communication. There's a lot of communication that goes on staff within the staffing ranks and beyond to make sure that the information that's presented is accurate and is consistent across the organization. So that's actually something that's pretty good. A lot of places, the left hand and the right hand often do not know what they are doing. And you see that play out in perceptions of the public and whatnot. I want to go back to something I didn't miss. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention it. It's an interesting perspective that you all have. You have a lot of staff members who actually used to be consultants. This is actually related to the different delivery models. Right, so they were consultants before they were city employees. I mentioned this is that in the reason I say this is because they're not working any less hard as city staff than they were as consultants. It's the viewpoint with which the delivery of the projects has to be done. You have to think about things slightly differently. And that was acknowledged consistently within our interviews. So I just want to make sure that you all hear that, is that it's not, it's just a different process than before what even they were doing. So that's an interesting observation.
Go into a little bit more detail. A job is a job. This is no criticism of staff. Job is a job. Whether I'm outside or inside, I still got to deliver this. What are the considerations that they have that a private provider would know?
So it depends on a great way to describe it. So when you have a scope associated with any portion of project management, right? You may have, I've got to do this one piece, right? I'm the project manager on this one piece, right? So something to that effect. So I have to, that is the thing I have to consider. I get paid or not paid based on perspective. When you're a project manager of a larger, with a more complex project with more people to think about than you maybe had done before, now you're considering all of those elements to get the project delivered, but also what's the perception of the public that I'm serving. I'm now directly working with them, the stakeholders that I'm involved with. I may be dealing with that same person in the future in a way that I'm, on a different project coming forward. It just changes the sort of the way I would say is the approach to that person and to that stakeholder.
but I guess my question revolves around the fact that the consultants we had, the contractors we had, served as our city staff.
Mhm.
So they were doing repetitive projects across, so I'm trying to understand the point that you're trying to, distinction you're trying to.
The way I would sort of, if I could like point to a specific thing, if CH Steel Hill, I believe, was your original contractor, right? The nature of that project and the nature of that contract was set up so that they would be the staff for the city. They may have done a great job of delivering those services. You paid for that service, right? You paid a premium typically for that service, right? As a city staff member, for example, you want to reduce that cost as much as possible to deliver. You're still going to deliver a high quality of service, but you have to think about it in a much different way, because you're trying to sort of make sure that, hey, whatever I'm still giving that quality, but I'm doing it in a more efficient, in a different manner than I would possibly have to as a private contractor.
So what you're saying is they have to worry about budgets, and the private contractor may not pay as much attention to the budget.
There's an old saw in this space. I used to be a consultant for a consulting engineer. It's cheap. It's quick, cheap, or quality, right? You get two of the three, right? So you can have high quality. Typically, you're going to pay a premium for that. So the budgeting is, it is different, and there is a premium that you do pay for that service.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Now, I understand that, our early projects were things that have been hanging around for a while that were real obvious, and today, like with T-Splosh, we're doing much
You have
more.
more projects. Absolutely.
They're bigger, more complex.
Yes.
I get that.
Yes, sir.
So there is a.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. This is sort of a listing of opportunities that we see. We'll talk more about these as we go along. But there's some things that can occur in the right-of-way acquisition process. There is a need to, and really looking forward to really proactively address some of your stormwater asset infrastructure needs. We'll get into that a little bit more. You have a lot of good software. There needs to be more training on the use of that software. And so you can enhance the usage and really get the benefit of that software that you already own. There's a lot of technological and data alignment issues that we think that can be addressed, and that will actually lead to a smoother, more efficient process. And then we talked a lot about the amount of communication. Now the question is, we think we can make it more effective, such as it is. There's some ways to do that, and it actually kind of connects a lot of these things to do. That communication piece connects a lot of these different.
You didn't talk about right-of-way acquisition.
Oh, I'm sorry. That is, I'm going to talk about. That's another one. We're going to talk a little bit about that process and how to make some changes that we think that could benefit you. Okay, so some preliminary recommendations. Right-of-way acquisition. So currently, the right-of-way acquisition process is sort of the way I think Jim and I would describe it is, we don't see like people don't know how to do this or what to do. It's not like a matter of expertise or understanding. It's a matter of making sure that everything is coordinated, is communicated, and collaboration occurs where it needs to occur. Those are really the big things that are driving. If there are delays in this process, it's typically around that. So there's a couple of ways that you can address that. And we're going to talk about two here, and then we're going to talk about another one later in the presentation. But one of the big things that we saw was it's not always clear amongst the staff as it relates to all of who's responsible for what within the process. They may know what their job is, but the next handoff or the next piece of that puzzle is not always clearly understood across the entirety of the process. So a great way to sort of address that is to sit down and make sure that everybody's on the same page relative to policies, procedures, and stakeholders within the process. And that goes, so it's things, something such as simple as roles and responsibility identification, or what are the various timelines? Who's got the need for what, when? Sometimes that's understood, sometimes that's not quite as easily understood. And you're dealing with different players. Obviously, right-of-way acquisition honestly is not an easy process. It's complex. It's person to person. It's also regulatory. It's also, you're dealing with outside stakeholders as well as internal stakeholders. It's kind of all of those things mixed together in one big batch, right? So the clearer the roles and responsibilities and the understanding of who needs what when, quite frankly, that's the best hope you have is to make the process more efficient and ultimately effective. There's some efforts that are already ongoing related to right-of-way acquisition staff getting involved in projects as early as possible, up to and including the conceptual design phase. There are agencies that do that, and we have seen that does have significant impacts, because if you can avoid problems by getting the right people in the mix earlier, typically speaking, that can lead to much more smooth sailing, you might say, on the back end. And so, yeah, constraints and challenges can be identified at that design concept levels where appropriate. And then the other thing it does, like we think, we've seen this in other circumstances, is it really promotes and drives communication and collaboration across all of the city lines for involvement in the process. Again, this is not really any, there's nothing in your process right now that I would consider broken. It's more just, does everybody know who needs to be involved and sort of when they do? And so kind of undertaking this approach should help define that. The other thing is it should give more understanding to more people just of what's needed to make things work in a more effective manner. I think that'll actually help you, back to your focus on customer service, that'll help you on the customer service end as well, because they will also know who the people are and sort of what the expectations as it relates to the process are. I mentioned that there's some need associated with stormwater system assets. So as you all know, you inherited a lot of stormwater system assets. Some of them you know a lot about, others not as much. And I think one of the things is we look sort of in the long term, you might say longitudinally, if you will, for the future of the city. This is an area that could be of significant risk. Anecdotally talking to some folks and some of our research, it's like 50 or 60% of your stormwater assets, I believe that's the correct number, is beyond the estimated design life for the material type with which that stormwater asset is made. Much of your stormwater assets are corrugated metal pipe. Just so you know, I used to be an asset manager in a utility in the Midwest. We'd say 20 to 25 years is what you get out of corrugated metal. So you've got some stuff that's pretty big, it's pretty deep, quite frankly, and it is, to a certain extent, it's a risk. And the risk that I would say is it has a customer service risk, it has a delivery of service risk or level of service risk, and it could be financial if you don't proactively address it. So our recommendation is not necessarily to start a utility. Instead, it's total cost of ownership. Basically, what is the problem on what we already know that we have? Get that sort of outlined and detailed in some very specific way, such that then you can say, okay, what are the best strategies then to address that ultimate risk? The idea behind that is it gives you the opportunity to say, it's the old, okay, plan, do, check out, right? State the problem. This is what it is. This is the extent of it. Okay, then we can sort of say, what are the strategies that are the best, the most effective and most appropriate for our community to address associated with those assets. And then if you decide to go to the utility route, you can, do a sustainable funding mechanism for investments and maintenance now. Right now, the way funding occurs, it's a little bit, I wouldn't call it, there is money to reinvest in these assets, but I'm not sure it's fully sustainable based on the need. So this is the question of what's the actual need, making sure that that's in alignment as much as possible.
May I interrupt? Can somebody from Eden or staff respond to our level of self-awareness? I think earlier today, this is what I've seen every year, 12 projects coming up, and I know we've got a long list of projects. Maybe an analogy is this facility here, we've talked about, it was shining and new, we built it and opened in 17, but over time, we're gonna have a depreciating asset. Do we wanna, plan for it with the sinking fund or capital reserves? What is can somebody say what the magnitude of this issue is at this point, or do we not even have an awareness?
We have an awareness, and Chris is actually gonna chime in and fill in a little bit more on it, but we also know that a lot of development has happened since the city incorporated. So some of the projects that we have on the list that are triaged each year and put into that general fund appropriation are what's on that list. But we know that there is more out there, we just don't know specifically.
Councilman, the issue you're speaking stormwater.
I'm speaking to
Yeah, so, as Eden said, I mean, we've got a good understanding of what's new. What we don't have an understanding of is what's old, and when you became a city, you inherited all that from Fulton County, and you don't know, unfortunately, there's not a maintenance schedule that you put on a chart like you would for replacing a condenser in a HVAC system in a building, that you can apply that to pipes under the street and facilities like that.
Well, somewhere in between that and doing nothing, there's a place to land, and
Absolutely.
for planning and budget purposes, I mean, I guess I've been under the assumption that we had a handle. There was always a long list of projects, and I feel like we've been reported, you know, we've done 12 this year, or planning 12 next year, and, you know, we're working our way through the list. But I want to know what level of fire we're dealing with here. Is it, you know, on a scale of 0 to 5, or just we don't, and if we don't know that, that says something in itself. But like I said, I think in a sense, this is burying the lead. You know, if we haven't had stormwater, we've been dealing with the water system for years now, but do we have on the horizon, a major stormwater problem, or even enough information to know whether we do? And what should the level of concern be by the elected body in determining priorities in the upcoming budget year and years?
So may I jump into this? So a couple things, and Eden and I were talking about this earlier. You know, how these stories start in the beginning, okay? So I was first on council in 2010, and it was about that time, 2010, 2011, CH did a survey of stormwater structures in the city. And they had identified all the stormwater structures they could find. I don't think they got all of them. They thought they got all of them. And they did an initial look at each one of these structures and graded them. And I distinctly remember this because at one point, CH came to the council and said, we've done this assessment and good news. It's actually not as bad as we thought it was going to be. So that was good. And then they began shortlisting or force ranking the projects. And again, I've talked to Eden about it. I don't have a copy of this report. I'm sure it's here somewheres, okay? But assuming we can find that or maybe recreate it. My suggestion in this, we're talking about some specifics here. Just like we decide which streets to pave, we give each street a grade. It seems to me we can take each one of our stormwater projects that the city's responsible for and do the same thing. This is a project that, in a level of service, again, you're right, corrugated metal pipe, the maximum life is 4 years, and everything's over 40 years old in the city. So I get it. But the point is, that would be a way for us to figure out how to do this. And assuming we have this list and we force rank it, we can allocate money every year.
Well, we can see what the and
Up, down, and go from there. So,
because with the street repaving, we do updated scores, and we want to know what was it the PCI index? I mean, we want to be at a certain level, but if we were to, if an updated report were to show us all, you know, it will tell us whether we have a major upcoming problem, if it's a 5-year horizon or if it's a 25-year.
So I agree with you, okay, and I think this sounds like you're on your way to doing this anyway.
That's what we're doing.
Exactly. This whole idea of putting it in a lot, as the city does with everything, putting it in a logical order and force ranking it by the highest priority. To me, that's the way to go. And I'll give you one anecdote, then I'll stop talking. I had a neighbor who, I live on Berkeley. I live on Northridge in Berkeley, and there's a culvert underneath Berkeley. It's a 48-inch, something like that, maybe 60-inch culvert. And the head wall on the left-hand side, some of the stones, there's no stone head wall. Some of the stones had dropped off, and the CH went out and looked at it and said, this head wall needs to be replaced. So he went to the neighbor and said, this is on our list to be replaced because this head wall's falling apart. And by the way, we have to take all these trees out in order to get equipment down here to work on this head wall. And the neighbor said, I've lived here 10 years or more. I've never seen one more stone fall into the creek than was here when I got here 10 years ago. So this is not a critical project, and the destruction of cutting all these trees down is such that this just doesn't seem warranted to me, so I refuse to give you permission. And CH took that project and didn't white it out, but basically said, no further action at this time. That's the kind of thing it seems to me we can do once we gather this information, put it in the word, and then you figure out where your critical ones are. And there may be some projects that they need it, but they cost a fortune. Well, we need to know that too. So anyway. Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
That was a recent one, but the report John's talking about, which came out about, oh, let's see, it must be about 10-15 years ago.
It's about 14 years ago.
14 years ago. We had originally was one of the city estimated that the stormwater was going to be somewhere around $500 million. And of course, we were all paying back at that.
Yeah.
And then when that report came out, if I remember correctly, that report came out and said that the true cost was going to be more like $50 million and not $500 million.
Because the condition wasn't as bad as everybody was thinking it was.
Well, the problem is that's 14 years.
Exactly.
Yeah. We have upgraded some. We've upgraded some of our stormwater, but I think what I hear is that we are not anywhere close to meeting our need.
I would suggest that you need to reassess that need
We need to find
very carefully, and then from that understanding, that would be.
So we need to do an assessment of our stormwater system to determine what the status is today,
Yes, sir.
what today's cost of that is, and then we figure out how we want to order and how we pay.
So I've got Raquel digging for it. She was able to find minutes from 2007 and a contract change order to CH2M Hill authorizing the study, but we haven't found the study yet. So
It was finished it. I was just on the council.
And Councilman, an initial inventory study like that would conceivably take a couple of years to do. That makes sense time-wise.
Very good.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, great. Very good. Okay, so I mentioned this earlier. So some of the recommendations that we're making, we believe will actually result in increased staff capacity to actually manage projects and not, which would allow more contract oversight time, contractor oversight time, as well as actually managing projects. We say that though, however, under the idea that also over time, if you continue to add projects at the level that you're adding them, as the complexity also continues to ramp up, you need to consistently monitor the need for additional project managers for capital improvement projects. I would not say that you're necessarily in need of them now, but again, if past is prologue, I think that is something that is definitely worth your while. There's been
That's a general statement. I understand that.
Yep.
The question is did you make some determinations about what level of staffing and what positions we need today?
Yeah, what we would suggest is, and it actually goes to where we're coming up here on some other recommendations. We believe that the first thing that you should do is focus on process and sort of the process and procedures, technology, sort of maximizing the efficiency and the effectiveness you get out of that. Once you sort of go through that process, at that time would be a really good time to sort of say, okay, and then also pay attention to your capital plan. Your capital plan right now, it appears your staff can largely do most all of the work that's presented before them. That being said, as you add more, as I go back to the type of projects, scale of the projects, the nature of the projects. So it's going to be, so I would say, instead of saying, yeah, you need 5 new project managers, we don't want to say that. What we'd rather say is maximize the efficiency of your process, utilize the technology as best as possible. And then once you've sort of sorted that out, based on some of the other recommendations that we have coming, then go back and make that determination at that time. This goes back to right-of-way acquisition and real estate. We suggest that you consider this is, so I mentioned earlier, there's some processes that we think can be fixed, getting people more involved earlier, making sure everybody's role is defined clearly, people understand what that role is. And then a consideration that you might bring, if you want to bring more formalized alignment to this, in other words, creating a more formalized accountability element, you could create a dedicated real estate unit within the public works department. The matrix organization that you have built is the history of that. Any one in sort of the way that the real estate process has sort of been worked in the organization to this point, if there's any failure or any give anywhere, it can cause issues kind of throughout the process, right? So if you create a unit that is specifically aligned for this purpose, you take some of that out. We see several benefits that could occur. Going back to you're combining the resources within the department to assist in that acquisition process. Back to communication, collaboration between project teams, your legal staff, which is also a very important partner in this process. Our theory is that by sort of creating those alignment variables, you sort of taking care of that, you reduce delays in projects just because everybody's on the same page and everybody knows who they're supposed to be talking to and why and when. So this is a real consideration. I don't necessarily think it needs to happen tomorrow. I think there's other process approaches you could undertake first, but this is something that absolutely creates more of that accountability within that process. And if projects are, the perception is they continue to go slow. I sort of see it like this too, as we mentioned earlier. If the projects become more complex or continue to be more complex, or there are more of them, you're going to have more coordination. And so some alignment there makes sense.
So if I'm hearing you correct, real estate acquisition team needs a critical path for all the projects that we're doing.
Yes.
Is that basically a summary of what you're telling me?
Largely, yes, sir.
So that they know when this project needs to have its acquisition done, this project, and when they need it.
And who's involved? Very much. Who is there? Are there other players? Who are all the stakeholders in the mix? So yes.
For instance, Mayor, if it's a state funded or federally funded project, that may affect the process they go through to be able to conduct their. Correct. Yeah.
And with federal, we can't buy real estate in advance.
That's right.
Different process.
And whereas on Hammond, we've been buying real estate forever because we were doing protected properties. That's not allowed under the federal system, so we couldn't do that.
And under the federal system, the way you approach a property owner and how that is discussed is very structured compared to how we might as a city do that, as you gave an example of protected by.
Excellent.
Okay. Back to processes associated with project management. So one of the areas we think that there's some real opportunity, leveraging things that you all already own are actually related to technology. And just so everyone knows and kind of understands that there's a tremendous amount of coordination that goes into presenting information associated with projects in your organization. And that goes back to, that's why we said there's a lot of communication, there's a lot of making sure that, when something is presented is accurate as much as possible. But to do that, some of the tools that are being used are a little bit what we would call inefficient, basically, maybe. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that now. So one way, the communication of project is almost as important as the delivery project. Sometimes, particularly in a public agency, right? Are the people who need to know about what's going on, do they actually know it? How do they know it? So one of the things we would recommend is dedicating a staff member to basically project coordination and then empowering them to become what's a power user of some of the project management information systems that you guys have. It can be technology that you already own or other tools that you bring to bear on this process. As I mentioned, you already have access, the staff has access to some powerful tools with a lot of features. Those features aren't really utilized to their fullest extent at the moment as it relates to project communication, coordination, and then ultimately collaboration. So by providing a dedicated resource to this very function, you ensure projects, honestly, you have a better chance to ensure projects are completed on time, as well as the people who need to know about what their status is, they know what that status actually is. And the key is that it's just like anything else. If you want the system to work to its intended use, it's gotta have attention and time paid to it. And right now, you don't really have that. You sort of have, you have the systems, but they're not fully, there's not a full-time person paying attention to make sure that all the information within them is accurate and timely. Like making it someone's job essentially to do that, you have the ability to sort of get the full leverage and the full utility out of those systems.
So I have a question.
Yep.
When you went through this, did you look at the different tools that are used? Because I was under the impression that different areas use different tools, which then could sometimes drive the lack of integration and collaboration because the information doesn't flow and it's not at the same level, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, so, yeah, we very much looked at the systems that are being utilized. And, you know, Scott has had familiarity with, and myself have had familiarity with some of those systems. And, you know, there's currently not data connections within those as they currently exist, but there is the capability of that. And so by dedicating a person to become that power user of those systems, working with the GIS team here at the city and the other folks, it's finding those opportunities to create more integration, to align data throughout the entire department and get away from manual tracking of processes and turning it more from a decentralized tracking of information and data to more of a central repository that can provide this and then also create efficiencies and for presentations later on. So
one other note, I might mention this before, to add what Jim said is, one of the purposes of this person too would be to say, if those systems don't talk to each other, they would be sort of responsible for making sure that they do, right? And the different ecosystems of data that you have, that's probably the biggest issue is the integration between those two systems. Well, you're never going to get that integration depending on just an IT person or just an engineer. You've got to have someone who has domain experience and sort of both in order to get who can sort of speak both languages. And the only way to do that is to dedicate.
So that, I guess, did you just focus on public works or did you look at what happens in IT, right? Because they may have their own suite of tools. So, and again, projects often cross over. Did you look at all of that or is this just public works?
We focus primarily on public works, but as you said, you can't just do, it doesn't stop at any one official board, right? Data kind of has no home. It goes across multiple platforms. So we try to look at as many of them as we possibly. We focused on the capital project delivery. Yes, sir.
Years ago, when I was practicing, I used Excel. Excel's a great piece of software. And my brother, he's a smart guy, just asked him, okay? He said to me, you know, you're utilizing about 5% of Excel. But he said, if you really want to use Excel, you need to take a class on how to use Excel. And I told him, I don't need to take a class. I know everything I need to know. And then I promptly took a class. Okay, so I tried to understand it better. My point is, it sounds like we have tools that can do a bunch of stuff. We just haven't brought our people up to speed so we can utilize it. So that's a training question.
Yep, which is the second bullet, which is associated with training.
Some one person is responsible.
Exactly.
Make it all.
Do we have someone on our staff that will fit this job description or are you think that we need to?
So you currently have a staff person who's sort of doing some of this work actually right now, but not fully committed to it, is doing a whole host of other initiatives sort of within the organization. I think you could probably get a long way there with that expertise.
So I think what I hear being said is that there's a lot of juice left in the fruit that can be squeezed out in efficiency that, so you'll come back to.
You're gonna hear about this during the
So
process.
I'm assuming it's across the organization. I'm also assuming that we are not unique. I think the story, John's story about Excel probably applies to most of us. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, let's call this opportunity. There may be some other word, but let's call it opportunity.
Oh, yeah, sorry. think I want. Okay. Back to training, take us with.
So the idea of having that dedicated staff person as the power user of the tools within Public Works is that then they can share that expertise with the rest of the staff through training, as we mentioned, to make sure that the additional features that could help increase efficiency are being utilized. And then standard operating procedures can then be created to help train as new staff might come on in the future. And ensure that processes are being done in a manner that's consistent to ensure data integrity across the department. And then, with any standard operating procedure, it's very important that those be reviewed consistently, whether it's annually or biannually, just to make sure that they're up to date, especially when the systems themselves receive updates and stuff like that, to make sure that the process didn't change. So training will be a key component to that, as we sort of alluded to.
And so the other thing along those same lines, it really kind of goes to what we said before is really look for opportunities to integrate data information systems. This goes to your question about, does everything talk to one another? Because data really doesn't have a home, and you do use lots of different tools in the delivery process, the project delivery process. You want to make sure that they're in alignment so that you can take advantage of some things that might be automated that right now are not automated, particularly around reporting around projects and alignment and information. There's a lot of places that we found kind of going through the process where, if a wrong number was entered or a fat finger was on a slide or something along those lines, it could cause misinformation, which could cause more work for staff to go back and fix the problem. The more you can automate and align, quite frankly, the better as it relates to what information is available to all the stakeholders who can monitor the process. So, and there's a number of tools that you already own that can speak to this. But I just want to make sure that is front and center of your mind. The key is alignment and integration. Those are the two things if you're going to do this in a efficient and effective. Related to project communications, a couple of other things, or one of the things we noted was you all have a project map. I don't know if you all have gone online and had a chance to look at it. It's a GIS based map. It's a fine tool. I think it gives all the right information if you know what to look for, where to look for it, how to look for it. I think there's some ways that there are some alternatives that could both streamline project update status within that tool, or quite frankly, develop a little bit better tool that's a little more intuitive to the folks who would be interested in the information associated with projects. We mentioned a couple of very, very common tools that are used to do this in the industry. Esri has the GIS story maps. There's some familiarity with the organization with those a little bit, as far as I understand. Also, Power BI dashboards are a really great way to express information. If you're a Microsoft 365 environment, which you all are, we believe these are just two simple examples of tools that can be used. But one of the things we find kind of across the industry is many organizations are creating information around projects with spreadsheets, PowerPoint presentations, or something thereof. Those are very highly manual processes that require an inordinate amount of coordination, and quite frankly, are prone to mistake. And it has nothing to do with any of the people involved. They're just people. That happens. The more you can automate, and there are tools out there that allow for this to happen, to make things simpler to understand, and quite frankly, more qualitative in what the information that they give, the better. And that is an opportunity that you all definitely have, I think, within the organization, because you already have access to these tools. Now it's a matter of making sure that that's capitalized.
Just a comment. Did you find, so my experience is that there's different levels and types of communication, there's different stakeholders and need different types of information. So the information that maybe the resident who wants to know what's the status of the project that's outside their door could be different than someone on council who wants to know maybe a broader update on the project. So however we choose to structure this, and I don't know if your recommendations at the detail level cover that with those tools, or how does that?
Yeah, very good question, actually. So this actually goes to the point that was on the previous slide, the last bullet there around data information alignment. And the reason for that is for the very purpose that you're saying. If the information is consistent, such all the way across the board, with using the tools that I mentioned here, there's ways to edit there's ways to edit out pieces of information so that you can present to the audience you're actually trying to communicate exactly what it is that you're trying to communicate. The key is that the information is accurate and aligned such that you can do that, right? And that's a series of steps that'll be going through and saying, okay, what's on the story map, right? What information is on the story map? Okay, what tech do we use associated with that? And then, okay, what audience are we trying to serve, right?
Well, the biggest, and while public access is important, council access is important, most important is the internal communication.
You got it.
with
Yes,
the
sir.
city.
Absolutely.
They know what's going on.
Absolutely.
All right, let me close this. Chris, you and Marty gotta make this stuff happen. You know, you're gonna take this report. By necessity, understand we're getting a very high level.
Yes, sir.
Presentation. Is there enough granularity in the material you've gotten that you now can go and take this and make it happen?
So, Mr. Mayor, the short answer is yes. The longer answer is that, before I even, met Scott and his team, Eden and I have been talking about some things that we could do to make improvements and help things along and support this team, this staff. You've got some great staff here. We did, great talent. I have noticed that the city's appetite for updating and PR and outward facing communication does take up a good bit of staff time because a lot of it's being done manually. And so one of the things that I've talked with the team here about is, and IT is helping me, we're going to evaluate some of these tools to not only, as Councilman Paulson and Bowman mentioned, we're only using a very little bit of the tools we already have. But also, I think there's some other tools out there that might be more conducive to what our organization's goals are. And so, yes, we've had more detailed discussions than what you're seeing here. You have a limited amount of time where you can, bear that kind of detail in this setting. But yeah, we're working together. We've got several things that you'll hear about in the budget process. And I think there are some great opportunities.
Well, I want to say this to the public works. I mean, nobody yells louder than me about getting things done. Those of us on this dais, our lives revolve around the calendar, a 4-year calendar. So, we very cognizant of time and getting things done. But I think the staff here is phenomenal. They do a great job. They're very talented. And one of the questions that I've asked on a couple of occasions is, are we trying to shove too much through the funnel? Well, and if that's the case, what do we need to do to enlarge the funnel? So our goals of getting things done aren't going away. In fact, they're probably going to get more intense as we go through time. So, did you take a look at the funnel?
I think that goes back to sort of first of all, Mayor, I totally would agree on all of those statements. You have great staff; they know what to do. You're an ambitious organization, is the way I would describe it, right? I think the thing that's sort of before you sort of saying, hey, we need to reduce what's going through the funnel, is how can we make the funnel a little bit wider, right? Based on leveraging some of the things that we're sort of speaking to here, right?
No, he's saying about reducing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I misunderstood that. No, so to that point, I think that's the thing. Start with, how do we improve our processes? How do we improve our procedures, right? How do we create, well, we know we have some sticking points, right-of-way acquisition, right? That's a bit of a sticky. How do we create accountability and alignment as much as possible? And then say, okay, once we do those things and sort of make those adjustments, okay, now do we need to consider more staff to handle what's coming down the pike? And I go back to, I keep saying this, but I want to reiterate it is, some of the projects are complex. They probably won't be less complex, to your point, right? It's not just the amount, and anytime you start getting more people's money involved or other ways to alternatively fund what you really need to do, it just makes things, it slows things down by nature for some reason, and it also makes them just more complex.
Well, we don't have any greenfield development around here.
No, sir.
You're gonna run into utilities and everything
Every
you do.
yes, sir.
And sometimes we may know where they are, sometimes we don't.
Yes, sir.
It's fact of life of trying to redevelop
Yep.
and overlay a lot of what we're trying to do into a fully mature community.
Absolutely.
So I understand all that.
Doesn't make me impatient, but I understand.
Understand.
Well, I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Did I hear you correctly this morning? I think you mentioned that there's a significant number of staff members who are in the middle of PMP training, so that contributes to this.
That is part of the training, and we started that last year.
Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you.
If I may.
Two quick things. This right of way and the interaction with the owner of the right of way is something that's really a big deal. And there's more than one occasion when the owner isn't communicated with in as timely a manner as it could be, okay? So one of the things that we've also got to make sure we do, and again, I've seen Marty talking to our customers, which are our citizens, and he's good with people. A lot of our people are good with people. I want to make sure we continue to recognize that when we're talking about helping communication issues between project teams, legal, land acquisition, and management, and I guess us, the property owner who's affected by this needs to be looped into this as well. Last thing the world I want to hear is a property owner say, "No one's talked to me in a year over this project." Or the last I saw, you're taking 2/3 of my property. One of the outfits that does a decent job of this is DOT, because I'm praising the DOT, stand back. In my neighborhood, DOT went to a neighbor one day and said, "Listen, we've got a concept and it looks like we're going to be taking quite a bit of your property. We haven't done the detailed design, but we want to let you know." Well, he got up in arms. He was all excited, wanted to sue him, and finally said, "So, hang on, do you even know how much of your land it would take?" He said, "No." He says, "If I take the concept drawing, and they got this big band that they've identified," and he said, "if you take this big band, half my law is." Well, it turns out, as they get into the detailed design, and DOT kept talking to him, and they at the next level of design, it turns out they're taking nowhere near as much as possible. And I think it was me and a lawyer that he hired that said, "You need to be a little more patient. Once I hit the panic button, you need to know more." So in the absence of communication with owners, everybody fears the worst. So let's just make sure when we talk about communication internally, and also make sure that the property owners are aware of it as well. So that's just an observation. And I'm not saying you don't do it well, but it's just, let's make sure we pay attention to it. This is a lot of inward looking stuff in it.
Yes, sir.
But obviously our customers are outside. The second thing that I'm throwing this out, but I got involved with new product development years ago, and there's a process called the gate and the stage and the gate process. Where the initial stage, you do a high level look, but you make sure you touch all the critical deal killers early. And then there's a gatekeeper, and the team goes in front of the gatekeeper, presents the case, makes sure they talked about all the critical issues. Then the gatekeeper says, "Okay, move on to stage 2. This is right for a gate stage process whereby we catch this stuff early. So by the time we get to stage 3, somebody says, "What about right away?" And nobody says, "I didn't think of right away. We probably should look at this. We can get it early." That works with new products. That kind of concept may actually help to streamline the thinking here for what it's worth.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
No, man, I feel like we just back on it's unfair. We didn't.
I don't think that's necessarily the thing. Hopefully you guys don't think of that. Just trying to figure out how to make stuff go fast.
Okay, Mark, I can talk to you.
I love public works and I feel like they have so much work that they do. I'm just wondering sometimes, because I see a lot of the questions and stuff that we ask city council, and do we ever ask too many questions and take up too much of their time? And I mean, because I know it's all done, and I'm saying we, all of us, but is there anything that we can do to not use?
You've heard me
as much-
say this before, do more of your own research. A lot of the information is online. We do not understand how much staff time we consume when we send what we think may be just a simple email with requested information. We are taking people, and that's not to say you don't deserve the information that you want to make decisions. I'm not saying that. I'm just simply saying that we take people off of critical jobs that we want to see done
to get routine information that if we spend an extra few minutes of our own time researching, going online, looking at the website, we can find it on our own. And you've all heard me say multiple occasions, and I'm as guilty as everybody at this table. Staff is not our researcher. They are not there to do our research. We have to take that initiative. If you don't know how to do research, all of us went to college, so we know how to do research. So we can do a lot of this on our own. But your point's what I'm taking, Jody, is that we do inadvertent, just because we get a lot of requests, or we are curious people for information. When we take staff time to do that, we don't always understand what the reverberation of that request is across the entire organization. So to be cognizant is very good. It doesn't mean that you can't get the information that you want. Ultimately, you really need it to make decisions. You're going to get it, and we'll do what we can. But if you're just curious, go look it up yourself.
Would it be fair to ask or suggest that some of the work that you all are about to do with the streamlining and cleaning things up and making the funnel bigger or smaller, can that be part of the consideration? Maybe, you know, how we could more efficiently, I guess to your point, Jody, how how that can be accommodated so that it's not taking so much staff time? Or there has to be an answer other than go look it up. So,
well, remember last year, Caroline Galvin named her as your council liaison. So I always reinforce y'all, please copy Caroline when you're asking for something, because she will run it down. But I've heard loud and clear the point earlier today about enhancing what we have on the website. We do use storyboards through our GIS platform to give more information about it, but we'll be working on all of that.
So it's that intervention working more or less, the kind of adding.
It has been. It does help us keep track, and that way I can make sure that you're all getting the information you've asked for.
Caroline's been very helpful to me.
I think it might help to have some sort of a workshop or something for us to show it, I mean, I know I've called Kristen, gone and sat in her office for an hour, and she's so nice, but I feel bad taking up an hour of her time. So if there's, but I want to learn about the GIS, and so I can look up things myself. So maybe there's a way when
we do the website previews for you all with the select Sandy Springs, we can certainly add that to it.
That'd be great. So I would like to say, if I can, that Caroline has been very helpful. I know myself, I have been curious at times, but I would say oftentimes the information on the website and status of projects is not to the level that we need to answer to our constituents. So that's what I generally go to staff for, and I do spend a lot of time of my own time researching that, looking at the information, and I do come with questions. There are times I'm just curious, and that's okay, I get reeled back in, but I'm all for self-service. So the more self-service we can bring for council and the residents, all for that. I mean, I know how to use the GIS. I know how to use pretty much all the tools that are here pretty proficiently. We just need to have a little bit more access and consistency and content. Okay.
All right, we're now down to council discussion. Serve a little bit of time for anybody to raise any issues, for those any questions for any discussion.
Hoping somebody else will go first. We'll all play poker better. So thank you. I think another day. We're feeling optimistic. I think we came out of last year's retreat, and so I feel optimistic. Bring up a couple of things. I want to revisit the topic of blighted properties that we talked about earlier. But we didn't specifically discuss, and I just want to throw it out there for consideration by the body over the coming months, is how do we want and how do we want to prepare if there is a downturn with the coming $1 trillion or more worth of loan maturities for opportunistic redevelopment in our community. These are conversations I had with John McDonough back in 2016, 17. There were some properties that got down, let's call them multifamily, that got down to single digits per unit. I'm not suggesting that will happen again. And the takeaway from that conversation with John was that you have to have a policy and you have to be prepared, right? So that included how you're going to pay for it. But you know, what is your goal? What is your policy? Start with the why. But I think there is some people, although it does feel like a soft landing right now in the economy, believe it or not, that's not very common. And rates, I think the bet is that rates are coming down, that there still will be some opportunity. And, you know, we are with our development authority, with our tax advantage financing, there are several tools that we can have as a constructive stakeholder, but I think we would need to start with a policy or in the area of properties, because I think it's an issue. I have a couple others, but I want to throw that one out there if anybody wants to respond on that one.
Let me make sure I understand your terminology.
Me too.
Just because when you talk about blighted properties, in my mind, those are buildings that are abandoned. And I think what you really talked about are less than optimal.
Yeah, and blighted may be a word that has legal significance, may have some legal, so let's, thank you for that, and I'll modify. But, not just old properties, but troubled properties, downtrodden properties. I think how you define that is an important part of the question. But I think a lot of people would agree that, this community would benefit from upgrades of properties at all levels, commercial, housing. You know, it's not greenfields, and we're seeing some of it's probably a little slower than some of us would want. I think there's a lot of factors beyond our control, but I mean, to be very specific, in 2008 and 9, things did get bad. Now, I'm not prepared to say that things will get that bad. I don't think that was predictable, that way that happened, but there were opportunities in hindsight for whoever, whether it was private, public, or as we like to do things, PPP. So I'll not use the word blighted. I think we've had conversations either publicly and amongst ourselves about properties that are headed in that direction, that are of deep concern, and what do we want to do with that? We didn't discuss the multifamily inspection program, and you know, so I want to be very clear that condition of multifamily properties is a service to the residents that live there, right? I mean, one of the things that we can do in that area is to make sure that people have safe, clean housing, but this is a bigger picture question that doesn't just focus on housing, but it's on downgraded properties and opportunities that may arise, and we don't have an established set of goals on what we might want to do, if anything. And a decision to not do anything is a decision also. So I wanted to raise that. But thank you. That's a fair point, because I think there's a blighted designation that has an effect under housing and urban development and other legal things. So I'll refrain from using that word. It's just the word that's in my head.
Mayor, if I may, I also had the same concern when you mentioned blighted, because I grew up in Chicago and I lived in a neighborhood that was blighted, which meant houses were abandoned, they were boarded up and could be bought for a song, except nobody wanted to buy them because they're in a neighborhood. All the other houses are blighted. And so this is a problem in some urban areas. We don't have that problem in Sandy Springs, okay? Given. But we do have,
we do have properties that maybe not have reached blighted, but maybe not inhabitable in some pieces of that. But we are not a urban renewal situation, but we have across the board properties that have degraded and that due to the economy have survived, and also several of them took the advantage of very, very low interest rates, but the care and attention to them. What I don't want to do is let terminology get in the way of a discussion about condition of property and how our community could benefit from a system of incentives and also requirements to better the quality of life for our citizens. So I withdraw the word blighted. Thank you without objection, but my point still remains that, we could have a role in, if we decide this issue. I know we've had conversations amongst ourselves, and I've had conversations with citizens, about this. And I want the very best for the people that are here, those that live here, those that come here. This is all with good intent to raise this conversation, but there's no better time than a retreat when we're all here and we have a chance for free form discussion. And it's possible that some of this is coming up in the next couple of years, and the elected body, I think, should at least have a conversation. Please don't presuppose that I reached any conclusions. I'm just raising the question. But if I'm the only one, unless others sign on to that, it's a non-starter. But I'll define it any way that we all proceed.
I draw everybody's attention back to the fact that we have not done nothing. We did go out in 4 different shopping centers and say there are in areas where we have real concerns on the north. We showed that what we wanted was economically viable at the right kinds of development investment. So just as we completed that, just as we got rid of health, now we're into a period of high interest rates, which I think has slowed everything down. Oh, I mean, yeah, we got some less than desirable looking facilities, yet they're 95% leased. And if they're 95% leased, the pressure on the landholder to make changes, it is difficult. So I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. In fact, I just want to underscore, we've been working on this issue as council, as authorized expenditure of city money to go out and do this analysis and hopefully that's not with the interest rates beginning to come down, more and more of these developments. I mean, you got Jamestown, you got Sea Springs 2, you got the project on the extreme north end there. What's the name of the shop? North River. That's going to have some positive impact. But we've got to see where the interest rates are going to go and current rates. We've got a lot of very good developers sitting on several very good projects, waiting to see where the economy is going and where the interest rates are hoping, based on what we saw today, that if it does drop by 1.5, 1.25, that may accept some of these folks to go forward with projects. Your point's well taken. Nobody is satisfied with all the strip shopping centers that we're trying to deal with in this town. But the fact is that 95% of them are rented kind of reduces the incentive for the owners to do much. So we're going to have to figure out how we can otherwise incentive.
Well, we did hear from Caroline that there may be some tools, and if you don't do what you don't prioritize. So the question is, and I appreciate all your comments, plus we have done things with the gas stations and the like. This is to keep going, push hard, and also a recognition that there could in fact be opportunities on the horizon. And I'd hate to have another conversation like I did, well, I wasn't around from 2008, but when I discussed this in great detail in the past, I think there was some recognition that there might have been some opportunity in a down market for the city to have played a constructive role, but it was a new city, and don't want to look back on an opportunity, miss it because we failed to plan.
Andy, I agree with you. We've talked about it before, and I don't think you're talking about just blighted shopping centers. We're talking, I mean, not blighted, sorry, less than optimal shopping centers. It's less than optimal housing, and when you upgrade the housing, that's when I think some developers will come in and upgrade the strip shopping centers. I would also like to discuss upgrading our parks and rec. I mean, we've been talking about this for a while too. With our presentation, it looks like we could talk about raising money through a bond. I'd be open to talk about that. I think like I said, I was at Hammond Park the other day. It just has, that round building that was there, my kids are 27 years old. I mean, I took them in there when they were 1, 2 years old, and it was already you know, many, many years old. So it's a great location and it's utilized. The people use the pickleball, but there's a lot of opportunity, I think, there. And also at Morgan Falls, a lot of the kids go to NYO or go to Roswell or Blackburn Park to play their sports. And I'd like to figure out how to keep our youth here playing their sports. So that's what I'm interested in.
Thank you for bringing that up, Joey, because I was thinking about the same thing as they were doing the slide presentation. I first thought was, hey, we could borrow $50 million and it doesn't affect our rating. And to me, I believe that any decision about borrowing has to have as a fundamental tenet, we never want to jeopardize our rating. Okay, so I don't want to ever borrow to the point of jeopardize our rating. But it raises the question of what are the needs and needs versus wants, but what are the needs coming in front of us and how much are they going to cost? For an example, there's going to be a newer fire station potentially up at the north end. And if you open Roswell down, or there's going to be at one point a new fire station on the police property. Well, if we do that, fire stations are $7-8 million, something like that.
They're over 10.
They're over 10. We're going to have a firing range underneath there, which sounds like a pretty good idea. We're going to build that in. That's X amount. I don't know if it's 25, but it's still a lot of money. So we got a fire station on the south end. Sure, we talking about a fire station on the south end to bring one into the city because that building is old. So I'm asking you this conversation about what are the big chunks of money needed for some of these big things that aren't wants, but they're really needs. How much is all that up to, and then how do we manage that? And then do we also have others that maybe are not they're maybe not as much needs as wants? Let's put those in there. Let's just see what they all add up to, and then we can make a decision about where we go with our money.
Well, we've got
Just don't
City
have enough
Springs
money
too. We
Yeah,
have
well,
to
that's
pay
true
for
too.
infrastructure as well. So, you know, I've done this now, starting my 46th year. You will never, your wants and your resources are never going to equal. But that's what this body's just role is to set the priorities. When you decide to do one thing, you automatically decide not to do something else. Yeah. We're better off than most cities, but we still have limited resources, and we pretty much saw what our limits are. And the other thing that you have to ask yourself is, do you want to mortgage your successor's future as well as the current generation? And when I became mayor, there was no debt. I borrowed a lot of money in the last 10 years, all for good purposes. I can't imagine this community without this facility today. We're doing the same thing for the police department, world-class facility that they deserve. We've got to have more fire stations. So it's a matter of priority, and that's what your role is to set the priorities.
Yeah, now on the issue of bonds, which is something I brought up sort of gingerly the last few years at this very retreat. There are other options than just within the existing revenue. I mean, you could do a bond that would be tied to a what's called a general obligation. Yeah, you can do
General obligations, tied to taxes.
well,
You're talking about revenue bond.
a revenue bond that would be tied to
We
a.
have, all our debt right now is basically general obligation.
That's right. I mean,
But you gotta have a revenue stream.
but if the community were to be, and I don't know that the answer is yes to this, I don't know what the answer is because we haven't vetted it, but if the community were to be supportive of a project list, and I think there's some question as to whether they would or wouldn't, depends on the project list, and that's how it's presented. There is a new source of funding that could have, that would, you know, that individuals like myself and others, anybody who owns a house, or commercial property, you know, it looks like about 40% or so of our commercial, of our real estate tax base comes from commercial properties. They could be funded through that mechanism. Now, rates are a little bit high, they're coming down, but if you have a plan, and we do have a parks master plan, we have plans in place, we just have to would say, you know, when do we want to kick off that process? Do we want to hear from the community? So it is not just, you know, I was looking at those numbers too. I would not want to encroach on, I'm not perfectly comfortable with our current level of debt at the current interest rates. And frankly, I wouldn't want to bump up against any of those ceilings. I think that would be a mistake because too many things could happen that are beyond your control that would put you over. So I think we have a healthy level of debt right now for our, for our revenues, and I'd be very cautious about taking on new debt.
You never want to go up to your credit card max.
Well, yeah, that's right, and especially since, sometimes you might have to for reasons beyond your control. So that's one of the things. Can I bring up a second item? Sure. I want to revisit, in the area of economic development, I've been sitting here thinking about it newly, and we have Visit Sandy Springs, which is great, but maybe we need to stay Sandy Springs or stay in Sandy Springs. I think there is a lot of opportunity to promote through our really, really good amount of programming. This is not to criticize what we do. We have great programming. I think we have an opportunity to lever that programming and do a lot more, and with some purposeful reaching out. Maybe it's discounted memberships, as they roll out the program to Sandy Springs residents and citizens. I don't know what, frankly, creative people can come up with ideas, but I hope we would really look and focus. I expect we're going to have a really nice crowd Thursday night for the opening of the Decoro exhibit. I mean, it's the fact that we're focusing on Black History Month, and that Susan and the team, they found an artist who, I don't know him, but apparently is well known. I think that's taking advantage of an opportunity. So we have a lot of opportunity to promote local, and I think we would really benefit from that. So that was the second thing. The third thing, maybe another time, and we've kind of talked about this, but at some point last year, we were looking at expansion of the existing visual arts program in this building, using the lobby space, in addition and beyond what Art Sandy Springs is doing a great job with there. And there may be other opportunities in the city to do things, but the bandwidth is just simply not there with the resources. So it would be, up to this body to say, well, what are you talking about? What do you have in mind? What would be needed? And to give the resources or to allocate the resources, prioritize those resources in the upcoming budget, if that's something we wanted to do. And then the issue of civic history, I think there are plenty of people that it's in boxes right now. City history is sitting in boxes, and finding a way to do something with that material. It's going to take some decisions from us. I see the two as related, frankly, because some of the city history can be put on display and would be good on display. And that would be something for us to say, hey, yeah, that's important, but understanding that Marla Shaven alone is not going to get it done. And that we would need to have the city manager say, well, what would she need? And we would have to decide whether to pay for it. I'm done.
The loss of Heritage Sandy Springs was a much bigger loss than most people realize. It's not only the history of the city, it was a lot of the other cultural activities we had, the volunteer base they had. That was a losing Heritage. That organization was a massive loss to this community. Wish we had known ahead of time how bad it was. We might could have intervened and tried and saved it. But be that as it may, as I've said, Eva, Jimmy knows this, Eva spent a lot of time putting together quasi-governmental institutions in this town, leadership, shadow governments everywhere. And that created a certain vibe about Sandy Springs, heritage. What was the development, something Sandy Springs? We had our own public works department.
Moved the telephone poles.
Yeah, we even had our own planning department. Don Cheeks was involved.
Don Cheeks was involved.
What's his name?
We had a 10 also.
Yeah. Sandy Springs revitalization. That was it. So we had all these institutions, and the city has kind of come in, and a lot of those have disappeared, and that's a loss. So we'll keep some of that stuff. We are, but heritage and some of the other things. I mean, yeah, we took over public works. I mean, that was
Turtle Project.
yeah, the Sandy Springs Society.
Totally without.
Yeah, the Sandy Springs Society. So we've lost some of that, and that was something that I think is a huge loss to the community. But to your point, we've got to figure out what we can do to replace at least heritage from the point of view of maintaining the artifacts that they have. we've done some analysis. A lot of what they had really had no historic significance. And we got to go through and sort that out, but it's something we need to take seriously and focus on.
One of the things that, oh, I'm sorry. You monopolized it. Rusty, one of the things that has bothered me for quite a while, and I think I might have mentioned it to you, and I think it really came to light to me when we did the ice skating rink out there, and that was sponsorships. We've got I think it's 5 or 6 Fortune 500 companies here in Sandy Springs, and we get thrown some breadcrumbs occasionally from some of them, but some of them don't even admit they're in Sandy Springs. But you take a company like Georgia Power. Every person that skated in that skating rink was a customer of Georgia Power. Why shouldn't we have a development director who could go to Georgia Power and say, hey, this is your customer base. You want to be the sponsor of that. Our gentlemen who are talking about the theater and stuff today, think of all the opportunities that they covered on there that could be covered by sponsorships. There is so much we're missing in this town because we're not going out and asking for it. I think when Mercedes first came into town, they gave a truck to one of the organizations. I think it was
CAC Sprinter van. Sprinter van for CAC.
For CAC, yeah, for CAC. They gave. What have they done since then? Probably nothing. And I'm not criticizing them, but probably nobody's going to ask them for anything. What has ICE done for us? ICE owns the New York Stock Exchange, for crying out loud. You know, they came to us talking about a tunnel under the road on there. Did we ever go to them and say, well, you know, we could use something else like this? We were talking this morning about a shooting range, and there are companies out here. Said there's a company out here that uses our shooting instructors for their employees. I mean, there are just so many opportunities out there that if we had a development director here who could go out and I'm not talking about buying or convincing people to come in and bring more businesses in here. I'm talking about them having sponsorships of all the different. Every Friday night we have a concert out there. There should be somebody sponsoring that. Every Sunday night that we have a concert over at the Springs over there, somebody should be sponsoring that. I mean, and I think we've gotten to the point where we're now 18 years in this business. Yeah, December was 18 years. I mean, I think we're to the point where we need to hire somebody to go out and sell our story and get sponsorships and get the community involved, rather than just getting the community involved in opening new businesses.
No, I don't disagree with you, and we've had fits and starts and stops. We had somebody who did sell some sponsorships the first year. We had to come to some issues, and so Eden and I thought there's a couple areas that we need to focus on. One, you're not doing a very good job of going after grants. She's got a plan.
Well, we had the best grant writer in the state, and here, but we made her city manager.
Pretty good.
That's
So
right.
we'll be talking to you about that during the budget process.
Right.
And this is something that we'll, take a look at.
We never had as many grants as when Eden was running the grants back. What was that? 06, 07, 08, 09?
8, 9, yeah.
In those days on there. I mean, we never had a grant before. You remember, we never had a grant. And then Eden came in and we wound up, what are all these grants? What's all this money coming in?
Problem.
But we
We've been
need to
talking
have.
for about since budget time last year.
Right.
About this is something we needed to address in the next budget meeting. So I think you're gonna see some things coming in the budget process, which is her area. She talked to me about what her priorities are gonna be. So I think you're gonna see some of this being addressed.
Well, I hope the grant writer and the development director are real high. And I don't have to say the top on our list, but real high on their list.
They were high last year, but unfortunately we had other competing priorities, and so we didn't get to do that. But
Well, both of them, you never got paid by City of Sandy Springs.
yes, I did.
No, you did. You raised more money than you ever got in salary.
Oh, I did, definitely,
Yeah,
but
so you didn't cost the city any money. You contributed to the success of the city because you brought in, as I said, we never had a grant before. Until you came in and started writing them. Yeah.
It's coming, Timmy.
And from a development perspective, I will also add this to the conversation. We now have much better data to quantify to these community partners why they should be sponsoring. For example, Skate City Springs this year, the fact that we had 16,000 skaters that came and enjoyed that helps us sell that sponsorship.
Out there selling. And we've got to have somebody who's experienced.
But now we have the data to be able to do that.
But we got to have somebody who's experienced in doing that.
No, we're not arguing with you, Timmy. It's just that, for example, now that we're selling out that theater, now we got something to go.
And we have a generous community. I want to acknowledge that there was a program here that frankly, we knew about maybe by an email, but we didn't really know about, where Riverwood High School, North Springs, Ridgeview, and Sandy Springs Middle had their bands, their choirs, their dance, and that program got done through the generosity of citizens in our community that contributed over $12,000 from their pockets. I don't want to name the individuals, but it was the Sandy Springs Art Foundation who paid almost market rate. I think they paid the city, got a 15% discount or something. The city made money on this thing. And those dollars, I actually kind of, it burns me a little bit, but it's not our fault. I mean, they should have proposed a stakeholder or partnership, but this is exactly what we had in mind with our facilities with school use. And we had the added generosity of 3 or 4 citizens who dug into their pocket, came up with $12,000, $13,000, $14,000 so that these communities, I would say many of these kids would be, that would fall under some definition of underserved communities. I don't want to use the wrong legal terms, and definitely not all, but it is exactly the kind of programming and there were hundreds upon hundreds of people here that day. I hope we see more of that. And I kind of feel bad that we took that excess money when, I don't mind because it kind of rolls back in, but I also think that foundation, did they not pay and sponsor? I know there's issues with that foundation, but they may have sponsored some of those outdoor concerts. So the citizens here are putting money out, and I think we need to celebrate that even more. Listen, this has been a theme for me has been opportunity, not problems. So it seems to me there's lots and lots of opportunities with all of these things. And I hope somebody's taking good notes, because I think there are some things that our community would be passionate about and that we should be really taking a closer look at.
There are a lot of things out there. Challenge oftentimes, this is not an excuse, it's just bandwidth. How much time per time?
And can we invest in that though, Russ? Don't we have the ability?
And through the budget, we're doing $27 million a year of capital programs, and I'm not going to cast aspersion, and there's a lot of money in the pipeline. Plus, we're very conservative in our budgeting. But we've been sitting here all day, and what's our most passionate? This has been one of our more passionate discussions. Can we make a decision as a body to working with the city manager as to what we want to prioritize and how we want to get this stuff done? By the way, Jody, I don't know if you wanted to mention North Springs High School, but our role is minimal, but that's a big thing happening in the community. I know we were all there that could be there. I know you would have been there. And Tim, you would have been there if you could have been. But that's just something I've talked about, somebody else will talk about. That's a big thing.
We're supposed to be putting the sign up February 1st, so maybe we can,
Mayor Paul, to talk a little more about promoting Sandy Springs, I'd like to know more about Select Sandy Springs. Because Select Sandy Springs was originally designed as a way of telling the corporate world and the retail world and maybe business world how great we are. The history of Sandy Springs could very well tie into that whole conversation. So maybe your idea about promoting the city, it fits nicely alongside of the Select Sandy Springs program that you guys are working on. So I'm looking forward to hearing more about that and seeing maybe there's a way to do both with the same group anyway.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long, but I think productive day. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank staff because I know how much work goes into these presentations. Even, I know you've been working on this for several months. So thanks to staff, everybody who participated in getting us here. This is an important part of council's service. This is an opportunity for us to really dig in and get more in-depth conversations and input than we might just during the course of normal business and normal meeting. So thanks to council for being patient, sitting through the day. And I hope it was worthwhile. I found it very beneficial. I take a few notes here, ask a few questions. So thanks very much. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.